Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu. Lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na tano yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi
kutafuta uongozi kwa kutumia dini au kutumia kabila, unagawa watu. Kazi ya uongozi ni kujenga watu wawe kitu kimoja.
The 2.2 billion has been spent in the office of the president and State House between July and September. If you do that calculation, it means that we spend in that office 23 million per day and 1 million per hour. That cannot be sustainable.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunakaa kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako.
Nasikia watu wanasema baba ametusaliti. Between baba kutusaliti na sisi kusaliti baba, nani amesaliti mwingine?
Inapeangwa, it mostly goes to foreign ministries. So Baba is overqualified for that position.
To build this railways for Africa. So now he's thinking about tumemkataa kama baba wetu.
Unaweza kuwa kuna mtoto ulizaa, ukapatia nchi, ikuwe inamfanya vile inataka.
Uhuru has been working very hard. Ruto akaenda huko na nguvu. Ruto was never invited in the inauguration.
Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Soundcard Talk.
Open Forum Political Discussion Show. The show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development.
Tukutane Soundcard Talk.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, after the budget proposals tabled in Parliament by the CS for Finance, now it remains the date with destiny in the coming week, where the parliamentarians are going to weigh on the Finance Bill 2024. Well, the Azimio leadership has given orders to all their MPs to see to it that they show up in Parliament without fail and make sure that they shoot down the Finance Bill 2024, or because of its punitive taxes that are going to make life unbearable for Kenyans. I don't know what your take is on the move, but I would love to hear what you feel about the whole situation. And then, of course, the members of parliament are not having it easy anymore. They are saying the public is on their neck, and the outcry is that they should shoot down the finance bill. Well, tonight we are asking you, are you in support of the public pressurizing their member of parliament to rise up to the occasion and to do the shooting in favor, or rather do the voting in favor of the masses other than the executive? Well, let's engage even as we start the conversation. Thank you, those who are joining us on TikTok. Please make sure you share that live, like the video, and ensure you invite somebody to join in the great conversation on Sound Candy Talk. Thank you, everyone who is joining us. We are live on Sound Candy Talk YouTube channel, Sound Candy Talk live YouTube channel, Sound Candy Talk Facebook page, as well as Sound Candy Talk X handle and TikTok. Tafadhali naomba katika sehemu yote unayotupata, shika doria, karibisha mtu, mkumbushe show imeanza na tunataka kusikia maoni yake na kujua ni kipi ambacho anakizungumzia kuhusu masuala haya ya uongozi wa William Ruto na vile hali ilivyo ya uchumi. Kisha wanazimio wanasema mambo yote ambayo yamewekwa kwa hiyo bill ama Finance Bill 2024 ni ya kukandamiza maisha ya Wakenya, kwa hivyo imekataliwa jumla. Everything about the Finance Bill 2024 is stand rejected by the Azimio leadership, and they are ordering their members of parliament to ensure that that is done. Whether that will be done or not, we wait to see. But the pressure is on. Let Kenyans rise to the occasion and stop the evil in the land. Thank you. Those who are on X, please tuendelee kukaribishana. Jana X ilivunja rekodi. It had the highest number of viewers. So we want to do the same today again. Thank you, everyone who is joining. Please, let's be active to invite and remind, and then, of course, engage in providing a way forward for this country. We are doing badly simply because we have bad leaders who are not doing what they are required to do. And last night we had a guest here and we were talking about puppet presidents in Africa who are, instead of serving the interests of the masses, they are busy serving the interests of their masters at the expense of the masses. And we seem in Kenya to have such a leader, and therefore we are at the mercy of his masters with every decision and every policy that is rolled out. How long are we going to let this go on without us rising up and saying enough is enough? Na kukaribisha, tafadhali tukaribishe mtu, kumbusha mtu kwamba show ipo. Esther Stoll, karibu kwa show. Good evening to you. Dahi Abdi, karibu kwa show. M&A, karibu kwa show. William Adilo, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwai. Tuni Muhammad 77, welcome to the show. Charles Green, welcome to the show. Asante sana kwa kuwai. Kuna huyu Jeffrey Onyapidi, karibu kwa show. Siku mingi. Aya, nashukuru kwamba tumerejea. Naomba tumakinike katika masuala haya yote tunapoanza mjadala wetu kwa fujo. Tuanze na hiyo video ya wanaazimio wakisema haya mambo hayaruhusiwi. Hii masuala imekuwa proposed kwa finance bill, yote ni vituko na tutaki haswa kujihusisha na lolote lile. Let's listen out to this and then we can dive into the conversation.
It's clear that what we are saying as Azimio is that we condemn the budget and the finance bill in total, and we actually reject it from this platform, or reject them from where we start, and are asking our members of parliament to hear it, hear the members of the public, listen to what we are telling you. You were elected to represent the people, not to represent the disaster in the name of Ruto. And why do I call him a disaster? He has reduced school feeding program by 2 billion shillings. He has reduced the education budget by 25%. Special education by 35%. The primary education by 20%. We can actually see the return of provincial administration in full swing, to the point where the chiefs are now required to ensure that you have complied with your tax requirement.
Mambo ni kama hayo. Wanaazimio wanasema budget hiyo yote na finance bill imekataliwa. Na kama ninge chambua tu kitu kidogo kwa hilo, kama vile Jeremiah Kioni, Secretary General wa Jubilee Party, anavyosema, William Ruto anavyofanya mambo yake ya masuala ya uongozi wa nchi hii inatisha. Okay? Kama unapunguza bajeti ya masomo, unapunguza bajeti ya hela ya kulisha watoto. Special education is those special children, those challenged children. You slash their budget by 35%, and you tell us you're acting in the interests of Kenyans? Hey, this is unheard of. Mr. Wangira, welcome. How are you today?
Ondugu, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm okay, sir. Welcome.
You know, that suit, you know, we want to know, you know, how much does it cost, Bernard? You know, are you a Mubezi today?
No. I'm protesting against the finance bill.
Bernard, before I talk about the finance bill,
yes, sir.
I want to talk about something. I'll talk about the finance bill, but I want to talk about something. You know, there is a syndrome in this country that has cropped up called the border to Meshiba syndrome. And because of the border to Meshiba syndrome, Bernard, we are seeing a spouse of a governor, Bernard, who is now terming, you know, villagers in his village as a nuisance, Bernard, and saying that, you know, it's the reason, you know, she has built a gym in her house, you know, because she does not want to go walking outside there, Bernard, because she's likely to meet villagers, Bernard, who are likely to disturb her. And you know, the reason why, you know, villagers will be telling her to help in 1 or 2 is because, you know, many villagers, you know, have been pushed to poverty. They have been pushed to poverty, Bernard. But, you know, as spouse of a governor, Bernard, a governor that, you know, I don't want to name him here, but, you know, talking so arrogantly about villagers who only 16 months ago voted for the husband, Bernard, and purporting that he cannot stroll, you know, the streets of the village, Bernard, because, you know, she found, you know, the villagers to be a nuisance, Bernard, you know. That is where the border to Meshiba syndrome, Bernard, has reached in this republic called Kenya. Bernard, you know, perhaps the people of Kenya have discovered that, you know, they were their own enemies. Perhaps the people of Kenya have discovered that, you know, they had failed themselves. And that's why we are seeing the reawakening, you know. I'm loving the reawakening from the ordinary people of Kenya. You know, and it does not matter which corner. You know, when I'm in Nyeri, you know, it's the same voice. When I'm in Busia, it's the same voice. You know, the people of Kenya have gotten awakened. And, you know, the people of Kenya are very, very clear. You know, they are saying that, you know, they are not against, you know, the paying of taxes, Bernard. What they are saying, you know, that they are feeling conned, Bernard. You know, the people of Kenya are saying that they are feeling conned, they are feeling betrayed. And, you know, they are saying that, you know, they have no problem, you know, paying taxes, you know, to the government of Kenya. That's what they are saying. But they are saying that, you know, Bernard, you cannot go on taxing people who don't have jobs, they're unemployed. You cannot go on taxing the poor. You cannot go taxing the peasants, Bernard. I understand that, you know, even though the village peasants, Bernard, who rear 2 or 3 chickens, Bernard, for purposes of eggs, Bernard, that, you know, when you want now to sell your eggs, Bernard, there's a system that you'll need to go through, Bernard. So they are saying that, they don't want to see, the government taxing, the homeless. And they are saying that they don't want to see that, Bernard, that where you get revenue, which does not translate to profits, Bernard, you end up being taxed. That's what they are saying. That's what the people of Kenya are saying. And the people of Kenya are saying that, the finance bill in the state in which it is in today, Bernard, is retrogressive and must be rejected. That's what the people of Kenya are saying. They are saying, Bernard, that, you cannot expand, what we call the tax base, Bernard, by taxing the people of Kenya to death. Because, what we are seeing in this government, Bernard, this is a government that wants to tax the people of Kenya to death. Bernard, the people of Kenya are saying that, before you tax us, we are not saying that we don't want to pay tax. We are ready to pay taxes, Bernard. But they are saying that before you tax us, give us jobs, Bernard. Give me a job so that I can earn an income. And if I earn an income, I'll pay my taxes. They are saying create a conducive environment, Bernard, where I can thrive in doing business, Bernard. That's what they are saying, Bernard. The people of Kenya are saying that, build industries, so that young people can get somewhere to go, Bernard. That's what the people of Kenya are saying. And the people of Kenya are saying that, trying to come up with what we call unsustainable taxes, Bernard, is equivalent to what we call, milking a rock. Trying to milk a rock, thinking that you'll get water from it, which is impossible. And they are saying that, this could lead, Bernard, to what we call a full-blown revolution, just like Wandai said the other day. So, the people of Kenya have now become what we call proactive. The other time I was accusing them for being reactive, but I'm seeing a citizenry that is proactive now, a citizenry that has gotten awakened, and they are ready to stand up for their rights. I've just seen a poster, Bernard, that, on the 18th of June, which will be next Tuesday, when Parliament reconvenes, and, I believe that's the day they'll start, debating, the finance bill. They're encouraging, the people of Kenya to go to near Parliament and send their message to tell members of Parliament to reject this particular finance bill. So, it is not going to become business as usual, because I think for William Samoei Ruto, especially for the first 1 year, things were easy. But now, the people of Kenya are not going to make it easy for him at all, because they have discovered where their mistake was. Because they have discovered that they are their own enemies, Bernard. They have discovered that they failed themselves. So the people of Kenya have decided that from today henceforth, Bernard, we are going to be our own friends, irrespective of whether I come from Muranga, whether I come from Nyeri, whether I come from Busia. We are going to become our own friends, so that we stand for our country, Bernard. Finally, Bernard, we say, you remember I told you the other time that, as much as, Mount Kenya is a dormant, volcano mountain, Bernard, but, politically, Mount Kenya remains very, very active. And, the activities, we are seeing around Mount Kenya, are interesting. And I believe they are going to shape Kenya for better. Today, Rigathi Gachagua was in Ruai, I believe. And, he came up with very funny but good sentiments, Bernard. And, I tried to, to get them verbatim, Bernard, and I believe I wrote something of what he said. He said that hata kama watu wetu ni maskini, hata kama watu wetu wako na, hata kama watu wetu ni villagers, wako na heshima yao. That's what he said. Then he went to, he was telling wakina Kimani Ichung'wah. Then he moved ahead to tell them, tuwache kutukana wananchi. So he was telling wakina Kimani Ichung'wah, tuwache kutukana wananchi. Then he told them, tuwache kukula, tumeshiba, tunawatapikia. Tuwache kukula, tumeshiba, tunawatapikia. Then he moved on. This is what caught my interest, that tuwache kama tumekula kufungua tumbo. Tuwache kama tumekula kufungua tumbo. Bernard, and that's what they are doing. These people, when, they are overeaten, There is that piece. I don't know whether you read it. I read it. I believe in primary school. The government inspector Bernard. You remember the government inspector? You know where there is the government driver, not government. It is not government inspector, but the government driver. I remember. I think it was in class 5. The government driver. You know where the government driver and the boss are all yawning. But the reason for yawning, is not the same. The government driver is yawning because he has not eaten anything. But the government, the boss is yawning because he has overfed, Bernard. So we have a scenario here whereby, Wakina Kimani Chungwa, they are behaving like, that boss, who was being driven by the government driver. And because, wameshiba sasa wanafungua tu tumbo, Bernard. Then Nani told them that, wewe kama umeshiba ni sawa tu. So he was telling wakina Kimani Ichung'wah, wewe kama umeshiba ni sawa tu. Then he went on to tell them that he went on to say, let me see what he said. I wrote it. Wale bado kula, he was meaning wale bado hawajakula wawachie heshima yao, meaning that those people who have not fed, just give them their little respect, Bernard. That's what he was telling them, Bernard, today. Then he finalized it by saying, hata kama hawana cha kukula, meaning that, the ordinary people of Kenya, hata kama hawana cha kukula, that's what, Rigathi Gachagua was telling them, wapatie tu heshima yao. So, there is, the political class, especially, the political class surrounding William Samoei Ruto, of late it has become so arrogant, We are seeing a very arrogant political class, that does not care about the welfare of the ordinary people. And, Rigathi Gachagua today is telling them that, me, that I don't have my own voice. The voice that I have is the voice of the people of Kenya. And what I speak, I speak what the people of Kenya want to hear. And, that's what he was telling them, And, do you know the reaction that came from, Kimani Ichung'wah? He was telling, Rigathi Gachagua that, at night, you are not at night nowadays you go around telling people that William Samoei Ruto will become a one-term president. So he was accusing Rigathi Gachagua for going around his community and telling the people that William Samoei Ruto will become a one-term president. But that's what the majority of Kenyans are praying for. We want to see William Samoei Ruto as a one-term president, Bernard. Who will want to see William Samoei Ruto get a second term? That's the prayer for most Kenyans, Bernard. So, these are very, very interesting times, Bernard. Very, very interesting time. And I'm loving, the proactiveness of Kenyans, Bernard. I'm loving, the proactiveness of Kenyans. Kenyans they are becoming what we call civically active. They know that they have a right to fight for. And, they are fighting for it, Bernard. And, we need to salute the people of Kenya this morning and to tell them, bravo, and ask them to continue doing the same because we want to have Kenya as a better place. Let me just stop there and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Wangira. A good outlook indeed. And it appears that the fire at State House is not going out any soon. And the Ichung'wah and team will have to reorganize themselves if they want to perpetuate their political career. There is a rumbling in the mountain, and that rumbling is going to let the rocks and the water and the wherever the soil find their level. And so whatever Gachagua is trying to do to survive, we wish him all that he wants to get. But what we see here is a redefining moment in the Kenya politics. Business as usual, I don't think will be more sustained. And then politics against the people. One thing that the Kenya Kwanza administration doesn't realize is that Kenyans are sharp in telling the snake that once bit them. Okay, they may have missed to see it during the campaign and the elections, but they can see and tell. This particular snake was once here and did this and did to us. And so the reaction of the response of the public to what is happening is going to turn the political landscape in the whole of Kenya very drastically, especially Mount Kenya. The William Ruto strategy of working through cronies and working through sycophants, I think it has already failed. And so the people are realizing that these ones were planted by Ruto, but were never their choice, and they are not carrying their interest. And then, of course, Kimani Ichung'wah and his mouth, he goes and sells himself completely, in the sense that he removes every doubt that he is a stooge for William Ruto, and there is nothing he can do for the people. And so we are in a very interesting moment, and I would love to see a vibrant and free parliament. I want to see them some walking away from William Ruto and the William Ruto spell in terms of decisions being made by the parliament and the parliamentarians. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to engage, here is the link for those who wish to get into the studio and contribute in the conversation. We are having a conversation around the Azimio decision to see to it that all the parliamentarians, there is a special memo by the Azimio leadership to all constituent parties to write official letters to all the MPs to see to it that nobody travels out of Nairobi until the finance bill is debated, the vote is taken. And so I can see the Azimio leadership is not taking any chance with the parliamentarians, and then also urging the Kenya Kwanza members of parliament to see this bill from the eyes of the ordinary mwananchi, and for once let them vote in the interest of mwananchi and not in their defense for the executive. Whether that is going to work or not, we wait and see. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want to appreciate everybody who is joining us. Please be on the forefront. I can see 44 people Sound Candid Talk, 36 people Sound Candid Talk live, 20 people on X. Let's work hard to push up all the numbers. Make sure you do so, please. 3 people on Facebook. Tafadhali push watu wa Facebook, msiniangushe. Nataka tukue mstari wa mbele. Unajua Facebook ndio inaongoza na subscribers. So hakikisha kwamba kila mmoja anatupata na anaweza kuchangia. Watu wa TikTok, watu wa nguvu, asanteni sana. Hizo likes zishafika 1000. Let's take it to 3000. There is no limit to how much you can like on TikTok. Let's like, and then of course send those roses as we continue to engage. And now, this is the phenomena that we are being treated to in the Kenyan politics. I think, Mr. Wangira, the Kenya politics is about to assume the natural course. It has been artificial for the past 2 years or so, I could say. But now it's about to assume the natural course whereby waters must find their levels, and everybody must rise up to the occasion to be known for what they are. And I think the blanket and the cover-up by lies is no longer working. And so everybody must have to shape up or shape out. So that's what we're having here at play. Let me just play this video, and then Mr. Ongera, you can come in and weigh on the same. The response by this Chief Whip.
Huko Nyeri tunarejea hapa Nairobi, tunaungana naye Seth Olale akiwa katika majengo ya bunge atupashe mengi zaidi kuhusu matayarisho ya bajeti ya leo. Seth, kama unanisikia na.
Well, we're still here waiting for that particular much anticipated arrival of the Cabinet Secretary of Finance, that is National Treasury and Economic Planning, We are just about 1 hour, 10 minutes away from that particular grand, budget statement reading right here at Parliament buildings. But even as we continue to discuss matters budget for the financial year 2024-2025, I have with me here the majority whip in the National Assembly, Silvanus Osoro. You are also here today. We saw you yesterday in that particular heated session regarding the Deputy President's travel dilemma. But today we're talking about matters money. But even before you arrived here, there were some concerns, that came to you and also a section of MPs in regards to some messages you're receiving on your mobile phone.
Yeah, it is indeed true. Somebody must have shared our contacts, right from the president downwards to all the members of parliament. And we've been receiving messages. For the record, I've actually received close to 3,000 messages trickling in every second, with 50% of them being very vulgar, insultive and weird demands, telling us, calling us MPs, others telling us you must vote as I told you.
In relation to the finance bill 2024 or budget?
Unfortunately, there is a group of people that is taking advantage of the exposure of our contacts to merely display their frustrations with us and insult us. Half of them are about the finance bill, and or 3/4 thereabout, and the rest are of course insultive, others asking for jobs, others money, but it's normal. Those are our people. We take in positively, and but we'll use our brains. The Kenyans gave us a contract, a 5-year contract, to act on their behalf. There was public participation. The report will be tabled in Parliament next week. We'll weigh the report as it is, and then vote for or against, depending on how the report will come forth. We have the interest of Kenyans at heart. We will not pass punitive laws, against, Kenyans. So they really can't. They need to cool down, relax. We are here for them. They gave us a 5-year contract. After 5 years, they'll decide whether they'll renew the contract or terminate it.
And part of that contract is lowering the cost of living and increasing the economy, quite literally. Is it part of your mandate to deliver that?
Exactly, and that we've done. When we talk about lowering the cost of living, you start from very major things. There are 3 components in life that we all went to school for. That basic needs are food, shelter, and clothing. When you talk about food, that is why we've allocated a substantial amount of money in today's budget towards agriculture. And we've raised, in as much as there is debate on deduction from the last year's budget of about 2-3 billion, that has been mitigated by the addition of about 20 billion to the county's allocation funds, because agriculture is largely devolved. And that we are doing ideally. I mean, you remember when we came into Parliament in this very term, there was an issue of UNGA being very high. It is no longer high as we are speaking right now. So ideally, there is an effort by members of Parliament and the executive to make sure that we lower the cost of living in terms of representing our people. We are really pushing for that.
Even as we push for that, Mheshimiwa Osoro, there are also concerns because, we're talking today about budget, but from this, we'll be talking about finance bill, which is actually meant to fund the budget that is going to be read today. When we talk about the high cost of living, and you have budget proposals, tax proposals that have been introduced in this particular finance bill 2024, including the latest one, the increment in the road levy maintenance fee. This one really, because if you affect infrastructure, and if you affect basic commodities such as increase of levy on vegetable oils and, excess duty on bread and all that, it basically means the cost of living will not go down.
Kenyans are very ambitious people. We are ambitious by nature. And even their leaders are also ambitious. There is nothing separated. It's what makes Kenyans. And we have a very ambitious budget. And that ambitious budget must have a source to fund it.
Is it Mwananchi centered? That is all everyone is asking.
Generally what we would say is that we have to find a way to fund our budget. However, we will not get to the point where we punish or make it so retributive that Kenyans are not able to go to work. For example, things to do with bread. That has been a debate that every Kenyan is saying that we do not want tax on debate. We agree with them. I mean, a tax on bread. And we agree with them. We do not want to add something, an extra for purposes of raising revenue on bread. And we agree with them. Let it come to the House.
Baby diaper and sanitary towels through the eco levy.
That is true. We are getting into the nitty-gritties and clause by clause once the report by the committee. Because the Committee of Finance has been collecting views from the public, members of the public, for the past 2 weeks. Okay. They have not, the proposals of the finance bill come from the executive. Yes. Then they get to us in the National Assembly through the Finance Committee. For a period of about 2-3 weeks, they collect views from the members of the public regarding what the executive proposed. They'll have dropped, by the time it gets to the House, they'll have dropped several clauses that Kenyans are raising issue about before it gets to the floor of the House. And I've assured them, especially things to do with the bread and such, be certain that we will not pass a punitive finance bill, but we must pass the finance bill. It will only make sure that those clauses that are contentious are dropped. There are clauses about vehicles, there are clauses about bread, as I've said. There are clauses about diapers and everything. That is debatable, if not entirely dropped, at least reduced. But we must fund the budget that we want to pass today. We must.
You better address that so that not to receive more messages. Okay? Okay, thank you so much. That has been...
Mambo ni kama hayo, wabunge wako under pressure, wananchi wameamua lazima waongeleshe moja kwa moja. Kwa hivyo kila mmoja lazima ajitahidi. Huyu anaitwa Osoro, mmojawapo wa viongozi wa UDA kwa bunge, na anatoa maoni yake hapo. Anasema ashapokea almost 3000 messages. Nataka hizo messages ziendelee ni kwa kila mbunge. Kuna msemo ambao umesemwa na Eugene, atakuwa tunacheza video baadaye, kwamba huwa tunasema mulika mwizi, lakini saa hii tulenge tochi yetu kwa mbunge. Mulika mbunge wako, hakikisha kwamba anaenda kusimama na ukweli na haki ya Mkenya katika masuala haya ya finance bill. Namuona Innocent amefika. Vipi Innocent?
Salamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Waambaje?
Kwema, twashukuru.
Wengine na kusalamia pia. Na watu wa keyboard huko nyuma. Mimi niko salama, nilikuwa nimetembea kidogo. Nilikuwa unajua sasa vile nilipatiwa kasi kubwa, nimetembea kuwatafutia pesa hii Kenya yetu. Ndio nijaribu kuona kama.
Nimesikia pia umetumia private jet tena. Nilikuwa nafikiria kila mtu amerudi Kenya Airways, Gachagua.
Hai, hapana, hiyo ni ya watu wadogo kama Gachagua. Watu kama sisi wadosi tuna yetu bana, sisi lazima tupande yetu tukienda. So anyway, I've been good. Nimeshinda tu nikoangalia mkichapa kazi na Wangira na wengine. Net yangu ilikuwa chini kidogo, so nikasema tu nitakuwa nawasikiza juu nikiingia inakatika. Otherwise wa Kenya nafikiri wameendelea vizuri. Si tulikuwa tumesema tunataka kutafuta njia zingine, sio lazima tutumie baba kutoa pesa. Sasa tulisema wa Kenya ndio wanaweza hii kazi, and I thank God that people have come up with new strategies. Namba zimewekwa mtandao bana kama maji. Unaona mpaka Osoro na complain. Nilisipata na mimi nikatumia watu, nimeforwardia watu paka Silasia peke yake amepata 40,000 shillings. Mtu anatuma one bob ku confirm kama hiyo itatoa ile jina ya huyo mbunge. So Silaje was complaining that ashapata 40,000 shillings juu kila mtu anatuma one bob ku confirm kama ni yake. I think mali wa Kenya wamefika sasa, hata watumi pesa saizi, wameanza kutuma messages because wamerealize kumbe ni ya ukweli, hiyo namba ni ya MP, so wameanza kutuma. But the first minutes watu walikuwa wanatuma one bob ku confirm kama ni ya mbunge wao kweli ama ni nani. But that's a good strategy. Hata Azimio wamekuja kugundua baadaye what Kenyans were doing ndio nao wakakuja wakaisema pia, lakini hiyo kitu ilianza kitambo, sio leo, ilianza juzi. Kuna watu walikuwa wameanzisha wakaendelea, ndio wakatumana, ndio Azimio ilikuja kupata kuna kitu inaendelea, so nao wakashikilia njiani, nao wameongeza nguvu kidogo, but that's good. Hii finance bill ni kama inalete noma bana. Niliona Wamuchoma peke yake akiongea ati sisi ni watu wa UDA na hawasaini ni wheelbarrow. Akaanza kuchambua wheelbarrow vile mguu peke yake, akaambia ile mguu ya wheelbarrow ilikuwa inanunuliwa 750 to 800, na akasema vile imeongezwa tax imeenda 1700, means imeenda more than one. Alikuwa anasema sijui ni 125% increase. So alikuwa anasema sasa kama tulitumia wheelbarrow na wheelbarrow peke yake imepanda, na akaanza kusema wheelbarrow tunatumia kupeleka chai, kubebea avocado, kuuza. Watu kama sisi huko kwetu Kisii ndio tunatumia kuuza miwa. So she was just narrating the story vile wheelbarrow peke yake imeongezwa tax. And then another guy naye alikuwa anaongea hii finance bill vile imeongezeka pia, akasema raba peke yake inauza kila kitu, like ukinunua kama ni gari, raba ni kama kila mahali, kuna mahali raba iko, inaanzia miguu, inakuja kwa shocks, inakuja kwa, yani raba kwa gari peke yake inatumiwa sijui ngapi. So alikuwa na count how many taxes gari peke yake imekuwa tax. Juu ukienda kama ni kioo unaweka, kuna raba inapita huko ndio ishike kioo. Ukikuja yani kila mahali akaanza kusema hii taxiwe hapa, hii taxiwe kuja hapa, ikuje hapa. Unapata gari peke yake it's even more than 50% of the vehicle. Juu ukianza kuimport kutoka ng'ambo ikuje mpaka Kenya nini, iweke mafuta, itaksiwe, yani ukiangalia mpaka unashangaa ni nini. So hii vile Osoro anatuambia ati wanataka iende bungeni ndio waanze kuangalia, waanze kuitoa. Sisi I don't think tunataka waende kutoa, hatujawaambia those people who are sending SMS ama WhatsApp. We are not saying that waende kutoa vipengele zenye sio mzuri. Si tunataka kwanza iangushe yote, ianze vizuri. Hatutaki finance bill ipite hata kidogo, iangushe yote tena waanze vizuri from beginning. So that's what I believe is the best way forward. Thank you Bernard, my introductory part.
Okay, asante sana bwana Innocent, we appreciate that. And Wakenya wakamatie chini ili hawa watu watekeleze wajibu wao. Wewe ukipewa kazi kufanya na unataka kufanya, unasukumwa. Kama Innocent, najua ulilima na ng'ombe. Ng'ombe zikivuruta jembe alafu kuna ile ng'ombe kurutu. Badala ivurute mbele, inavuruta ikirudi nyuma. Inachapwa ndio isonge mbele. So vile wabunge wamekataa kutekeleza wajibu wao, Wakenya wachukue mijeledi, wawachape, wavurute ukipeleka ile sehemu inapaswa kwenda. And it's important that Kenyans wake up to the reality of what we are faced with. We're having a regime here that is well described by the what Wangira said here yesterday about the headline for, I think, the People Daily. Mhm. Broad daylight robbery. What we have is not a government. We have a gangster government that wants to rob Kenyans in broad daylight, and then they pretend that they are serving Kenyans. So we have every reason to be up in arms. So before I bring Wangira, just a reminder, please, let's be on the forefront to invite each other. And if you have not subscribed to Sound Candy Talk, please subscribe. Subscribe ni muhimu, na like video, vote, comment, all that helps. So there are many ways to support us, but the more practical and immediate support for the channel is make sure you subscribe. If you are not a subscriber, you like the video actively, and then comment, and then of course share it with new people so that you can bring in new traffic, and that helps us with our ranking on YouTube, and that helps us, YouTube logarithm will be able to pick up when different people react on the video. Now YouTube picks it up and then begin to share. Like when you like your handles, then all your friends will be notified by YouTube. So we get more people to view and learn by just you liking the video or commenting on the video. So tafadhali naomba tu tufuate maagizo, tutekeleze wajibu wetu. Na nashukuru wote watu wa TikTok, asanteni sana. X tunaendelea vizuri, 23 people. X jana tulienda mpaka 88 people. So tujitahidi kubuild hiyo lineup ikae huko juu ili tusipotee ama tusirudi chini tena. Now the big question, or rather the poll question we are asking tonight: do you support Kenyans putting MPs under pressure against the Finance Bill 2024? On Sound Candy Talk Live, 38 people have cast their vote, and of the 38 people who have cast their vote, 95% say yes, 5% say no, and 38 people have cast their vote, but only 19, that is 50%, have liked the video. So please make sure before you cast your vote, you like the video. It's important. Let's see on this main channel and see how we have voted on the same question, and then I bring in Wangira to share his second part of the submission. Okay, here we seem to have more people who have cast their vote. Let me just get the refreshed version. 62 people have cast their vote. Do you support Kenyans putting MPs under pressure against the Finance Bill 2024? 94% of the 62 votes, 94% say yes, 6% say no. More of the same. And of the 62 people, only 28 have liked the video, another almost 50%. So tafadhali, wale watu wa kuignore kulike video, tafadhali mnatuumiza. Tunataka wewe ulike video kwanza, alafu upige kura yako, then uendelee kucomment, na hiyo itasaidia kwa njia kubwa. Okay, God bless you. Thank you, everybody. As we continue to engage, let me now bring in Mr. Wangira to share his second part. Mr. Wangira, before we went for a break or so, we were talking about the members of parliament being pressurized by the public. Will the public prevail? The MPs will go against the public?
Let me start by, saying something about the clip you have just played, where that gentleman called Osoro being interviewed. Osoro, I think, is the chief whip for the majority side. And, since he was elected as chief whip, Bernard is among those people who have grown horns. And when I say grown horns, I mean grown horns. It's in public domain on how he has been behaving of late, especially in his home turf of Kisii. Then I've just listened to him, and he was saying that they were given a 5-year contract. True, they were given a 5 years contract, But what are they doing with that 5 years contract, Bernard? What you do with the contract is what matters. Is not the contract per se, but what you do with the contract is what matters. Then he's saying that they are not going to pass punitive laws. We already know that we have punitive laws in this country, and we unless you are new in Jerusalem, Bernard, we know very very well that the finance bill of 2023 was punitive. Finance bill 2023 was punitive. And this one, 2024, is likely to be even more punitive. So, I don't understand when it means that, they are not going to pass punitive laws. Bernard, what caught my eyes was, when he talks about, Kenyans being ambitious people and this being an ambitious budget. Bernard, it's very good to be ambitious, but, ambitions as ambitions, should not, dictate how you do things. Life goes beyond ambitions. Ambitions, must get other ingredients, Bernard, for it to work. Bernard, I was, just to borrow up from what he calls ambition. Bernard, I was listening to Kalonzo Musyoka, where he said that, when you see the 1 billion shilling that has been factored in our appropriation, for the next financial year, when you analyze the 1 billion shillings, Bernard, you'll see that is what we call, budgeted corruption. So, is this the ambition, Bernard, that Osoro is talking about? Is this the ambition that he's talking about? You remember I told you yesterday that it's very easy, to go onto the appropriation act, Bernard, and try, crossing out what is not necessary. And already Kalonzo Musyoka seems to have worked out and, to have worked it out, and he has come out with 1 billion, Bernard, that is not necessarily, in this particular appropriation bill. And, Bernard, if we were to remove 1 billion shillings from our budget, that will reduce it to around 3 point something trillion. And, that will mean that, perhaps we'll not need things like, motor circulation tax. We'll not need things like the eco tax, the one that my brother, Innocent was talking about, that will make, that wheel for the wheelbarrow to become expensive. So, it's about living within our means, Bernard. This issue of ambitions, some of us have ambitions, Bernard. I personally have an ambition to own a chopper one day. But where things stand today, Bernard, I cannot push those ambitions beyond the limits. Unless I want to do what the people daily yesterday called daylight robbery, Bernard. So through this through the finance bill and through the appropriation bill, Bernard, I agree with that headline that what this particular government is doing, Bernard, to the people of Kenya is robbery without violence, Bernard. They are just robbing the people of Kenya without violence. And that's why, I applaud, the move by, the Azimio La Umoja, where they have said that they have instructed each and every member of parliament from their side not to take a foreign trip, Bernard, until a vote is taken on the finance bill. And already, Sifuna has written to the 89 members of ODM, instructing them to do the same, Bernard. So it's a good move, and I am in support of that move, Bernard. For the first time, Bernard, we must tell the government that you cannot always have your way. They have always been having their way, and this is the time to tell the government that you cannot always have their way. And we want members of parliament to help the people of Kenya in telling the government that the government cannot always have its way, Bernard. Let me just stop there and allow Lala to come in.
Okay, asante sana Mr. Ongiro, we appreciate that. And it's very encouraging the way the effort is being put, and you can see the spirit and the hearts of Kenyans are not sitting back. I think they are regretting not to have done enough during the finance bill 2023. There was some sort of layback, but now we can see that it's full-fledged war, and they are willing to go to any length. one such act is this young man here who tried to grab the briefcase from, was it the briefcase, or to ensure to frustrate the reading of the budget, and now he was in court. While he is in court before the judge, you hear him speak, and you notice he has crossed that bar. There is reaching what is called the point of no return. There is no dangerous man than a man who has nothing to lose. Hearing the young man and hearing by his spirit and his heart the way he's speaking, it is a picture of what's going on the ground in terms of Kenyans having reached their ultimate. Let me just bring in that, and then Reverend Lala, you can take it from there.
Be ruled like this, being ruled by sick people, by mad people, by liars and thieves and criminals. These are the people who are in power in Kenya, in Africa. That is the situation we are living in. That is kind of life we are living in. That's why people are dying and nobody cares. Poor people are suffering, nobody cares. So I don't know what's the role of the government. I don't know. I want to know today, what's the role of the government? To protect the people or to kill the people or to make the people suffer? I think we have failed our people. The government has failed, everybody has failed. We have also failed ourselves. I don't know, my concerns will not allow me to keep silent. And at any time, at any moment. I don't know whether this is going to come up anywhere, but we must have this debate. We must have this conversation. We cannot continue living in fear. I see a lot of fear in this country, a lot of fear in the courts. Just yesterday, we saw a magistrate who was shot by a police officer. I want to speak, my dear friends. I want to speak because when you try to tell me to keep silent, my heart is burning. It's burning because of this country. Because for 60 years, we have been living like we are not human beings, like we are half human beings. We are considered like children of a lesser God. Now, this cannot continue. It cannot continue in any way. We are ruled by a minority that does not care for the interests of the majority. Politicians are liars and thieves, and they have stolen our freedom, they have stolen our minds, they have stolen our land, they have stolen our future. Politicians are established in lies and failed promises. We are victims of lies and failed promises, deferred hopes and blasted dreams for 60 years. I don't know what will happen. I don't know whether you're going to sentence me. I'm ready to be sentenced for 100 years. But I'm going to keep speaking the truth until the day I leave this world. We cannot continue living like this. My dear friends, we must resist. Resistance is the only way for this country, for Africa. People are dying everywhere. Even in Congo, people are suffering.
Now, that is a picture of, that's Julius Kimani, one of the protesters who was protesting at the parliament, and he was arrested. Now he was being arraigned in court. And you can see how he's speaking, his heart out, and he's ready to go to any length to see change. And when you hear and see what that is depicting, what is the temperature in the country, any serious government should be concerned. But look at the attitude of including the judge. Although the judge seemed to be worked up, it's important that we look at things more keenly before we brush them off. The aspect of the judges being lords and being master, and people should go and bow before them, I think we should review that. We should review that. Mahali wa Kenya wamefika. Yes, Mr. Wangire, unasemaje? Reverend Lala, you need to check your gadget.
I just wanted to ask, whether he was given bond. Was he given bond?
I don't know. I didn't follow up the whole thing, but you see the way his lawyers are trying to control him, and he got to the nerve of the judge. So I don't know what the judge decided, but look at the young man. He says, "I'm ready to be sentenced. Even if you want to sentence me 100 years, it's still okay. But I cannot allow this to continue. So we are coming to a place as a country where there will be no more sacred places and revered places where you keep silent. That's going on in court. And then by citing out what happened in Makadara, that young man is asking for too much. Reverend Lala. Unmute.
And the team Wangera and Innocent na wenzangu wote, amjambo. I think I want to continue the theme that I started with yesterday, and that is looking at Kenya, our politics, our economy, through the eyes of trauma. Because if we don't see trauma, then we are in trouble, and it has to be addressed. All of us know that you cannot, we know how violent our Kenya police are, and most of us generally have been afraid even to try to intimidate them. But it seems as if there is a boldness that is coming out, and I think it's coming out of trauma that people are in. It's like, remember those lepers in the Old Testament? When the lepers were not supposed to be in the city because they're contagious, so they're outside. And then now there was a war, and the city, the boundaries, the borders of the cities were locked, and so the lepers stayed outside. So if the enemy comes, they're the first people to go. But then God did something to the enemy. They began to kill themselves. And the lepers were out there. They watched and realized nothing was going on the other end. And so these lepers, these sick people, you see, they had nowhere to go to. They couldn't get into the city because they are lepers, you know, and the only other place is to try to go there where there was trouble. And finally, they got the courage, and they went there and found out that there was so much in there. In other words, people have come to a point where there's nowhere to retreat to, okay? They have to go forward. And this is what actually I'm seeing right now. When I saw that young man confront the police, he knew the police are bad. He could beat and do whatever, but he didn't care, okay? When that man shot, the police officer shot the judge, naturally we don't like police, and so we start wondering, you know, what's going on here. But when you think a little bit deeper, based on what we know about Kenya, what we know happens behind the closed doors, we know that in any case, most of those cases, there is somebody who's trying to do something, a monkey business take place behind the scene. And so you can imagine what may have been playing behind the scene. And so Kenyans are looking at what's going on, and you bet not everybody think it is clear cut. This man is crazy doing ABC. People start wondering what was really going on behind the scene. Okay, so with trauma, it seems as if people have gone through those experiences. They look around and they realize that for my son to get a job, my daughter to get a job, I got a bribe, or my daughter got to sleep with somebody. In fact, there's a lady confessing, I think, on the television of, you know, I think this is Nigeria though, where she slept a lot of professors to get her degree. Okay, so people have come to a point where there is nowhere to retreat. because it's all been poisoned. So in other words, the only place that you have to try to go to is forward, to go to the jugular, to go to where the problem is. If I die, let me die. But I know I may get something. And so I think this is exactly what is happening. So we must look at the Kenyan situation through trauma. And that's a warning to all of us. A warning to some of us who think we are okay. We are not safe. Even some of us, when we think we have things gonna get better, we are not safe, because this is an anger that comes out of trauma, PTSD, that is so hard to control. Let me give you an example. I was in a Bible college or a seminary, okay, and there was a young man. I was in charge of chapel, giving time for people to preach. So I thought this young man from Uganda, would be, this is his chance to preach. So I put his name. I thought he would be very happy. He almost attacked me. He said, "How can you? This is a guy who was used to being ridiculed. He went under Idi Amin time and he went through a hard time. So everything he sees is as if people are anti him, even when you try to help him." Kenyans are in that place where it is difficult to know who is my friend and not my friend. Look at the legislators. Okay, these are our so-called MPs and others. They are there for hire. People don't no longer trust them because they are going to side with there's a lot of money. And so people like to know exactly what to do. Buy them, give them something in their pocket. And you know what? They will do exactly what Ruto is telling them. But because of this anger in Wananchi, even judges, I think they are thinking twice before they take somebody's money. Because you do it, they're coming for you. That's the point that people are going to be, where they will even come back and ask for their money they gave you when the bribe they gave you. And it is something is happening. And let me say this. Most of the things that are happening, maybe take the spiritual route, they begin in the household of God. When you see God exposing preachers, know that is coming for others, like judges and others. God is no respecter of person, and there's nothing we'll do without revealing to his prophet. So we are being exposed as preachers, and there are a lot of things that are going on in the church, and the very thing you see in the church is coming. And so judges, you policemen taking money out, being the thing that you will be protected when you are taking money and you're protected at the gate because you got a police officer watching you get, yet you're taking bribe on the inside. The very police officer, I think the warning, I think with that shooting is that you cannot trust a traumatized individual because they have got nothing to lose. Their children are not in school, okay? They can't afford school fees, okay? They are not eating, they're eating one meal a day, whatever, and you come and play around with them. And even to those policemen who stand by the roadside, taking money out, that's why some of the motorists are angry. And the young people are. So it is a warning for all of us that we must do things the right way. We have to do it. And I think that's a spiritual message that God is sending out very, very clear to those legislatures, legislative bodies, what they are doing, whether in Senate or in the House or in the county assemblies and others, that God is not a man that you can mock him. And I think that's the message. Let me get back to you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you very much, Reverend Lola. Interesting indeed, and of course, sound in the sense that we have to relook at what we do. There is nothing we do that doesn't have lasting consequences, either to ourselves or to those around us. And public leadership will have us realize that those offices that we are entrusted in, those responsibilities on our shoulders, are not child's play. And when it comes to public order, we better deal responsibly. We better deal responsibly. We've been treated to, I would say, half-baked leadership in this country, and I think it is Ruto's wish to normalize that half-baked leadership. We are quickly dropping from pursuit for excellence and settling for mediocrity. And of course, leaders finding excuses. Listening to Ichungwa today with his new narrative of now Gachagua is undermining Ruto and going at night saying that Ruto is a one-term president. Eh, this sabotage, this undermining, this excuse after excuse, it's clear that these people have no agenda in terms of improving the livelihood of Kenyans. They are just in that office to loot and destroy the livelihood of Kenyans. And that's why Kenyans need to see them for what they are, not what they pretend to be, for what they are. And William Ruto is quickly snatching the development of this country from the hands of the people back to his pocket. He wants to be that benevolent goddess or god that goes around distributing Papa Christmas, distributing goodies, and Kenyans clapping for him. He's so much entrenched into the Moism that he can't think anything else. How can you serve under Kibaki, serve under Uhuru, and still want to go back to Moism? It beats all understanding. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to engage, let's not relent. And I would like to see us, doing much to help the growth of the channel. So tafadhali uliza jirani yako kama amesubscribe. Kama haja subscribe, hakikisha amesubscribe. And then also we want you to join as members. The more you join us, more people join as members, it also helps with our ranking. And we are all doing very poorly in terms of supporting the channel with our contributions, and we are behind on most of our bills. So nawaomba tu tusisahau kwamba bills kuna zile recurrent, like today we are already 15th. By 16th we are supposed to pay $35 for StreamYard. That one, the card, as soon as that date arrives, the card receives the signal. So if you have not updated the card, tunaanza kupewa hii signal. You'll those of you admins, ukikuja unapata imeandikwa hapo red, payment is yet to be done. So tafadhali ningependa, without necessarily interrupting the show and having to talk to us, I want us to responsibly deal with this issue of bills on a more practical way, because there is a small what is it called? Is it a skit or a poem? There was a job anybody could do, and everybody thought that someone would do, and it ended up nobody doing it because everyone thought someone else did it. So ile hali ambayo kila mtu ame sit back anangoja mwingine afanye, and in the process mimi ndio nabaki hapa nashindwa sasa, nitachagua token ama nichague wifi na mambo kama hayo, and at times it's very frustrating. So tafadhali, let's all pull together the way we have always done, and if everybody did their part, we will not stress anybody. And I don't think what we do here is stressful in terms of you voluntarily contributing to what you enjoy. There is nothing stressful about that. And so please, let's just rise up to the occasion and live up to our responsible name. When we are getting, or rather calling Ruto to order by calling him irresponsible, and we are not acting responsibly in a small matter like this, then we are part of the problem, of which I don't want to preach us into it. Let's just own up the channel, do everything in our power, see to it that it runs, okay? We will do much better if everybody played their role without having to be pressurized. So tafadhali, leo nataka I'm owing, the channel should have had 3 new not new subscribers, new members. Kuna watu wengi tu hapa wajajoin kama member, although kuna wale ambao wanasema they have a problem with their wherever the country where they are. Somebody was asking whether must the transaction be done in dollars. Yes, it has to be in dollars because it is a YouTube project, and it is charged in dollars, but you can join with whatever currency. They will just be converted to dollars. So that should not be an issue. Bora unatumia your debit card or your credit card or whichever online transaction that is options that are available on the YouTube options. Otherwise, I want to salute everybody, and let's keep our vigilance. Let's keep our vigilance. Let's call and sensitize the people. As the bill gets back to the House, let Kenyans be on the alert. Mother of all mandamano is cooking. Let's be part of the same. So I get back to Innocent shortly before we go tumsikilize Queen amefika. Innocent?
Yeah, Bernard, from the clip,
Mm.
surely the Kenyans are fed up. I can't say that they have no option. They have options. You can see what they are doing. They have decided to take the bull by its own. And exactly, they are telling the government that whatever you are doing is not right. So it's high time that you stop whatever you want to bring forth, whatever you want to force to the Kenyans. They are showing it directly. Even you can see at the court. The gay has been told to cool down by the lawyer, but he cannot. Even the lawyer ameshindwa kumstopisha. And this is how frustrated the Kenyans are. And Julius has been doing a lot for Kenyans. It's high time that the same way we said Baba has been doing a lot for Kenyans. It's also high time that other Kenyans also follow suit so that they can rescue the country. And from the WhatsApp, as we've said, that's a good strategy, and we should not leave it there. Hatutawachia hapo peke yake. Now, since the people have the number, we will disturb them until they change the number. We will write messages until they change the number. You know, it has reached up a point where by now Kenyans are not keeping quiet, they are even abusing them. Wanaambia nyinyi ni bure. Yani they are telling them anything they think befits them. So our MPs, if they are sleeping, now we should not even stop there. I heard even minority leader Opio telling the other MPs, akawambia, this is how revolution starts. This is how revolution starts. But let them not just show, yani talk about it. Let them act. Let the Kenyans act now. I wish we could have some good pressers the way Baba did ile ya Safaricom. You remember Safaricom? People moved out of Safaricom, and within 1-2 days, Safaricom had made losses. they had made losses. So we should look for some of these strategies that we can use, hata kama ni kuacha kutumia whatever anything they will increase, tunasema tuache kutumia, so that we affect the economy directly. And I know some things are very hard to stop using them, like ukitaka kutravel now unajua lazima utumie gari and there are places you cannot foot, you lazima utumie gari. So if they increase the fuel, sometimes you might not find the way you can make the, yani you cannot utilize the vehicle. So there are places where we have options, like in marketing we say, if you have an option of taking porridge other than tea leaves, then you take porridge, ama you take coffee, ama you take cocoa, you take chocolate. You see, these are options you can use. So some of these taxes which they will bring, I believe there are areas we can also forfeit, and we see things working better. I remember one of the person explaining it better for us, how we should forfeit the some of these items that they are bringing forth, na akasema 2027 tuangalie those MPs wenye watapiga yes, na tuongojee kabisa, tuseme they are coming, na kama ni kukula pesa akasema we should, hiyo pesa yenye wataletea watu wakule na wawapige nje. You know, the moment they start realizing that you can be kicked out, wataanza kushika adabu. From even Gachagua, you see even what people were abusing Gachagua. Gachagua unajua siku hizi ameanza kuwa clever bana. You abuse him, unamtukana sijui mtu wa village, na naambia hiyo village is using the same words the MPs are doing, and unaona watu saizi wamerudi nyuma, wameanza I think sympathy ama kuenda kupanda ile ndege, hata MPs ameenjoy ati sanduku yenye amebeba ni sanduku gani, but he knows what he's doing. It's working. I'm telling you, if you look at Mount Kenya saizi, people are not ready to vote in UDA. Wamesema hata kama ni nini. There is a clip nilikuwa naangalia, walikuwa wanasema Ruto aende, hatutaki Ruto kap. You see, people are frustrated, and hata kama ni kuiba, wataiba hizi kura. Nikwambie mahali tunaelekea, hata ukiiba siwezi jaa kikabu, haiwezi jaa kikabu hata kidogo. So watakuja kushangaa, and that's why I was telling Bernard, it's very easy, by the way, it's very easy even to change the present government. Ni kushika tu Wakenya, mnashikana wote, mnasema we are not voting this person, na mnatoa mtu wenu na mnampigia. It has happened in many areas. Meru uliona ule kakijana Kenya kalivotiwa, kakaingishwa ndani. Hapa Kiambu, hapa juzi tu by election, walilete mtu mwingine mwenye hata hajasoma hata nini, hata kama alikuwa wauda, but you see they can change. So Kenyans can change. The only thing nilikuwa nasema we need to strengthen ile ya ku recall. We should start recalling our MPs wakicheza. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana. A good suggestion, and there was also a suggestion on the, what is it called? Before we even boycott the items or the taxed items, somebody was suggesting that since now we know members of parliament and the members of parliament who are supporting this bill, we know what business they have. We should begin by boycotting their businesses so that they personally suffer first before other Kenyans start suffering. So those who are running their restaurant, we decampaign people from eating in those restaurants. Those who are running their bars or whichever businesses they are running, we decampaign people from going there. Since they are public enemies, let the public react against them. I understand Nani is struggling to pick up his business in Kisumu, Jalang. When he went to State House, the the businesses he was running in the name of ODM, as in his being in good books with ODM, all of them are not working, including the one here in town where we used to go to eat fresh, wherever fish. So we have options as Kenyans, and let's maximize those options, not to sit back and say there is nothing we can do. There is always something we can do, and let's start doing it right away. So nimlete nani?
You know, Joe Bernard, can I
Yes.
just make a statement?
Quickly, please.
Jalango is a comedian, and comedy is one of those talents or gifts that people have that you see, people listen because they can believe you that you're so innocent, you're just playing characters. But when you start making crafty decisions, even your comedy is no longer exciting anymore because people don't see what they used to see. So I think even in terms of professional, as a comedian, he has lost big time. So he's not just losing his business, but he's also losing his gift of comedy. Thanks.
Welcome, Queen Mo, for your contribution.
Hello, everybody. How are you? Starting with Sir Bernard, Pastor Bernard, our good friend, Mr. Innocent, Pastor Lola. Pastor Lola, are you a pastor? You are, yes.
Yes, he's a pastor.
Oh, yes. Okay. We have two pastors. We are safe. We are safe with Jesus. Amen. Okay, now, guys, Kwanzaa, I had to get myself out of sleep. Why do you start so late, Bernard? Why? Why do you start so late? Hata kama nilianza nilianza wimbo ingine. I like music. I started singing. Wakenya msichoke. Wakenya msichoke. Pambano mtandao. Wakenya msichoke. Pambano mtandao. Pambano mtandao, pambano mtandao, Wakenya msilale. Pambano mtandao, Wakenya msilale. Pambano mtandao, pambano mtandao. Now the mtandao is where we are going. It is here on the mtandao. Isn't it, guys? Thank you very much for let's be singing, and also remember we have to changamka. All of you guys who are in the comment section, we recognize you as well. Thank you for being here. Those of you who are in Kenya, thank you for being here so late at night. We cannot afford to sleep when our house is burning. We cannot afford to sleep. We have to wake up, and this is our sacrifice. If you're not going to end up on the streets, you better at least get up and give 1-2 hours to the streets of Sound Candid Talk and other people, okay, who are trying to save our country. Yeah, it is our responsibility. It is our social right and a responsibility. So, our ancestors, they fought for this. Yeah, we have to continue the fight. We are going to get tired. Like today, I was up all last night, with Bernard, and I believe it was Magara, what is his name? And I was so tired this morning. Today, I was exhausted, But, I thank to God because God blessed my exhaustion. you know. God bless my exhaustion. So I came home and I slept earlier, then I woke up to join this platform. Anyway, let's get back to the point. So karibuni sana kila mtu, na leo I want to discuss one thing. I know I don't know where you've reached, because at some point I wasn't following, but I believe we are talking about the current finance bill, and I've been trying to follow what's going on. Today I was talking to some friends and I was showing Sound Counted Talk to one of my other friends. I believe he'll also be joining, him and his wife. I was showing them yesterday's discussion, and you know, we have to share with other people so that they know that there's a platform where they can contribute. Yeah. Okay, so this one is talking about NHIF to SHIF. You know, tunajua kwamba there was a problem with NHIF because there's a lot of liabilities with NHIF. NHIF kuna mahospitali ambayo watu hawa, I mean, hazikuwa zinachukua cards za members of NHIF. Okay, so my question about moving and this quick move, you know, this almost desperation to move to SHIF from NHIF, what happens to those liabilities? Already tulisikia kwamba there was an interview today, actually. The guest was Mr. Who? The guest was Timothy Olwenyi. He's the chair of the Social Health Authority, okay, in the Situation Room today on Spice FM. And he was telling us, this gentleman called Dr. Timothy, he was actually grilled very seriously by Ndu, by Ndu and the team. They were asking him, now what happens to those bills, those pending bills that have not been paid to the hospitals? What's going to happen to those, yeah? And he says, okay, well, we're in the process of clearing them, but because of the economy, you know, the situation is hakuna pesa, basically, ndio alikuwa anasema, eh? So these people, they are relying on the goodwill of the hospitals to actually, you know, provide services to those people who are going to be on the SHIF, who will be contributing members. So what I understood, NHIF itakuwa, you know, just a kind of like the same old free system for the people who cannot contribute, for those who are below the scale. Alafu hii ingine NHIF ni kama itakuwa on a sliding scale according to your capacity. Sasa walikuwa naulizwa, how are you going to be able to assess people's wealth or ability to pay? You know, so they said something about, you know, biometrics, watachukua our IDs, we have to register again. For those people on NHIF waliambiwa kwamba wataregister through I mean, it will make it easier through mtandao, lakini wengine kama sisi ambao hatuko on those things because maybe you're living abroad, you're not on NHIF. If you have to go to SHIF, it means that you have to line up somewhere, give your biometrics, then they have to assess your wealth. How are they going to assess your wealth? You know, and then they will charge you 2.7% or something percent of your wealth, or percent of your income for the year. And that is what you're going to have to pay into the SHIF. I said to myself, you know, it sounds like a really beautiful thing. It sounds like a game changer, because tunajua kwamba a lot of people have had to sell their land, their houses. They have become broke and poor because of, you know, disease and chronic conditions. Lakini, the problem is, how can we trust a government that they're not going to squander this money? That's number one. How can we trust the government that they're actually going to furnish that account, NHIF, with the funding that is needed to pay for those ones who are not able to pay? You know, how can we trust the government that they're going to hire enough staff, doctors and nurses, in all the county hospitals, in all the facilities? How are we going to stop people from registering new institutions like hospitals and clinics just so that they can contribute, they can benefit from this system? Yeah, how are we going to stop people? Because kuna watu ambao wataanza sasa hospitali. Hospitali sasa ndio itakuwa biashara kabisa. This is going to be the newest business in town, you know? Open your pharmacy because you can now supply to the government. Open your hospital because you can now supply to the government. Now, depending on who you know, you can get, you know, authorization to start a new hospital. And this is going to be the big money maker. And you know who's going to be the ultimate beneficiary? Is going to be Big Pharma. Big Pharma, because they're going to be selling medications to Kenyans, right? Because more Kenyans are going to be sick, they're going to be needing the services, and there'll be fewer people, so many Kenyans will be coming in with chronic conditions, and Big Pharma is the ultimate winner, and the government because of tax. So my question is, how are we going to, what are your views about this? Maybe for Bernard, Innocent, and Lola, what do you say? Maybe I don't have all the answers, of course.
Okay, thank
kuwa a little bit summary.
It's okay. You came in good time, so you will exhaust your 2,500. You have, I think, you have used 500, so we are owing you 2,000. But thank you. The rush in the change of the health fund in the country is suspect. Suspect because it's a realignment of corruption. Realignment of corruption. We're just changing names, but same devils, and they are all hyenas opening their mouth like this, waiting for that new system so that they can commit the old sin in the new system. Assessing people's wealth. Where are they going to get that authority of assessing people's wealth? My first job after high school was selling a health fund, a health insurance called Medvac. I worked until all my shoes got finished. I convinced Kenyans, they told me they don't fall sick, and they hardly go to hospital. I moved around the street selling Medvac. So there is no way you can enforce an insurance offer. People need to voluntarily buy the policy and contribute towards it. You cannot say it's a law and you're going house to house to collect chief because chief is the new name for NHF. So it is already dead on arrival in my calculation, because the public was not involved into those things. It is just the imagination of Ruto and his girlfriends, and now he wants now to force it on Kenyans. It's not going anywhere. Secondly, you are paying the 300 or
Also,
the 500.
sorry, one question. Since you were in insurance, Bernard, what was the uptake of insurance by insurance companies so far? What is the level of uptake of insurance? What will happen to the current insurance companies? Okay, I'll allow you to continue.
It's in fact, insurance is, I would say, it is not on the higher side. Based on the nature and the whatever, our environment is something new we are trying to introduce to Kenyans. So the upper class and probably the urban centers, they are aware of insurance. They want it. And then if you are like, I'm in Nairobi and my mother, who is elderly, she's in the village, I'll take for her that card, okay, so that I pay for her, then she can be attended to. But my problem is she goes to the level 3 or level 2 hospital in Navajo, and she's told she's too old to be treated. So I am paying for an insurance here, and then she goes to hospital, she's told she's too old to be treated. So what is that for? So what we are seeing here is what has already been found out, that Chief is going to be placed under Amago Insurance that belonged to Ruto, that has never paid for anyone's claim. So this is turning to be a family business and not a national insurance fund for the people. It's just the offering bag they are looking for. It's an offering bag for Kenyans to put money in, but that money is going to end up into Ruto's backyard. And that's why Kenyans need to scrutinize this thing and reject it, because they don't own it. It is going to be like Hustler Fund. Okay? The Hustler Fund, it was started by Ruto, launched by Ruto, is being run by Ruto, and Kenyans don't have any ownership of it. Whatever happens to the money in the Hustler Fund, we can't even use any law to claim it, because that Hustler Fund is not supported by any law. And so it is just the robbing of Kenyans that is taking place. And then, of course, the mentality that we will force Kenyans to pay. You're going to force Kenyans to pay as who? I mean, Kenyans will tell you like they used to tell me, you are good young man. Yes, your English is good, but we don't fall sick. So do we need this thing? And so it's just like that. And so to me, the changing of NHF to chief need to be given more time. Let it be assessed properly. Then let there be proper law framework. Okay, proper law framework to support it so that we are sure of the money that we are contributing is safe. If the money was not safe with the NHF, what makes it safe with chief by changing name? Yeah, same management, same operations, and then of course the excuse of biometric. What is biometric is not going to stop the money from being looted. So William Ruto need to change his approach. Everything he's trying to do is a mess. It's a mess because he thinks and executes without, finding out what are Kenyans asking for. Look at the people in Madare, okay? All the people along the Nairobi River that their houses have been demolished, like two villages, two slums have literally been brought down, all of it, regardless of how many meters they are from the river, okay? Two major slums in that area of Madare have all been brought down, demolished completely. All those people are displaced. They are displaced. They have nowhere to go. They have nowhere to sleep. They have nowhere to eat. Okay? Then you come to tell them that there is a shift. You want them to pay. Pay using what? So this is an administration that has its priorities upside down. And I don't think whatever they are up to is anything except a cow they want to milk and collect what they never labored for. Yeah, yes, Reverend Lala.
Oh, yes. My sister, you see, in 1920, there was a guy called Ponzi. You have a Ponzi scheme. This is a guy who made coupons, started selling them to people, postal coupons, and promising 40% of profit. And so he collected so much money. And I think all these pyramid businesses are actually offspring of Ponzi. And this is exactly what we are seeing in Kenya. When, for example, just to give you an example, I was in a college, and this college was started in 1800, and this college was a university then. Then they removed the name university, and so it became a college, Ashland College. But while I was there, they wanted to go back to their old name. Just a name change of a mid-sized university, just a name change was costing millions of US dollars. Just a name change, stationary things changing and all that stuff. So when NIH, the changes are taking place, this is a formal Ponzi scheme because first of all, the money going to be used to make those changes is huge. So it is actually kinimacho. Wanafanya matrix, gearbox and all that while they are stealing and assembling. Money is moving in the direction of in the pockets of people, and while we were promised this is going to work, this is going to work, and most of us have been believing people like Ruto before this time. But I pray that Kenyans will not be afraid, but they will say no, because all this is about making money on the back of poor Kenyans. It's about stealing because they cannot give you any proper reason what their new scheme is going to do, apart from selling you hot air in the name of stealing, practically stealing the Ponzi scheme. That's what it is. A promise investment, the investors a good profit when clearly there is no way it's going to happen. This is who Ruto is. is a Ponzi scheme, follower, and he's been doing it ever since he got into power. And Kenyans must learn that. So thank you.
All right. Ponzi scheme in Kenya is called pyramid scheme. It was here, it collected money from people and collapsed. It's even Bishop Kaguyo, is it Bishop Kaguyo or whoever, carried people's money and now he has a case to answer. It's terrible.
Thank you very much, Reverend. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Reverend Lola, for that. For your views and also for sharing that and for reminding us about this issue of name changing and the fact that there's money behind it. Sometimes we don't think about that, how much money it takes to actually change or to start new organizations. They are talking about recruiting new people. They're also talking about the fact that some of the staff who are within NHIF will be used to create SHIF, but their jobs are not guaranteed. Their positions are not guaranteed. So what is in terms of the goodwill that they would have? I mean, if you're not guaranteed a job within the shift, but you're creating jobs for other people, who are you creating jobs for? I mean, how will it really be created properly? That I really worry about that. And I agree with you. This is definitely a Ponzi scheme. I see that. I see that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wangira?
Oh, thank you, Bernard. Today Rigathi Gachagua talked about, listening to the ground. And, I don't know whether, the Kenya Kwanza government is listening to the ground. And I remember you talking about, things taking their own course. It's you talked about things taking their own course. Bernard, you remember just, I think a month or 2 months ago, Bernard, we were told in this country that, there will be rain. And, people were told that, if you are living on the waterway, move away. And if you don't move away, there will be consequences, Bernard. And, those people who ignored the warning, Bernard, they face the consequences. I believe, that is where, the Kenya Kwanza government is headed to, Bernard. There's that natural course, of things. And, they are being told to take a particular way, Bernard, and they are refusing to take that particular way. And, the political storm, the political floods, you remember we had the real floods the other time here. I think it's 1.5 months ago, Bernard. So the political floods are coming, Bernard. And, I am seeing, these political floods, sweeping this particular administration, Bernard. Kenyans are saying that, we have been doing things the same style, and, this time, we have decided that, it's not going to be business as usual. I'm just reading, Bernard, an article in the Standard where KOT, the Kenyan on Twitter, or today we call them Kenyan on X because it's no longer Twitter, are saying that they are going to mobilize, the citizens, the local citizens, Bernard, to boycott businesses owned by politicians, Bernard, who will support this particular finance bill. So, if you own a bar, you own a hotel, you own a kiosk in the village, or you're a farmer and you're a member of parliament, and we know that, you are voted, in support of this particular finance bill, Bernard, what we are going to do, we are going to mobilize, people to boycott your business, Bernard. There's one particular member of parliament in Nairobi here, let me not name his name, but, he's a guy, You remember, when he went against Azimio, what Kenyans did, Bernard, they went against, his monthly festival. He used to have a monthly festival in Nairobi here. And the people boycotted that monthly festival, Bernard. And, that became the death of that particular festival. And that seems to be, the route the people of Kenya are taking. They are saying that, if you're a politician, we have told you, to vote against this particular bill and you have voted for it, and you're in business, we are not going to support your business, Bernard. So, just like I've told you, Bernard, these are extraordinary times, Bernard, and Kenyans are taking extraordinary measures. And, I'm liking it. For the first time, I'm liking it, Bernard, Let me just stop there and I allow Alex. Is that Alex? I've not seen him for a long time. Is it Alex?
Yes, Mr. Ongera. Thank you for that. And it is true that the mandamano or the resistant movement being that is emerging right now, it's people driven, and that's the best of it, because now making a phone call to Baba will not make any difference, or making a phone call to any politician will make no difference, because this is going to be the people, by the people, for the people at all costs. And so we are in to see interesting times in this country. But Alex, I hope you have secured your phone properly. Please come in.
Yes, Bernard. For me, I don't have much to say, but I think I've been deflated too many times to a point that I don't see anything different this time around than what we had last year on March 30th, our day with destiny. I think we had ballooned enough support throughout the country, and I think we were ready to defend our country by force and by fire. But I think the repercussions of our talking and making noise and trying to persuade Kenyans where we were heading to, trying to explain the repercussions of the finance bill has come too late, Bernard. Because the things we are talking are not new. It's not like it's manna from heaven now we are getting, and before we were getting potatoes from hell. They're the same things. The difference is now the rubber has hit the road, and people from the UDA side are saying it's not the Azimio. Pesa si Bernard, si pesa yako ama pesa yangu ama pesa ya mtu inakatwa, ni kila mtu anakatwa. That is the difference. But if you go to the people's dining table and you ask them if they have shifted their goalposts between the game, then you still see people saying, if Raila goes to the AU, then I think we should go to Mandamano. But if Raila is still there, let's just go what Ruto tells us. So it's not about interest anymore. It's about personality fear. And that kind of politics is really bad, whereby people do not engage themselves into ideology and philosophy. Elections are over. Now, the question is this person capable of governing the country? What has he done in the past 2 years? Let us look of his example, not his promises anymore. But when you are new and you are in the platform, you campaigned in promises. No, we are no longer dealing with promises. We are dealing with what? What he has actualized. And the very things he said, he has not done them. Yet within UDA, there is no much revolution. Ile yenye unasikia kuwa mama mboga, where are they? Border, where are they? Are we going back to the same script so that we can see people being killed in Kondele? Are we going to do that again? I think if that is the case, I will say no. But this time around, we want to see a UDA revolution. Then we can help them. But if they don't want to do it, then Bernard, I think it will be a wrong route. But I think Kenyans are united now. The problem is, are they going to engage today and tomorrow with the members of parliament? Are the members of parliament going to go and actually give an ear to the people so that the people can speak, not them? I saw somewhere that some people received over 5,000 calls, which is an exaggeration, Bernard. I don't think that is true. I tried to call for more than like 300. Bernard, it took me like, I just wanted to experiment. I was calling my other number, like 300. Bernard, that's an exaggeration of 5,000, okay? They are creating a script, which Malala knows how to create, okay? But the thing is this, if they can allow us to speak, you and me, so they carry the message, they become the carrier, we will win the day. But if they have already been bought, Bernard, we are wasting time. And that has been Ruto's governance, whereby he buys these people. And it looks like they become complicit and they have complied to it. And the problem is that we don't have an organized force within. Oh, I wish we had people like Ibrahim Traore right now. Bernard, we will follow en suit. But we must know that we are deflated. So my idea is this. Let us watch keenly. If you cannot engage with your members of parliament, we have two options. The first option, if they refuse to speak with us, then the second option, August is coming. We can recall them. Now, the recall clause is what we need to deal with right now. Bernard, I think it's more urgent and more important to me than the people who have already been bought, because I'm 100% sure. Because remember, Bernard, what Ruto did? He put together the government CDF together with all these things of finance bill. You either vote for this or you lose what? The CDF. Bernard, let me ask you in your real sense, are MPs ready to lose CDF? That's a rhetorical question, and I'll leave it there.
When Finance Bill 2024 fails, like we pray for it to fail, the law stipulates that the status quo remains. Status quo remains means the CDF as it is captured in the 2023 Finance Bill. That's going to work until the whatever the other law comes in. And so the money added to CDF and all that being the main factor or the main carrot being dangled for the members of parliament to vote for the bill, they still have got a choice. And it's not that they have to vote in order to get the CDF. The CDF is already captured within the whatever they stipulated, only that the increase is what they will lose. And for which, in my opinion, going against the masses at this point in time, when you intend to go to them for them to vote for you later, I don't think Ruto's political cloud is strong enough to secure anybody a political seat right now, especially in Mount Kenya and other places. Maybe Rift Valley, of which I also doubt. And so any member of parliament who's going to go against the people, he's going there because he has been sorted. And probably their bargain is pay me for the next 10 years. And I think Ruto can afford that. If he can afford a private jet to wherever he wants to, then probably that would be the case. But to me, doing the right thing is more important than anything else. And so we can't find an excuse why the members of parliament should not rise to the occasion and do what they're required to do. And if they fail, we should, as a people, hold them to account. And holding them to account is that what you're suggesting, the recall clause, and then, of course, make life bearable for them. Wakikuja matanga ama wakuje nini nyumbani, wanatimuliwa. Let it be known, kumechomeka, they have no more whatever stamina in terms of the support they enjoy from the people. And if they are banking on rigging themselves back, then let's wait and see how that plays out. But looking at the whole scenario, in my opinion, the country is not where it was during the Mandamano that was led by Azimio. This is a different ballgame together. This is more Kenyan issue than it is an Azimio issue, than it's a UDA issue, than an ODM issue. It is the Kenyans, voicing out their frustration. And so this is going to be a mandamano by the people for the people and led by no political party. And when that begins to play, that only results into a revolution. And so whoever that will align themselves aright may just harvest from this or be a victim of the same. Well, thank you everybody as we continue to engage. A few minutes to 2 a.m. East African time. Hiyo inamaanisha tuko karibu kuanza kufungasha, lakini kabla ya hapo namuona mwalimu leo amekuja. Mwalimu Julia, hali vipi?
I'm good, Bernard. Thank you. So good to see you. Good to see everyone there.
I just wanted to emphasize on what has been happening about 2 days now. Now, I don't want us to look at things like what happened in the days of Mandamano last year. Now, I think we are also maybe suffering from generation gap. Bernard, ushauliza mtoto wako kama ako na Facebook account akakwambia kwamba Facebook ni ya watu wa yesterday? I don't, that's what my kids tell me, that mom, wewe uko tu yesterday tu sana. When your daughter tells you uko yesterday tu sana, you begin thinking twice. Now, what am I saying this? It is not good to do things the same way. I was very impressed by what the last 2 days has happened. This person who leaked the phone numbers of the members of parliament through the X handle, I thought, yes, it's a game changer. You don't have to be on the streets to be shot by the police. You people, you heard about Americans, the Americans really protecting their data and all that. In fact, the Americans really no longer go to the border waiting to fight somebody, or to fight some Saddam Hussein or some Al-Shabaab or Al-Qaeda. But they try very hard to protect their data, because that is the biggest warfare right now. You can disable a whole country just by interfering with what is happening through the internet. Bernard, someone can just disable you by just getting to your details and all that. All of us know that right now, okay? And systems can just collapse. So this guy, I don't know where he got that information, but personally, I count it as high-level intelligence. And let's now telling us, those of us maybe who have the old school of thought, like to mobilize watu, watoke pare State House, warushe mawe, wapige risasi na polisi. I think it is telling us this is a game changer. Now, I had Alex Aria saying that he doubts whether there were 5,000 calls. I also doubt that, but I think there might have been 5,000 text messages. Now, I am a witness that a lot of those numbers that were put online, most of them are the correct numbers of those members of parliament, because a lot of them replied to people. I saw replies like, unanithreaten kama nani, unaniambia wewe kama nani. They were responding, then deleting. If somebody responds to you and then deletes, it means you reach the person. Unajua kwa nini delete, think twice. Why am I even talking like this? When maybe this could cost me my job. You know, they were responding and deleting. So those numbers were online. And I want to ask people who are here watching, if you didn't send messages to your members of parliament, why you come here just yapping and yapping on the comment section? I'm not saying calling you people yappers, but we got to do something, even if it means how little Bernard. Mimi siwezi kaonekana kule Nairobi nikimobilize maandamano, and I don't have the power of Railas and the Kalonzos and the Mother Karuas. I might never even reach them or get close to them, because probably I'm not a politician. But I can take my phone and send a message to about 30 members of parliament. Bernard can do so. All of you here can do so. If one member of parliament is bombarded by even 200 messages, hata kama akona kichwa ngumu aje, atakuwa akifikiria twice. So I'm asking all of us here, did you send any message to anybody? Those messages won't cost you anything. You just need to go to that to those numbers. All of them, most of them had WhatsApp links. You click on the number and the WhatsApp page pops up for that person. And because they didn't expect you to text them, you are not blocked yet. And a lot of the people who texted, I am aware that some people replied and insulted them. That was evident that those were the correct messages, numbers. Otherwise, kama ingekuwa wrong number, mtu angekuuliza, what are you saying? Or what? You know, somebody would have given you a hint that you are texting the wrong number. But a lot of them replied, unanithreaten kama nani. Others chose to keep quiet. So what I'm trying to say that now, fellow Kenyans. We don't have to be stuck on the old ways of doing things. Now, these youngsters are like, they are moving at another pace that, because we are going to be alive for some time now and we are going to be interacting with them and living with them, we got to cope with what they are doing. We don't have to be stuck. We don't even have to be stuck with Raila Mother Karua politics. I don't think those politics are going to work. I think the Eric Omondi's politics and that guy who was in the X platform is what's gonna work. I'm telling you, Bernard. Hata sidhani nikiona kwamba ati tunaitwa Kamukonji kuadhiziwa. These guys can decide to mobilize people on Twitter and tell them, hii biashara inaitwa fulani, ni ya Bernard, musiende, for example, I'm saying for enemies, Bernard are not claims that I'm sabotaging their business here. Ni ya Bernard, musiende kununua. Bernard, it just takes a click and send that message. And the message goes like bonfire and tells them, we are not buying this product. That is a new war zone. That is a new war zone. So guys, let us now change. And I'm challenging, if you are watching this channel, you are either in the comment section, wherever you are, and you did not take advantage and send messages to your members of parliament, you are a letdown to the people fighting for the democracy of this Kenya, because this is one thing we all could have done. So if somebody say they received 5,000 messages, then I think it is possible. For the calls, I think the calls may not go through all that much, but the messages, Bernard, you just need to click and forward and forward and forward and forward. Just and forward to all those numbers. If within 10 minutes, you can forward to 50 people. You can forward to 50. You just have to copy the message you have sent to one person and forward it to all those others. Within 10 minutes, you'll send to over 50 people. If one person within 10 minutes can send a message to over 50 people, what about 5,000 people sending that message? How many messages are those? And how many people are going? Now, why are we doing this? We are trying to tell the members of parliament, look, first and foremost, your data is not so much protected and your data is not safe, so we can reach you. Secondly, now you have seen we can mobilize ourselves and decide to take this direction. Now, if we do this, Bernard, then now in the next few weeks or days, I expect that these Twitter handlers, these youngsters will come up with something else and tell us the next move. And I hope they are planning on the next move, because we can even decide now we are not buying things that have receipts. Okay? Kama vitu zako ziko na receipt, atununui, so that the businessmen decide, okay, I will sell my property, my stuff at this price without giving receipts, so that I sell them at a lower price and I don't charge VAT or something. There are many ways of killing a rat. And the youngsters are telling us we don't have to do things the same way. So my challenge this afternoon and this night for those who are in Kenya, kama hukutuma message, you are let down. Don't start there saying we could fight this way. We could fight. We could wait for Baba. The days of Baba's politics and Kalonzo's and Karua's, I think we are now going past that. We shall be summoning each other online and having online meetings. That is what we shall be doing. We don't have to go to Kamkunji and be tear gassed. We shall be summoning each other online and deciding what is the next thing. So Bernard, that's my challenge this afternoon and this night.
So thank you, Julia. I'm tempted to bring in the Bible. The Bible says the kingdom of God is like a man who went to his house and he removed his treasures, both old and new. We are going to fight both ways, not one way. The youngsters will do their youngster thing. The old people will do their old people thing. But we are going to meet somewhere. What is needed here is let's engage with an understanding that fighting impunity and fighting bad leadership, I envision it like football, okay? Football, how many times do you go to the goalpost to score and you don't score? Many times, if their defense is really working, and that's why from here I want to go to Innocent, yeye ndio football hapa, atakwambia you munakimbia those 45 minutes. Your target is to get to the opponent's goal, but their defense will not sleep and let you come in. So you don't say we tried this time and we didn't score. Now let us all go retreat and go to defend our goal, and nobody goes to attack anymore. Let us look at this thing holistically. Some people are going to come down by mass demos. Others are going to come down by wherever online the campaigning. You've seen, umeona ile Julia, umeona wimbo ya Kachungwa?
Nimeona.
Chungwa, umeona vile iko. So the kind of art that is coming to play to decampaign these people, I don't think they are ready, they are even, they have an idea the kind of ammunition that is being arranged. And so I am seeing people, watu watakuwa wana disappear on the street. There are people who are not going to show up in parliament forever. And so
Bernard, a minute.
they will not even consider to run for 2027 when
Bernard,
this thing comes full-fledged. Yes.
I'm also suggesting that as the youngsters got technology, let them find a way of jumping into the Safaricom phones with their messages. I'm telling you, there is a way they can cross all those barriers, and you find text messages running into your phone saying musipigie Wangira kura kwa sababu alifanya 1 2 3 4 5. That should be the next war zone. I'm telling you, this is going to be bad news. If we go this way, we won't find Julia to umomwagia tear gas, lakini utapata watoto wetu huko. Asante Bernard.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So this is going to build up to that ultimate. Mpaka ifike kwa ile the what is it called, the constituency and then the ward, whereby now using just a text message tunachagua who is going to be our MCA, who is going to be our MP, and the people who betrayed us, all of them are going home. And then it will be so effective and people will be so engaged because they have seen that this regime was never for them. It was never to take care of their interest. It was only there to kill them. And that, to me, is a positive move. And so let's not look for how to deflect the spirit of the people at this point in time, but fan it and support it so that we get our act together in saving this country. Bwana Innocent, tafadhali, karibu. Ni dakika ngapi kufika saa 8? Kadhaa tu. So Innocent, come in shortly, alafu turudi kwa Wangira. Tunarudi kwa Queen kwanza kabla Wangira. Innocent?
Yeah, just to support what Julia is saying. It's also, since now this is the new way of doing things. Now anasemanga, when something is new, you utilize it to your fullness. Wanasemanga kama umeweza mtu umemgonga ngumi ameanguka chini, usimuache tena, saa zile ndio unamkanyaga tena kwa kichwa. So we can also start now, since we have started now getting their numbers, we'll get their Twitter accounts, we'll get their Facebook accounts. Tutatumia mbinu zote kuwatafuta nao. We will flood. Wakichange account, wakienda kwa another kama ni Facebook, wakienda to another Facebook account, we will follow them. Wakienda to another Twitter account, we will follow them. Now what we want is to start getting their accounts, especially the social media, and then when we send it to them, tunaanza kuziangalia. When we get those messages, tuna forward to other people so that watu wanaangalia vile walisema. Like ukiandikia one of the MPs akutukane, you forward the same message to other people, waanze kuangalia vile alikutukana ama vile alikuelezea. So this is the way. Unajua itafika mahali hata waanze kutublock. Even if they block you, you can send an SMS. So long as unaituma, like I've seen some of the people wenye wametuma messages na wametumiwa reply, na ziko kwa social media. The way you send your messages na vile uliambiwa, unaona wakina Silasia saizi wanatuma back, wanasema angalia ni mtu jamaa alinitumia hivi akani. So we are again forwarding the messages zenye tulituma au tukatumiwa back, ama alikutukana unaituma sasa unatumia watu wengine to groups now. So we will flood their accounts, Twitter, Facebook, anything, hata kama ni TikTok, wherever they are, we will follow them mpaka to bring down. We are not going to stop. A luta continua. Thank you.
Thank you. Queen, take it.
Thank you, Julia. And Innocent, I do agree that we do need to diversify, to diversify the ways that we communicate, so that we are both relevant and also effective. So I agree. But on the other hand, let's not also forget that Facebook is extremely effective. Because we not only want to build awareness internally in our country, we want to build awareness in Africa and globally. And most people globally are on Facebook, actually. You know, Facebook is a very powerful platform, and we should not underestimate it. Actually, you know, we could be the ones this particular platform may be the one that is stoking that fire, providing the background and the information that is helping young people make decisions about how to go ahead. So, like, I agree, like it's like a baton. You pass it. I pass it from Facebook. You take it to Twitter. You take it to you take it to TikTok, and the other one takes it to email. You know, we just use everything that we can in our power, and others are doing mandamano on the street. As long as we are doing, you know, as long as we're using every platform. But it's good. I agree. We should do our best. You do what is comfortable for you. There are some people who are not comfortable to come and talk like the way we are. Okay, they are happy to be in the comment section, and they're happy to get on their phone and to send a message. There are some of us who are here, we're not happy to send a message. Okay, some of us might just be happy to do whatever, but I think as long as everybody makes a sacrifice and does something, I think that's what's important, really. So I do agree that yes, we are being told. Even my own son told me he's not on Facebook. Forget about that, you know, a long time ago. Now, I just wanted to take us a little bit backward before Mr. Wangira comes in quickly, just to on the issue of the CDF and the NGCDF. I remember doing research on that. I know that the CDF was considered unconstitutional by the High Court and the Supreme Court, I believe, you know. So, and then they changed the name to SGCDF. It is still unconstitutional. It doesn't mean, you know, it's almost like that SGIF and NHIF. The idea of changing the name doesn't actually make the entity legal. It is an illegal entity, which the MPs are using as a carrot and stick thing. But it is also, we have to recognize that actually the CDF should be stopped, because it is competing with the funds of the devolution. We should be promoting money to go to the governors at the devolved levels of government. We should not be allowing MPs to compete with governors. MPs at national level should not be competing with governors at county level for funds. You see, this CDF and NGCDF, hiyo kitu, unaona, hiyo ni pesa, na ni pesa mingi. Why should the MPs be paying for bursaries for people in the counties? Why should it not be the governors and the people in the counties at the county level handling the money? So this NGCDF is another tool, another corruption area. It is not properly monitored, and it needs to stop, because it was only supposed to be there for a period. Here CDF was only supposed to be there for the transition period between the constitution and when now we have devolvement. Now we have devolved counties. That money should go to counties, and we should scrap CDF and scrap NGCDF. Let MPs do their job, which is what? Passing laws, looking at bills. That's what they should be doing. They should not be giving bursaries to children at the county level. Yeah. So that's just my take on that. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. A good point indeed. And it is just our usual bad manners as Kenyans. I'm talking about leaders who duplicate things just to create confusion. And then within that confusion, they loot. Because it does not make sense when we have devolved units, and the devolved units are supposed to make sure that functions are closer to the people, and people are there to like make public participation in every decision that's made. Are we building a cattle dip, a bridge, or the road? And so if the governor and the team are working with the MCS, why should there be another fund climbing over that to drop in the same region in the pretext that is called CDF? And so it goes to the same thing Baba says. The people who are left to implement this constitution, they never believed in it. They don't even understand it. And so they do everything to frustrate it. And that's why now what Kion was talking about, the revival of the provincial administration. Ati chief ndo atakuwa anaenda nyumba kwa nyumba kuangalia kama uko na receipt umelipa taxes and all that. So that madness of the old Moism is still the kasumba ya William Ruto na timu yake, na wasipokomeshwa Wakenya wataishi kulipa harambee, sijui lipa ya sijui ya nini. So we must all together get our constitution working, because what those members of parliament are doing by safeguarding CDF and the other funds, which are a split or a parallel funding, is just to make the constitution of non-effect. They would rather be doing oversight to the governors. Okay, the money went to the governor. Why are we still? Why do we have students who are not paid for? Like the Mombasa governor is paying for all day school, secondary school students in the entire county, and the money goes straight to the school. And then now his job is left to sensitize the people, the children, to go to school. I've already paid the money. Don't let the money go to waste. Go to class, go learn, and all that. So I think as Kenyans, we need to not just use the constitution like we use it as a book for swearing in. The constitution needs to be left to work. And if it is not being followed, the people violating the constitution should face the consequences. Hakuna vile tutakuwa na constitution ambayo haiwezi funga mtu, haiwezi kupunish mtu wakati anavyo.
And this is the same reason, if I might add, why we have a parallel, we have two exchequers, one in treasury and one at the CDF. You know, we have the what do you say, the fund, yeah, we have the CF, which is managed by Margaret, you know, and at the same time we also have treasury. Why do we have these two? Why are we having these two parallel places where money is going? Why do we have the CDF, NGCDF, and then at the same time we also have devolved units not even getting enough money to implement their programs? This is why we don't have money for development, because it's going to CDF and NGCDF. Yeah. Okay.
Terrible,
anyway,
terrible indeed. And then also, I think there was the suggestion as Wangira comes, Omtata was bringing about. We need to divorce treasury from executive. The executive is supposed to apply for money to treasury, just like counties, like any other person. The president and the team should not have hand in the functions of treasury. So that what comes from treasury is as a result of the contributions of Kenyans. Wakenya wamesema katika mwaka huu tuna invest kwa agriculture. That is what Kenyans want. And so when the minister comes to read the budget or treasury gives their view of the budget, it is the collective views of Kenyans. Si at Ruto amewaambia mwende kupitisha hii. Mr. Wangira, karibu.
Thank you, Bernard. You know, that's why we have, you know, a gentleman or a lady called, you know, control of budget. You know, the control of budget needs just to do his job, you know, because, you know, he's the one who is in charge of the budget, which means, you know, every expenditure, you know, must have an approval, you know, of the control of budget. Bernard, I was just looking at some numbers here, and these numbers will help us, perhaps, realize where our problem is as a republic. Our annual revenue, Bernard, the last financial year was around 23 billion USD. That's what we got. Compared to what Tanzania got only 12.5 billion USD. Uganda got only 7.5 billion USD. And Rwanda, this country that people celebrate every day, got, only 2.5 billion USD in their revenue. That's what, their tax person collected, Bernard. But, when you compare what we call, the results, out of, their revenues, Bernard, a small, we'll say that, Rwanda is a small country, yes. I'll agree that it's a small country, but, if you go there, Bernard, you'll see the results, Bernard. You see the result of what their monies are doing. But in this country, Bernard, we seem not to be seeing the results, Bernard. And, that's where the problem is. The rates of poverty are high, unemployment is high, Bernard. And, all this manner of negative things in this country are high, despite us, collecting 23 billion USD against Tanzania, which came closer to us, that collected 12.5 billion USD, Bernard. So, our problem in this country has never been about the revenues, Bernard. Our problem is always on appropriation. And, we appropriate wrongly, Bernard. Then I want to respond to Alex and Julia in a short way. I don't know whether they have left. Listening to Alex, Alex sounded pessimistic, Bernard. And, I don't want to be pessimistic in any form. And, I know where he's coming from, and I'll understand him because I know where he's coming from. Given the frustration that we had last year, Bernard, during the Mandamano. And, last year, Bernard, there was a large section of this country, Bernard, that was still in the honeymoon, Bernard. That section, especially in Mount Kenya, Bernard, they were in honeymoon. And you remember when we were demonstrating, they were told, Bernard, that, they were going to demonstrate in their businesses and, in their farms, Bernard. But, given that we are all wearers of shoes, Bernard, they have discovered that, it's the wearer of the shoe who feels the pinch, Bernard. So just like a person in Nyanza, Bernard, this person in Mount Kenya today is discovering that, oh, I'm also getting pinched, Bernard. And that's why it's no longer about Raila Odinga, Bernard. It's no longer about Raila Odinga, Bernard, the reaction today is about the ordinary person of this republic. It's no longer about Raila Odinga. And finally, to my sister Julia, I agree with her that, going digital is a good way, Bernard. But, don't forget that also that, the game of politics, Bernard, is a physical contact game, Bernard. So, it's a physical, going digital is good, Bernard. But there's that physical contactness, Bernard, of politics, Bernard. And that's why we need to see people going out physically demonstrating. And that's why, to me, I'll agree with what you are saying. And I'll agree with what my sister Queen is saying, that, we need to combine, various mechanisms, Bernard, to achieve our goals, Bernard, as far as fighting against this finance bill is concerned. Because, one particular mechanism, will not have the full purpose. So, as we go digital, Bernard, we also need to have that physical contact with these people to tell them that, this is what we want them to do, Let me just stop there and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Wangira. Exactly. And of course, the fight continues. We will have those who drop off, but the rest will have to continue until we achieve what we seek. And we should also understand that they will not achieve it with one stroke. We'll achieve it with persisting and insisting. And one thing that we are fighting is not even just the finance bill. What we really at war with right now is the control of this country. The politicians seem to have accepted the fact that they own this country and the Kenyans are the strangers. Okay? and the Kenyans owe them homage in order for them to give handouts. Now, that is what we seek to correct. That they can't get their salary without us, they cannot approve anything without us, and without involving us, they are exercising authority they don't have, because we gave them authority to act on our behalf. When they are doing something else on their own behalf, they are no longer our representative. And if they are no longer our representative, they don't have a mandate, and therefore their salary should be withdrawn, suspended until they get back to their senses to do what they are required to do. And so we really have to push with this revolution move so that every Kenyan understand we are the custodian of this country, and the elite need to respect that. We cannot be in the public participation. 90% of the people say no to a bill, then they go ahead and pass it without considering the opinion of this 90%. That is impunity. And so as we engage, let's not limit ourselves to just making the finance bill fall. That finance bill is just one item, but the real item is William Ruto must respect Kenyans, members of parliament must respect Kenyans, and all the people in leadership position must see themselves as stewards who are accountable to the people. Now that they disregard the people, let them be chased away by the people. So that ieleweke kabisa. Bwana Black, sijui you have an issue with what? Says, he's saying NGF, CDF has been transformative. Bwana Black, mimi hakuna mtu amesema that CDF or NGF CDF has not been transformative. We are talking about the structure. Why should we have parallel funding going to the same place? If we put it in the same kit and ensured that there is enough law to govern the distribution, why does it become so difficult for Kenyans to follow the law and do what the law requires? They must duplicate something, multiply something. Now, like now there is governors bursaries, there is president's bursaries, there is MCS bursary, there is this bursary, and all those bursary is the same parents. So mzazi ataenda achukue cheki ya Sakaja, arudi aenda achukue ya Ladwa, arudi aenda achukue ya Johnny, sijui Stony, arudi. For what? Why can't all these things be put together and say all the children in this county, this is how we are going to pay for their school? The parents' responsibility, make sure your child is in school, and we are going to release the money to the school, not in the name of individual students. We just take care of education in the county. So when the funding comes, it is distributed to the schools, and the schools make sure that there is learning taking place.
Yeah.
So that wazazi wasitoke ati wanaamka saa 10 kwenda kukiu kwa ofisi ya Sakaja wakingoja Sakaja atakuja hapa saa 4 tena anasema anatoka tai, just kudhalalisha wananchi.
Yeah. I wanted to explain. I can see the comments and I'm happy that I'm getting challenged. That's good. Because I do know that the MPs really, really wanted the CDF and the CF because they use it for votes, you know. They use it for enhancing their popularity. But the question is, at what expense, at what cost? The whole idea of devolution was to bring the services closer to the people, to the users, so that they could prioritize where they put their money. So the whole idea of the CDF was that it was supposed to help with the transition, okay? The time when we did not have the constitution to when we had, to when the constitution was implemented, to the time when now the offices were going to be prepared and able to manage the monies. But now that we have the governors, and we have the governors and we have the county representatives and we have the county treasuries, that is where the money should go. And legally, actually, this issue was contested in court twice, and they decided to go and change the name to NGCDF. So it is actually unconstitutional. Even if they may want to say that they try to legalize it, fact is that it goes against our constitution. Okay, because the whole idea is to create a situation where the person who is at the county level, let's say Mombasa, Lodwar, wherever they are, Garissa, they don't have to come to the national level to Nairobi to look for their member of parliament to get funding for bursaries. They can just go direct to their governor. At the grassroots, the governor lives in their area. The whole idea is to bring the services closer to the people. We voted for the constitution, unless you want to say that you do not support the Kenyan constitution, unless you want to say that you did not vote for the constitution. Yeah, it is obvious that the CDF and the NGCDF are being weaponized. And another thing is the issue of the oversight of the monies. You see, because the person who is in charge of our exchequer kitty is Margaret. Okay, the person who is in charge is Margaret Okango. She reports to the MPs. So she reports the MPs. The MPs allow, that the money should be used this way or the other way. So how can the MPs oversight their own kitty? Just tell me. How transparent will they be? They cannot be. So that's the whole idea of, separating these powers, separating the powers of the treasury, the kitties from decisions. Yeah. So you cannot say that, you understand, it's a legal issue also, and it's also a constitutional issue. Yes, I do know what I'm talking about. I know exactly what I'm talking about.
All right. Thank you, Queen. Like I say, all this is the usual bad politics we play. The reason why the executive would want CDF to continue being there, because it's a good tool to use to manipulate members of parliament to vote a certain way. And as long as serving the interest of the executive, they will comply, they will wherever agree together to steal. And that's why we're saying they are frustrating the 2010 constitution, making it of non effect by what? Recapturing and retaining what was in the old constitution as if the new constitution did not come. And that is what we need to find fault with. If you can't work within the constitution and the provision of the constitution, you are unfit to be in that office. Leave office. Let somebody who understands the constitution work within that framework. Na hii siasa yetu ama uongozi wa kutegemea handouts na kupeleka handouts, ama wewe tu unapenda kwa sababu umejengea watu choo, umejengea watu sijui kibanda sijui ya kungoja matatu, na hizo vitu zote umeweka jina yako. All that madness should be closed up. We just need services that requires nobody's wherever name placed on it and picture. For what? Yes, Mr. Wangira.
Our elected leaders have three roles, Bernard, which is representation, oversight, and legislation. Those are their three roles, Bernard. But unfortunately, we have a political class, that, is keen at having a control on some kitty. And that's why, you'll find that the women rep have a particular kitty. You'll find that members of parliament have a particular kitty. Senators also want to have some kitty in name of oversighting. Then when you go down to the ward levels, you'll find the MCAs, they want to have a particular kitty. But I want to agree with the Queen that the spirit of the Kenya 2010 Constitution was very, very clear that the functions were either national functions or devolved functions, Bernard. But because members of parliament, wants to have control of a particular kitty that is serving their own or their own, sinister motive. Let me call it sinister motive. That's why they are hanging on, that thing called CDF. And Bernard, assuming that we were to do proper devolution, Bernard, and everything went either national or devolved, Bernard. We are going to cut down on what we call administrative cost. Look at the administrative cost of running every CDF committee in this country, Bernard. We have 290 CDF committees with committee members, maximum 10. So if we have maximally 10 people in every constituency, that gives you 2,900 people who are earning allowances, Bernard. We have CDF managers, Bernard, 290 of them, Bernard. So, if we were to be serious people and we really want, to curb on wastage, Bernard, one of the things that we need to do away, Bernard, with is CDF, so that we do proper devolution, Bernard. And, through cutting down what we call administrative costs, Bernard, we are going to curb wastage. The problem in this country is that, a person, every elected leader, want to hold on some funds. And so long as elected leaders don't want to do what they're supposed to do, and what they want to do is to control funds, Bernard, will continue being in problems, and the problems that we are seeing today. Bernard, what is going on in constituencies in the name of CDF, Bernard, is tokenism, Bernard. Look at the bursary funds. Look at the bursary funds, Bernard. Is tokenism, Bernard. I'm not like, at my age, Bernard, expecting me to go queuing in an MP's office, Bernard, to get a bursary of 5,000 shillings. That is tokenism, Bernard. We can do it better, Bernard, and I agree with you that, we can come up with better mechanisms, Bernard, than the ones that we are seeing today, Bernard. Because so long as, this is the business that we are dealing in, Bernard, businesses where, leaders want to be in control of funds, for purposes of tokenism, Bernard, and where they also want to get in control of funds, Bernard, for purposes of corruption, purposes of bribery, Bernard, as a country, Bernard, will continue having issues. Now, let me just stop there, Bernard, and perhaps Queen has something to add.
Okay.
No, this time I don't have anything to add, Mr. Wangira, but it's really interesting to hear those figures. I love hearing those figures. It makes sense now. 2,000 something jobs and benefits. All that should be money going to the counties, direct.
Exactly. So our country is dysfunctional, and that dysfunctionality is self-inflicted. Not to make matters worse, somebody fights to keep that dysfunction. It's so bad that we have a new constitution and we still want to make that constitution not to work, and we sponsor it not to work. It's just unimaginable. We need to have a revolution in this country where we'll revert to the factory setting as a country. There are too many preset corruption corners that can't just let this country take off. It's not just in elections, it is now in education. It's not just in education, it's now in healthcare, and everybody's eating on anything and everything. For that to stop, we must have a new start. And that new start will require Kenyans to accept what we are being treated to is not what we bargained for. The new constitution spells a leeway. One of the reason why people campaign in different political parties, it is not just for different political parties to muscle their wherever they are, to show their muscle. It is variety, okay? Variety. You see that CGMCS wameenda kubenchmark Dubai, when all they need to do to go and benchmark in Homa Bay, go and benchmark in Kakamega, okay? Find out what is being done different. Go and benchmark in Kilifi or Lamu. Find out what are they doing differently. In those different parts of the country, there are different offers. How many counties can come together and do, like, for example, Nyandarua, Laikipia, which other one? That are overproducing waru. Okay, they have too much waru that they don't have market, and then when the waru goes to the coast, it becomes very expensive. Why can't there be a collab between the coastal counties and these counties, so that the coastal counties will release their lorries will come and buy the potatoes and make sure there is enough supply of potatoes in Mombasa so that it doesn't affect the prices, so that the circulation of the product within the country is balanced. That's how the British man kept the prices of mukate ilikuwa inabadilisha na tongolo moja. You know, you could buy bread same price for a period of maybe 5 years or so. Okay, the change is very minimal. Why? The supply chain is monitored and sustained. But what we have, they will take advantage. Kukianza tu kunyesha namna hii, they add 10 shillings because of the rain. So how has the rain affected? Corruption is bad. So Reverend Lala, I think we are about that time to call it a day. We'll give you opportunity to give your begin to close for us. Ni kama umetupwa nje. All right. Hata Wangira. Kwani mnafunga bila kufungwa? Okay, so let me see what the Black is saying. MCAs can come and benchmark at Murang'a County. Yeah, what's happening in Murang'a County that is peculiar? But I don't have any problem because we need to harness what is within the country and make the money circulate within the country. You know, when MCS goes to benchmark in Murang'a, okay, they have come from Marsabit, they have come to benchmark in Murang'a. The money is within the country. But when they go to benchmark in Dubai, they have carried our dollars to Dubai. They will come back empty. Okay? So the economy is affected by unnecessary travels and unnecessary benchmarking. What are you going to benchmark in Dubai? When you have left Marsabit semi-arid, Turkana semi-arid, Wajir semi-arid, so you went to benchmark in Dubai, what? Haya, mabibi na mabwana, inaonekana muda ndio huo umeyoma. Nashukuru kila moja. Naomba tu nicheze this video and then we respond to them. Then we begin to call it a day. Let's listen to this. Tuanze na gani?
Gachagua says he has masses behind him and his push for the one man, one vote, 1 shilling revenue sharing formula in Kasarani constituency in Nairobi for the handover of ND-CDF classrooms. The deputy president says he is speaking the language that majority of Kenyans resonate with and called those castigating him to order. His allies hit out at majority leader Kimani Ichung'wah and called for his ouster as the National Assembly's majority leader. We'll get more from our very own Stephen Leto.
An education tour of Ruai that saw Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua officially open the newly built Highway Manyata Primary School in Kasarani constituency turned into a political arena, with the DP and his allies taking on their opponents. DP Gachagua defended his push for a population-based revenue-sharing formula.
Mimi sina sauti katika hii Kenya. Mimi ni mtu ya kusikiza ground. Mimi nasikiza ground. Ukisikia kitu ninasema, ni ile ground inafanya nini? Ni ile ground inasema. Na mimi kama Rigathi Gachagua sina sauti yangu. Mimi naongea kwa niaba. Mimi naongeaga kwa niaba. Na ukisikia nimechukua msimamo fulani, iko watu wengi sana nyuma yangu wananiambia msimamo ni huo.
Danger kubwa inakuja hapo mbeleni. Tutakuwa na generation nzima ya watoto hawajasoma. Ndio lazima hii nitaipigia debe mpaka mwisho. Kwa sababu hapo mbeleni haiwezi kuwa sehemu yetu hapa. Kwanza hapa ni Nairobi. Watoto wetu wameshindwa kwenda shule. Hiyo hatutakubali. Kwa hivyo hiyo formula naendelea kupigania.
The DP was accompanied by 4 members of parliament, lashed out at MPs who have been taking him head on, accusing them of disrespect.
Ningetaka kuuliza viongozi wote ya Kenya, tuache kutukana wananchi. Tuache kukula tumeshiba tunaanza kuwatapikia. tuache tukikula kufungua tumbo. Wewe kama umekula vizuri ni sawa, wale bado kula waachie heshima yao, hata kama hawana chochote ya kukula, heshima tu.
On Wednesday, MPs in the National Assembly ganged up on the Deputy President, accusing him of causing division in the ruling coalition and pulling PR stunts while on his trip to Mombasa. On Friday, Gachagwa's allies hit back and accused Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah and Speaker Moses Wetangula of turning the National Assembly into a lynching arena against the Deputy President.
Hata mimi kitu nashangaza ni Speaker Wetangula ambaye ni wakili. Anakubaliaje wewe utusiwe ndani ya bunge? Kama wanataka kubatusi wakuje tutusiana hapa wananchi wakiona kuliko huko bunge.
Wewe ndiye na rais ndio umpatia viti ya majority leader bunge. Wengine ndio umpatia viti ya finance. Wengine umpatia viti ya budget. Alafu wamefura saa hii. Wamefura ni kama hao, wamefura hapana. Hata kama wamenona namna gani? Hata kama mifuko imefura ni pesa. Wakubuke, wakishimba wafunike tumbo.
Gachagwa's allies want Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah ousted, accusing him of undermining the Deputy President.
Kimani Ichung'wah no longer has the local standard to be the Majority Leader. He is now a divisive figure in National Assembly, in Parliament, in Kenya. And I want to ask members of National Assembly to do the necessary to release yeye.
Wewe ulikuwa unatusi Uhuru Kenyatta. Saa hii Rigathi yako kwa kiti bado unatusi Rigathi. Shida yako ni gani? What would be your problem? Ati wanasema Rigathi ni mtu wa Geshagi.
Stephen Leto, Citizen TV.
He has forgotten. Amesahau kwamba Kenyans have got to survive. Amesahau kwamba Kenyans wana shida ya gharama ya maisha. Sasa yeye ashughuliki na hayo maneno. Agenda yake imekuwa sasa nitatumia mbinu gani niingize huu mradi wa Azimio. Hiyo ndio imebaki agenda yake. Hakuna agenda nyingine. Hiyo ndio imebaki agenda. But there is a Kenya after the election. Na sisi wenyewe ni lazima tuamue where we want to go as Kenyans. He has had his tenure. Amefanya 10 years yake. Kama ni mazuri, tutayaona. Kama ni magumu.
Stony PK, thank you for coming. I can see you are supported by Jubilee. Ngoja 50 years Ruto kwanza. Kuja na Jubilee. Reverend Lala, are you there?
I'm here, Bernard.
You seem to be you are in a noisy place.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, too much noise here. I'll come in 3 minutes.
You settle down, then come in. Stony PK is here, so if the show continues, it's me who will drop out. Stony PK, karibu. Hali vipi?
Bana, hali si nzuri. It is very sad, and I'm one of the most saddest person. Kama nimesahau kidogo kizungu ya Mrs. Ouma, lakini nafikiria kulikuwa saddest. Honestly, I'm lost and mimi nimekuwa nikiomba and I want to go. Nataka kudisappear kwenda kuomba. Hujawahi sikia nikisema hivyo, lakini maombi yangu ni ingine ya ajabu bana. Ni ya ajabu because mimi siendi kuomba na mchungaji yoyote ama nini. Naenda kuomba maombi ingine ya ajabu kabisa. Because Kenya saa hii haihitaji maombi ya Mungu, ya ile ya kidini, inahitaji uombe Mungu kivingine. Na Mungu kuna njia ni vile tulifichwa njia zingine na tukaacha njia zetu. There was a day you guys were discussing and I think ni guest alikuwa ameleta issue ya spiritualism. That guest I missed it because I was so busy. I was driving, I was traveling very long distance. Nilikuwa na inakatika, but the guest gave us something very substantive. And until the day we go back to that, Bernard, ule mtu alikuja akakwambia ujui kuomba Mungu wewe ukiwa Mwafrika, ati ukakuja ukaambiwa kuomba Mungu ni uitwe Joseph Mike Daniel sijui nani. That's where we lost it completely. I swear, and I'm telling you, that is the beginning of our problems, because people are stealing in the name of Jesus. People are stealing in the name of God. People are stealing. It is so sad, and I wish I would be a Traore. Bernard, I would sweep people. I'm telling you this. Me hata hiyo Boeing akonayo, if I had power, I would bring it down. Na wale wako ndani ni waombee Mungu. The innocent souls there. Niwaambie Mungu awachukue huko, kwa sababu you had to go because there is this one rotten egg that we had to throw into the ocean. Because Bernard, these games that are being played, yani tumeonwa sisi, we are so stupid, so useless, so desperate. Yani we have, yani hakuna chochote tunaweza fanya. Ati sahi watu wanasikiza Gachagua na wana clap. Bernard, see, I think during the show, I want you to be playing before, during, and after. I think that's what we should concentrate on. And I'm also compiling, one of these days tutafanya that kind of a show. Because when we start debating here at what the Constitution is supposed to do, we are wasting our time. Because Constitution itafanya na nani, Bernard? Na Ruto akiwa president Kenya, na Gachagua akiwa deputy president, na Ichung'wa wakiwa ndio MPs. Which constitution will work? Even if Jesus, let me tell you this, and I know Christians nikiongea hivi wanasikia, hata Yesu akishuka Kenya leo saa hii, utaona Ruto akianza kumdanganya. Watasahau because they are so used. Watafikiria ni mzungu tu ama ni Mwafrika tu. Wanaambia haya, Yesu amekuja bwana. Nasikia hapana bwana. Tumetenga ako wapi tuende tumtengee kiwango fulani tumfanyie party bana. Ama anataka kwenda kuzuru wapi? Because these people they are drunk, they are evil. Well, imagine what people are discussing now. Ruto anapanda ndege anaishia Ulaya. It's like in your house, Bernard, your wife is telling you kuna shida, watoto wanalia nduru, nini wewe unachukua Biblia tunaenda kuhubiri. I mean, even when you are preaching, will you really be at peace when you know uliacha watoto na njaa, mke hamkusikizana, she never blessed you for whatever you nini. I'm sorry I'm giving you that kind of example because I mean that's how you feel it. I cannot leave that house when I know there is some disagreement of some sort. Nikijua hakuna chakula ya hiyo jioni, I cannot tell them unless I'm going to look for that food. Huyu jamaa anaenda kujivinjari bana. You know?
Yeah, so my daughter has just sent me this. There was the other one that has. He said, Ananias has gone to see Father whatever Benedict. So Pope, yes. So Ananias ndio huyo ameenda huko aombewe.
Bernard, wewe unajua Biblia sana, mimi nimeisahau kidogo. When they said that 666 itaingia na nini, actually the end times and then the Antichrist, I read that chapter kitambo sana. I would want to read it. Don't you think this is the time? And that Ruto is one of those whatever demo zilikuwa zinaitwa nini? Because what Ruto is doing, imagine nobody is even daring. Hii tunaongea hapa kwa TV, hakuna mtu even anadare kutraore Ruto. Kuimagine, kuthink, hakuna mtu anathink. Ruto is a god. Ruto is a god in Kenya. It is amazing that, listen, Azimio talking, nothing. What does Baba tell you? And by the way, I need somebody among you to explain to me, what does Baba mean by saying that the MPs waenda wa oppose personally? Maybe I tend to think hata mimi nina lose because of emotions and anger. That statement I didn't find ikiwa.
In person was to discourage the traveling and the disappearing, that the vote was called while we were not there. So every member of parliament has been served by a letter. No traveling, no going anywhere until the finance bill is discussed and shut down. So it was not in person for them to decide. It was to make sure that nobody has permission to go anywhere, and you should be in parliament, and you should take the vote, and you should vote against.
Bernard, does that make sense? That wewe tumekuchagua we ni MP wa Azimio, unapanga safari when there is a critical bill that you need Baba to write to you. Bernard, does that make sense? It doesn't. It doesn't. It at all. Akina Babu Owino, yani ulitravel, bibi yake alikuwa anazaa mahali, ndiye akaenda kumsaidia. Where did they travel to? What is it that was so important that they have to travel? Bernard, that is garbage. In fact, I told you, Baba, you know, apumzike tu, atakuwa wasted by these gluttons. Azimios are finished. Where is Martha Karua? Where is Kalonzo Musyoka? Where is my very favorite senator of Kitui, the fighter? Where are they? What has happened, Bernard? And I want us to really hold 1 hour or 2 hours, maybe kesho na kesho kutwa, tuulize what is happening. Why the silence? What? Because, I mean, sincerely, the silence when Kenyans are being slaughtered, alafu tunasema wananchi, and we have leaders. I think now we need to start telling watu kwamba hatuna viongozi. Wasting time talking about parliament, members of parliament, Bernard, to help where? Or you saw the way they voted, including my in fact, 2 of my MPs wali voted the opposite of my wish. Ule nilikuwa nafikiria ndio staunja ataoppose hiyo kitu, ndiye alisema yes. Na ule nifikiria ni stupid, ndiye alisema no. Ule alienda kuongea juu ya taxation ya computer na laptop na kalamu na kijiko ukinunua, alikuwa anasema it's a tool of work, it is generating income. That one opposed it. The one who I really feel and I support, my engineer, said yes to the bill. So, Bernard, I think now we need to go to take a different campaign. A different campaign, and not to say that Kenya inaelekea mahali pabaya. Hapana, Bernard, Kenya iko chini, bottom. And by the way, let me tell you today, to lift Kenya from where it is, even if we remove the Ruto today, even if it's by revolution, it will be such a difficult task because we have allowed us to go deeper, almost to the bend of 6 feet. So for me, I think now we need to start preaching and asking, who can lead a revolution? Na tuache hii kuseparate ati young youth sijui nini. A revolution is always wholesale. Traore hakufanya revolution peke yake. And I want people to, by the way, I want people to go and follow Traore and see the kind of cabinet, the kind of technocrats he has. He is mixing. Kenyans, we are fond of talking of garbage. Oh, young. Young does not help anything. It is the brain. Age, it doesn't matter in leadership. It is what you have in the brain. So people emphasizing, you know, the young ones are coming. Oh, the young ones will not tolerate this. What will the young ones do, Bernard? Ni nini wa young ones wanaweza fanya? Hebu niambie. What can they do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. What people can do is wholesale. What young, old, vikongwe, akina mama, as a mass, waende wakaone Singapore vile ilienda, na waone huku Indonesia vile ilienda. They do not talk of youth and this and that and that. Because we waste a lot of time kusema, oh, young ones are going to do this. I've never seen where young ones have led a revolution like a succeed. Never. What I've seen is a mixed. The planners, the engineers, the experts in the backyard, the generals and the rest. Then the soldiers, foot soldiers come in and wanasukumwa, msukumo kabisa. That is how a war is won. But now you start segregating. Oh, we don't want the old people in this. Yeah, the old people sat back. Ruto is the president. Yes. And I hope the young ones are listening. Waache hiyo ujinga. There's no bomber that stands because ati vijana ndio watu wamesukuma mzee nje isimame. Hakuna bomba inasimamishangwa na kijana. Never. It's never possible. And it's not possible. What a mzee thinks and does, akiwa amelala, a kijana cannot even imagine a quarter of that akiwa amesimama. And that is true. If I'm 50 years old and you are 25, what I've seen for 25 years before you even were conceived in your mother's womb, you will never see it. Bernard, we need to teach these our preachers of young. In fact, young is waste.
Wewe unajua wewe sio apostle. Wewe unaingiliaje masuala ya vijana? Hujaona vijana apostle akitembea kwa na mabodyguard 15?
Alafu. So me, I'm appealing for a revolution, and it's a wholesale revolution. Period. Tusibague ati oh, sasa vijana ndio. Tuachie vijana uone. They'll die. They have no jobs. They have nothing. They can't plan. They can't think. Because they have no capacity to do that. Vijana ni akina Sakaja, bro. Ni akina Ichungwa. Mtu hajawahi endesha gari unampatia V8. Kwisha, umemroga. Finished.
So bwana Stone PK, allow me to Reverend Lala, just, yes.
I think I've been silent the last over an hour now. Let me say something. First of all, thank you, Stone PK and Queen and the rest of you. I think Mwalimu emphasized the idea of technology in our fight. And I think it is an instrument that can really help us push forward very, very quickly. The Arab Revolution was about technology. People are able to coordinate, know what's going on. So we can do mandamano, but a very silent one, but very effective one. Because we have the power, okay? The people have the power. So if we have the power, then we can hold these MPs accountable because they have failed their duties. But if they know that we are here, we are watching them, how they vote actually matters, and we are paying notice and doing something about it, I'm telling you, they will shape up or shape out or ship out. I want to give an illustration. In my church, there was a young man who came out of Uganda, a young physician who came for studies, further studies. And he gave me a story about while he was in Makerere, after finishing, he was posted in Gulu. This is very north of Uganda. And while in Gulu, he got a scholarship to study in Britain. And of course, they needed his transcript. So the young man says you take a bus overnight to Makerere to look for his transcript. And every time he goes there, he's told, come tomorrow, come tomorrow. So he did it he traveled almost about 6 months. And finally, they withdrew the scholarship. And of course, after that, it was discouraged. And this young woman who was in charge of those transcripts at the registrar's office, I think she was the registrar. And this woman commented this young man, this young doctor. And then the young doctor was transferred back to Kampala. And while he was in Kampala, at Mugilago Hospital, that's the main hospital in Kampala, a patient was wheeled into the theater, and the senior doctor, senior surgeon told the young man, you know, this is your job. Go and prepare this patient for surgery. So when the young man went into that room, the one on the on the table to be operated on by him was the very woman who tormented him. The woman thought she was going to die. You know, this man's going to kill her. And the young man realized that she was so scared and told the woman, you know what, don't worry, we don't do things the way you do them in your office. And of course, the woman called somebody, and while just before the surgery, the transcript was brought right into the theater room for this young man because he thought he was going to die. So what the moral of the story here is that, you see, we are the ones that have been wronged. Sisi wananchi, sisi wa Kenya. And what power do we have? That phone you have, that email of your MP, that business of your MP, you can put a dent on that man, that woman, if they go against the wishes of the people, and they will not dare do it. I'm telling you, we got the power. Let's not look forward to Traore. He's not coming. Let's not look forward, for another MP who will. No, it is us. Let us create our own leadership. And I'm telling you, if we use this power to touch these guys where it hurts the most, let me tell you, they will shape up. Because right now they can't face Ruto, but we can force them to face Ruto, or they will ship out. So let us use what we have, because I heard people talk about how discouraged we are. Yes, we are discouraged because we are not using what we have. These guys, these so-called MPs, are sellout. And because they are sellout, we can actually demobilize them. Okay? We can do something very, very quickly using this moment when they are, Ruto has made them bow down. All of them are bowing down because that's how they're going to stay relevant. But if they know we, the people, we are here and you're watching them, I'm telling you, we can win this battle very, very quickly. And out of that kind of experience, we can take power to ourselves and give it to the people that we want. We still have the power. I don't believe we are that helpless. But if we don't, no Traore is coming because they are not there. But we are the Traores right now to do it. So that conversation, I think we should emphasize it. Let's mobilize. Let's call young people where they can contribute, and old people and everybody else. And I agree with you, PK. Snakes are snakes. Whether they are black or white, they all bite. Bad people, they can be young, old, they are just bad people. We need good people. They're young and they're old. They are in every size. But if we go for young people here, young people actually are worse than old people because they're very gullible. Wanaenda huko, wanapenda wanawake, wanapenda power, and they lose it. And most of the problem we have, yes, because of the young people. Because they follow these old people, some of these bad old people, and they end up selling us. So So the key thing is let's get good people. Good people are there. So we can make that decision as Kenyans. But right now, let's organize and let's tell these MPs. I think sending those messages to them, even if they do vote in a particular way, let us shame them. Let's not wait for somebody to do it. Let Kenyans do it. And I think we can be successful. So that's what I want to make a comment based on what I think I heard from the discussion that went on when I was quiet. So I'll move back to you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Reverend Lala. We appreciate that. Let's keep engaging. So, Stony PK, I would love to hand over to you, but you are asking where Azimio is. There is the Azimio statement for today where the whole team was there to give the praiser. The Mada Karua, the Kalonzo, the Baba, and they spoke extensively on the finance bill and why it needs to be shut down. Hiyo nimetumua na Omar said, but I can't play. It's 37 minutes, so utatafuta na utajisikia. But kabla niende kabisa, nikimaliza hii video naenda, kwa hivyo Stone PK usiende mbali. I want us to look at this and take
Bernard,
our
I'll
cue.
send you a clip. I don't know whether you could, it's a little longer, but I think I sent it to you. I wonder if you saw it. I think it's in Gambia, and it's really parallel what's going on in Kenya.
Let me see.
So Wakenya wenzangu, Ruto mtoza ushuru amesema kwamba lazima tulipe ushuru. Hatujakataa. Tukilipa ushuru inaibiwa. Tukilipa ushuru na kila saa kwa tuko ndege na piga maraundi. Ukisoma bajeti hii mwaka, hadi kupigia bibi ya Ruto kura amempatia 696 million. So Ruto's wife who has no job has 696 million. Bibi ya Rigathi akona 557 million. Hao ni mabibi zao 1.3 billion. Wapige sherehe, waende maombi, waende crusade, wapige raundi. Shule zetu hazina walimu, hospitali hazina madaktari. Now, tulipatia wabunge kazi, waende bunge to represent. Hii bunge ni mali yetu. Hii bunge imejengwa na Kenya taxpayers money. Hii bunge, everyone who works in this building is paid by taxpayers. Wale makaroko pale, ile uniform amevaa ni yetu, bunduki ni yetu. Ukiingia pale bunge na wewe ni mfanyikazi wa bunge, unakula pesa yetu. As a member of parliament, the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the car you drive is bought by taxpayers. Hata ukikunia hapa bunge, hiyo chakula umekula ni na taxpayers. Sisi tuko na njaa hata tuwezi kunia. And then you tell us you vote no. Tumewaambia wabunge wote, you work for us. When you go in there, you vote no. Tunasikia Ruto ako na njaro na mpango, ambia wabunge wa vote na acclamation. Ukiingia pale bunge, si yes or no, ni kelele. Mambo ya kelele na foleni ilisha na Moi. When you come on Tuesday to vote, you either vote yes, tujue msimamo wako, ama you vote no, as Kenyans have said. Kila kitu inatoza ushuru. Airtime, M-Pesa. If you're a cancer patient, mama yako ni mgonjwa na cancer ama nini, uende private hospital. Hiyo matibabu ina 16% VAT. Ruto anatax wagonjwa, anatax watoto, anatax kila mtu. The only thing you have free in this country ni oxygen. Na mkiachia Ruto space, hata oxygen, mtalipa tax. So on Tuesday, msiwe waoga, tukuje tuchunge hii bunge. Ndio wabunge wakiingia pale ndani, wafanye ile kazi tuliwapatia. We voted for these people for good healthcare, for good schools, for good education, for good life. But all you are getting is misery na mauchungu. I know Ruto doesn't care. But if he does, he does not show it. Because how do you tax everything? Everything. Kila kitu ni kodi. Ile kitu nyotetua kodi ni maombi na sadaka. Na very soon tukiomba utakuwa naambia mbona unaomba na hujatoa kodi. Please, I ask you members of parliament, remember this. You are elected to represent the people. That parliament is the people's house. Don't auction your voice. Doesn't matter what Ruto gave you, what promised you. There is nothing Ruto can do to you. This life you have, this oxygen is from God, not from Ruto. So usipatie hapa na Ruto sio Mungu. Yeye ni binadamu kama wewe. So mtulie. And I'm asking Kome, who ndio IG police, Mohamed Amin DCI, tunawaambia on Tuesday tunakama hapa. Tunataka usalama na protection. We are coming here as free citizens of this country to stand outside here to ensure when they vote the way Kenyans want. Tunaambia Ruto kufanyia kazi ya IMF na World Bank awache. This man is never even in Kenya. Saa hii na shoot hii video saa hii. Ni Friday saa hii jioni. Ruto ameenda Italy. Kazi ni kutangatanga. Atuli. Kazi ni kupanda juu ya magari kupiga kelele. Na mauongo zote. Atusaidi. So my prayer is Kenyans manze. Tokelezeni on Tuesday. On Tuesday, tuna exercise Article 37 of the Constitution. You have the right to protest, to picket, to present petitions. On Tuesday, we are coming to guard the people's house. Kuchunga tu. Simama tu hapa tuichunge tu. Tuambie wabunge ukiingia pale una vote. Wenye watu wako wamekwambia, we have your phone numbers. We know where you live. Wherever you are. If you betray us, we shall call you a traitor forever. Forever. And you shall try and exercise the recall clause. To recall mwende nyumbani.
Ya, wewe umeingia Mugithi saa ngapi? Nani huyo amefungwa Mugithi? Ni watu mko juu. Mtatuletea kizaza. Sasa Queen take it and then
I just want to commend, I love that clip that you just played. Thank you very much. I think the Mugithi just came, right on time, as a celebration, because I really commend that young man for his bravery. And I think that anybody who can should do that. And the police and the police or the military or our security agents should also provide security to Kenyans, because it is our right. We don't want to be embarrassed in front of the whole world that they are attacking young people in front of parliament. It looks bad internationally. It looks bad globally. We Kenyans, we should have already come out of that by now. So what we want is security. We must have security for the young people who are going to be standing outside of parliament on 18th, because it is our constitutional right to protest. Peaceful protest is our right. It is the responsibility of the police to offer protection to Kenyans. We don't want to hear anybody has been killed. Me as a woman, as a mother, I can say, I don't want to hear that there's any bloodshed on that day, because we are agitating for our rights according to the Constitution. Young people have suffered in this country. Young people are suffering. It is their right to stand there and to be peaceful in their protest and to say, no, we want you to vote this way. And what I can tell young people, when you go to parliament, make sure that there's no violence, yeah, that there has to be discipline and order. Make it easy for the agents, to control the crowds, because we don't want any violence there. We don't want to lose any life. We don't want any mother to be crying. Hatutaki kusikia kuna mama analilia mtoto wake on 18th. Okay? So the police and everybody, I am talking on behalf of all women. I am the one who is here as a woman at this time. And I'm saying on behalf of all the mothers of Kenya, we want complete peace and we want protection for our young people who are going to be at parliament. We want protection. And all the parliamentarians and all the MPs, you're responsible for what happens to our young people outside of the parliament. We don't want to hear. We are watching, the whole world is watching Kenya. The whole world is watching how you're going to handle them. We don't want anybody shooting anyone. We don't want anyone dying. We don't want any bloodshed. We have a right to agitate for what we want, as long as it is peaceful. Yeah, and I'm very serious about that. I mean, I really feel that I have to say that. Really, I have to just focus on security. Security. The police, this is for you. Young people are standing there for you, in the gap for you. It is for you and for your children and for your children's children. So you must protect everybody who is going to stand in front of parliament on 18th. It is our right, and we support it.
Thank you, Queen Mo. Message is home. This is Senegal newest president and younger for that matter. And this is how he's going about addressing the high cost of living. He says to address the high cost of living, Senegalese president Domaye Faye has suspended tax. They have reduced the price of rice, oil, bread, and other basic items due to high unemployment and inflation. Aya, sikilizeni mama wenu wa health ndio huyo. Kenyans aged 25 years and above living with parents, unemployed or not, will start paying for SHIF beginning July 1st. Madam Nakumicha. Augustin PK, you are in charge. I'm out of here. See you when you see me. Na sadaka mjatuma, so nikienda nitakuwa nimeenda.
Brenda, may I say something? Analala meenda. I wanted to say something. May I say something?
Lala is around, is on and off.
I'm not.
Machine, lakini endelea.
Yeah, I just want to support what was saying. He said something about okay, I think Traore, I have PK, forgive me, I have not been tracking Traore. I don't know whether he came in on a military coup. I understand at one time he was in jail or something. But I think we may not go the Traore way. We may not. There are so many ways of killing a rat. However, we are also not dismissing the Traore way. We are not dismissing that. But Lala was supporting the idea that, and I want to support that, and that's what I had said earlier. I think we, of those of us who are above 40, maybe even 50, and maybe turning to 60, or even above 60, we need to open up our minds to the ideas the youngsters are engaging. For example, and I repeat again, the campaign to send the members of parliament messages was very successful. And it was only succeeded because I think one youngster, that must be somebody with this generation or internet, was able to get the information about members of parliament. Now, I am not saying that these members of parliament are going to hit to that and vote no, but this must have sent a message, and a chilling message to them that we got your information, you are not hidden somewhere, and we can always come back and do something worse than that. So I think that message was clear to them. And also it awakened me to that, it awakened my mind to realize that there are so many ways of killing a rat that you can communicate to millions of people without necessarily calling them to a kamukunji. So what I'm trying to say is that we need to be open to all those ideas. We are not dismissing what the other generation thinks we should do, but we need to be open, to open our mind to that. Queen Mo, you agree with me. You told me, you said your son is not in Facebook. These guys are not in Facebook, I'm telling you. Yeah? You want to find them in TikTok. That you'll find them there. They are not in Facebook. Now, if you want to fight a united front, then we need to accept their ways too. Now, I'm getting impressed every day. Yes.
Walimu,
Mhm.
I think I like your idea, but you see, bravery is the key thing so that we can use everything. In other words, those technology will allow us to even gather. Because if the number is big, if we are brave, there's nothing they can do. So I agree with you 100%. But we have to be able to use whatever is available in our arsenal at this moment to get rid of this guy. But because as long as we are afraid, it doesn't matter. We just talk and nothing. Nobody wants to move to the center. But I think we all can do it if we are brave enough to take that step. And so the young people are key to technology, and they can be able to help a lot, and plus other, even mamas and the rest. Because as long as we are afraid, Ruto will do what he likes to do. And we know very well that he enjoys doing it. because the number is small. But the blessing we have right now is that we have the number. The number is not an issue anymore. The other time there was some issues with the number because other people are still pandering to his side. But right now, it seems to me, from what we see, it's only the only problem is here. That's all. That's all we have between us and getting our power back. Yeah. But again, to answer you, Traore came to power through a coup, but he overturned a military government because they were doing the same thing. Okay. So I think you're talking about the other guy from Ghana. Ghana came through an election, but Traore came to us through a coup. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Lala. So I was just thank you for that information. I haven't been following Traore, and I think that's not good. I shouldn't be so ignorant. But I know that his achievements and he's doing a great job in West Africa. Now, so about the young people, okay, I also want to add this. I really love what Eric Omondi is doing. Whatever people may try to say that he's doing this for this, he's achieving a milestone, and he's becoming my other hero because he has the guts. He has the guts to come out. Now, I love what that boy did, that Julius Kamau boy, who was even arrested later. And he told the judge, you can even jail me for 100 years. He did. He was not afraid. Now, I have also seen someone right now, I don't know his name. He's calling Kenyans to gather in parliament and shut it. And he's saying, we are not afraid. Kenyans come out. And that man must be less than 35 years or less than 30. So what I'm trying to say is that right now, it is all of us, old and the young. Now, and if the young have ideas that are helping us communicate, like sharing information across the divide, then we got to listen to them, because information is power. Without it, people are doing the stupid things they have done because they lack information. Supposing we launch a campaign right now to educate masses why this government must go, and we find a way, social media, we find a way of jumping into the local radios, of jumping into their phones and telling them, you see what? These guys must never come back. Supposing we do that, how much do we think we can achieve? That's what I'm asking myself.
Mwalimu,
yes.
Mwalimu, already we had this website we use here for the US, for the senators. We have it. It's called savekenyanews.com. I think we can be able to use it, that platform. Anybody wants to put an article and we direct people to this article so that at least we can coordinate something. We got to start somewhere. But this website is available for us to kind of use it in any way we can. I just wanted to let you know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Lala. Thank you. I don't want to, control the show. I just thank you for that information. Yeah, and find a way of having our own kameme. This is a thing we have been talking to PK, our own Inoro, and then we talk in mother tongue, we talk in Jaluo, we talk in and tell people we cannot go on. Things cannot go on like this. Things have to stop now. So if they want to tear gas us in Kamukunji, no, we are going to jump into your phones and tell you that this has to stop. Yes, PK. Sorry, PK, we've taken over the show. Endelea.
No, in fact, Julia, I want you to hold for me for another 30 minutes.
Na sina login, sina place yenye niko na login information.
Don't worry, I'll do the rest.
Okay. Queen Mo, endelea.
Thank you very much, Julia, for your perspectives. And I like, your energy for the youth. And yes, you're visionary, because it's true. Young people are the majority in Kenya anyway. But we have to remember that during the elections, the reason that we ended up going the way we went is because a lot of young people did not come out to vote. But they did not understand the impact of not coming out to vote until now, when they are being affected, isn't it? So this is their opportunity to show us what they can do. This is their opportunity to take the ropes. Like, for example, I do remember when, if you remember when George Floyd was killed in America, okay? After that, there were so many young people who came out, to protest. Peaceful protests were all over the US. And majority of the people who came out are the young people who never voted. Yeah. And they literally made the country go at a standstill until the government had to address that matter. So what I'm saying is that it is time now for the young people to come out and do their thing, because this has been the missing link. This has been the missing element. So this is the time that we can say, yes, young people, take your stand. Old people have been doing things the old-fashioned way. It's not working. Yeah. So come on board with your TikTok, come on board with your numbers, with your WhatsApp, because young people, it is known that young people are naturally more, they're much naturally more risk takers. Like, for example, as a researcher myself, because I'm a social researcher, I know that when I talk to the population, when I talk to, for example, I want to interview a business person who is over the age of 35 or maybe even over the age of 40, they are very shy. Many of them will say, no, 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 I don't want my face to be there. No, I don't want, I can tell you, but, off camera or off, they're afraid because of the history. So it's very difficult to actually help young older people, to teach older. They say it's difficult to teach an old dog new tricks. So rather than focus on the elderly or the older people who are above the youth, I think the idea is, let's focus on the young people and let's direct them and tell them, yes, agitate for your rights. But now it is for us to call upon our security to ensure their protection. That means that any young person who uses their phone to send a message, for example, maybe to their MP, etc., should also be secure. They should be secure. In other words, nobody should follow up anybody who sends any messages to anybody. And that's the same thing, like, for example, Safaricom should not, or Airtel or any of these GSM providers should not be at any point in time required by the government to release any information of anybody who sent messages to any of the MPs, because it's the rights of us to communicate with them, unless they provide us with public platforms on which that we can for which that we can communicate. So what it is that the MPs and the rest of these guys, if they don't want to be bombarded on their personal phones, they should actually set up a special number through which that they will be communicated with, and through which that they will respond. Yeah. So which is what they do in the US, which is what they do in the UK. They don't provide their personal phone numbers. They provide a specific line which is managed and which they ensure that they respond back to the population. So the whole idea is that we want to ensure the security and the safety of young people. And that is my greatest concern, Teacher Julia. But yes, I do agree with you in principle that we should, adopt new tactics, but we should understand that for older people, it would take time.
Yes, Quidmo, is you're right. I really struggle with all these social media platforms personally, and I'm not able to keep jumping from one to another. And sometimes I don't want to overload my phone with all those apps. So maybe you may also call me old generation. But I'm getting impressed every day at how much these young people can do. But then maybe now we who think are not in that generation could now advance on what they are doing and back them and support them and provide more insights, because pia kuishi kwingi ni kuona mengi. Tumeona mengi hata kina people like akina Karoa and akina Kalonzo. I saw Kalonzo today and Kioni, and they said something, and I appreciate what they were saying. Maybe now they could also ride on that and find out now we are still holding leadership positions in this country in the opposition, and people trust us to lead the way. So what can we buy from these people, and what can we back them? If Kioni and Mother Karua look at what is happening and the initiative by the young people, what can they do about that? How much, like PK was asking, where is Mother Karua? I don't know what has happened to her. She hasn't been. No, I saw her yesterday, I think, but she kind of spoke in low tones, not the Mother Karua I know. So maybe I don't know what's happening, but I think they should come back and join the war. Now, I don't know. I have a question I'm asking myself. Baba spoke earlier. I don't know. Probably that's what Pika is feeling about. I didn't see the esteem that Baba used to have. I don't even know what. I don't know. Lala, what did Baba say? Can you comment on Baba's speech earlier about the financial bill?
Well, I didn't listen. I didn't. I've not been in tune with what went on today. But I think let us be very pragmatic because uh, Ruto is in power. So the more, if they come out speaking too much, sometimes it is counter. It's actually, if they don't have a strategy, they don't have much going on, Ruto will figure out how to deal with even those leaders that we have. So we have to give them room. When they are quiet, does not really mean they are doing nothing, and Martha and the rest. So, but at the same time, we want to fill the gap so that they know that we are behind them. We are doing what we can. We are fighting, and that's how we give them that momentum. Or else, on their own, by themselves, they can do nothing. So let us also criticize them, but at the same time, be aware that they may not do things the same way the young people do. They are able to speak and be out there, but sometimes they can easily be defined in a particular way, and they have been, discouraged, or they are being given something to kind of pacify them. So let's be very pragmatic at the same time. Monitor, what Ruto is trying to do, outthink him, because he has the power at this moment. But the reality is that we have the numbers, and with that numbers, we put it together, the power is stronger than Ruto. So whatever's going on, especially when you talk about the power of social media, we know the Arab, Spring was because the people organized. It was a grassroots organization. It is people looking at their condition and saying, no, we can't accept this. And when everybody says that, there's nothing anybody can do. Okay. And I like that approach, that more grassroots, because it empowers us to be able to determine what we want, whom we want, and when we want the person. So, because that's where we go wrong, because we allow leaders to do anything they want. Like Ruto is almost like doing anything. It's here we are, we're the one who made this constitution, but it's almost as if we are not allowing the same constitution to be the rule of the land. For some reason, we are waiting for it to work at a given time, someday in the future. Wacha tungoje tu mpaka 2027. Wacha tungoje tu. So it's like, why do you have it anyway? If you're waiting for it to work after the election, why can't it not work now? So I think the agency of the constitution requires that it is implemented now. Ruto has to go now. And with the knowledge that we can organize, we can let these MPs, know that if they don't do what we call them to do, none of their businesses, because it's about money. So if we can hurt them where it hurt the most, because they are businesses, we boycott those businesses, point out those who are dealing with them. We isolate those guys dealing with them. I'm telling you, they will shape up and change. And of course, they know we're gonna kick them out because they're eating. On one hand, they're telling us they're with us. On the other hand, they're dealing with Ruto. Either they are afraid of what Ruto might do to their finances, so they are there just following us so I think the number coming out is important too, on Tuesday, and plus a good organization which actually calls these guys, let them know exactly what we're going to do. That way, we will win. It is us who will determine that the win for this knocking down this theft. So I like to because I have access to this this website, savekenyanews.com. You can send in your article, the name, the information on those MPs and others, one way the way they think. Let's put it all there and people can access it. Share it with everybody. So Julian, the rest of us, let's use this platform to, in a small way, to communicate to our people that there's a place they can access the information, because it's not in Kenya, so they cannot interfere with it. Because in Kenya they would, but outside here, people can access it at any given time, because we know exactly what is in there. So Kenyans can communicate with us. We can put that information in there. We can assume these guys in there. So that platform can be ours. We can start using it now because we have it. We have used it before during Mandamano, to give Kenya the news about what was happening, information that we are gathering in Kenya. They were posting them to us here, and we are forwarding them to the Congress, to Hague and other places, so that they know exactly what is going on in Kenya. So we can use the same platform to inform our people what is at stake at this moment. So it can be part of our revolution. So it is available. Thank you, Julia.
Yeah, Lala, you remind me of the Arab Spring. Why those people could gather and they could change turns. I mean, they could gather in turns. Yeah, they could go. A group would go rest. The others would come back and take over. They were doing that through Facebook. They were taking turns. They were communicating through Facebook. And even when they tried to bring down their internet, they still went over what their government was trying to do. So what I'm trying to say is that we can adopt new ways of communicating, new ways of mobilizing Kenyans, and new ways of beating our targets. Like I understand there's gonna be a meeting, people gathering in Parliament when the bill will be read, and I think voting will be going on. So maybe this is what we should embrace. Send messages to people to come. In fact, I watched some boy I'm not in TikTok, I don't know. It's just a clip going around. Some young man, me not call him a boy, just saying, Kenyans, gather up, gather here, do not be afraid. And he was at Parliament building. And he spoke so well, and I thought, this is really good. This is the kind of people we are looking for. I also watched that young man in the court, the one who was arrested in Parliament yesterday. And then he told the judge, you can jail me for 100 years, but you not shut me up. I love that attitude. So that's where we are going. So I don't know what Queen Moy would like to say about where we are going.
I think, thank you very much, Julia and Reverend Lola. Yeah, what I would like to say about where we're going is, I'm also following what's going on in the live chat here. We have very interesting responses by Danny and Resilient. There's a very active communication going on here, and Black and people like that. And, they're talking about the fact that the US protests, one of the comments here was that the US protests were violent. And what I'm telling them is that they were actually infiltrated, by people who were paid goons. And this is what we should avoid here in Kenya, that, when we do our protests, they should be peaceful, and we should identify those paid goons and get them out so that they don't mar the protests that we have here. So again, they're also talking about, some of them are laughing at you because you don't know Traore. And Traore is the handsome boy on the block. Okay. But yes, it's true. Traore came to power through a coup, and he didn't come alone. He came as a group of junta. It was actually very organized with Niger, and I believe yesterday there was, you can actually watch yesterday's chat towards the end. You'll see there's a gentleman called Zapayoro who gave a little bit of background on Traore so that you can catch up a little bit there. What else can I see here? I would like to include the people who are in the chat so that they don't feel that they're isolated. Yeah. Yes, and also Danny is saying that the young man who revealed that the number of parliamentarians may be sued. And actually, that's true. We have a very big group in parliament, and we also, why do we have so many parliamentarians, and why do we have so many people in government? The government wage bill is bloated, and there's a reason why we are where we are. And then there's Carol in there who was saying that the thieves need to go. And this is basically what I feel is that there's an awakening. And it's going beyond us as humans. I believe that it's instigated from far. For those of you who believe in a higher God or a higher power or the creator, I believe that this is, in Kenya, we are being awakened by our creator. For those of us who believe in our ancestors, I believe our ancestors are also waking us up. Globally, I feel that, there's an awareness, there's an awakening. Because if you go onto YouTube, you find a lot of people talking about the same thing, about the oppression of the government, about the World Economic Forum. We talk about the one world government. We talk about, all these people who are trying to oppress. And the fact that they have recruited our own leaders, okay, to work against ourselves. And we have to realize that, like President Lola, like Reverend Lola said, that we are stronger. We as a population are stronger. So this kind of gives me memories about the time that we all said, yote was yawezekana bila Moi. If you remember, I don't know whether you were there. Yeah, I know Lola was there. Reverend Lola was there. But anyway, I remember yote yawezekana bila Moi. All Kenyans were speaking in one voice. It didn't matter whether you were young, old. We had had enough of 24 hours of 24 years of dictatorship, okay, by President Moi. And I think it's going to get to the point where we have had enough of oppression. Kenyans were so oppressed and we had enough. So if you can all speak with one voice, I feel like we are getting there. I feel positive. I feel encouraged. Actually, I don't feel at all discouraged at all. I really feel that it's gaining momentum. And like you said, Julia, yes, I really believe that IT is going to actually accelerate the pace at which we're going to achieve results. It's definitely going to accelerate the pace. Yeah, because young people are coming on board. After all, the worst thing is to have people who are idle. They don't have jobs. When people don't have jobs, what are they doing? Yeah, they're going to organize themselves. Yeah. So, the worst thing that the government have done is to deny young people work opportunities, job opportunities. So an idle mind is a devil's workshop. That's what they say. So this is not the devil though, but definitely there's going to be some sort of backlash from the young people. Definitely. And for the unemployed, including the older people who are unemployed, because there are very many older people now who are unemployed and they have nothing to lose. So I think, this government should not be playing with fire. Right now, they should not be stoking the fires, Yeah. So I feel very encouraged. I feel positive. I don't feel like Stone PK. I don't feel like I have to go and pray because I think God is answering our prayers. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Queen Mo. You have said a good thing. Like, it's like we are now on the same page. I watched. Okay, I a lot of times understand when PK is disappointed. I watch with disappointment. Parliament discussing how Gachagua flew in a commercial plane, and I was asking myself, so what? What is wrong with flying in a commercial plane? I mean, were there animals in that plane? Wasn't that plane carrying people? And then they set time in Parliament to discuss that. And this, I'm telling you this Dismas Baraza, MP called Dismas Baraza, was talking trash in Parliament that trying to demonstrate how Gachagua embarrassed the government by flying in a commercial plane. And I was wondering, what is wrong with that? Okay, Gachagua was trying to get his clout, but the parliamentarians are the one who gave him that clout because they paid attention to that. Supposing they ignored him, I mean, the common man doesn't care whether you fly in a private jet or a commercial plane. The common man has bigger problems to think about, like food and school fee. So I don't think the common man gave a damn on whether Gachagua even took a boat ride. Yes.
Kenyans must know, even Biden, till he became a VP, he was taking train every day from Connecticut to Washington, D.C. every day. Just everybody else were in the same place. So this idea that this guy spent all this amount of money, look at the amount of money given to those people they are spending while people are sleeping without food. Kids can't go to school. and they're collecting taxes, our taxes. So really, for Gachagua even to steal, anybody in the world wondering what's the big deal here? He can't travel. I mean, in a commercial, and he's in the country.
Yeah, like Boris Johnson, Prime Minister of the UK. He's been traveling in a foldable bicycle, going to Indian shops to buy food and taking selfies with the Indian shopkeepers. When he was Prime Minister, he was riding a bicycle all over London. So what's the big deal? It's not. In fact, we need to normalize that. That's the way it should be.
And what were they discussing? What were they discussing? So what? Who cares? So what I'm trying to say is that they discuss nothings. But one, Queen Moy and Lala, you are saying one thing. Kenyans right now are united on one thing. And that is why it may no longer even matter whether Baba is in politics or not. It may no longer even matter. I'm telling you. It is like we are done. We are done. We are done. We are done. Like that young man who said, jail him for 100 years because he said, we are done. Yes, PK, Karibu.
Let me say this. What's going on here is great. And don't PK, listen to me. Earlier days when we began this fight during Mandamano, I couldn't run and hide in Mount Kenya region. Okay, I couldn't go there. I couldn't pass through Rift Valley in some places. My area of operation was very limited. The police would do justice to me. But right now, I can go from Nyanza, I can go to Central, I can hide there, I can go to Rift Valley, and the people I know will hide me there. So in other words, the space has been expanded. God has had our prayers and created a bigger space, more people, more power, okay, to be able to get rid of this jigger. I call him a jigger. And the end, some of us are still afraid, and that's what the frustration, come from. But as I said, this is a moment that we have to pay attention to trauma, because there is nowhere to turn to. Where do those mamas and those jobless people, where do they go back to? What do they have as the backup? Who can they trust to promise that will give them something? There's no point of return. So this country may go, to a place where it's never been before, and that's the fear that it may not be managed. So where we are, we have to tread carefully. But the moment is at hand. The people are there and ready. Yes, I pray that we not see people, getting hurt. That maybe the police is afraid to see the power of the people and put down the gun, because I can see them trying to do something. But the reality is, even the police is afraid right now of the people. I'm pretty sure they are. So we have the momentum. So it's a matter of us taking that courage. It is a courage to get that which is ours. Because where we are right now, as I stated, it's like we have a constitution, but we are waiting for this constitution to work in 2027. That's what people are saying, which is dumbfounding, is crazy. That's what people are saying. Tungoje tu mpaka nini? Mpaka ile another election. Then what are we waiting for? Why is this lacuna time where there's no law, no lawlessness, and people are they're stealing and doing all this crazy stuff, and they're waiting for the constitution to work? That is lunacy. It will not work. If it doesn't work now, it will not work 2027, period. So whatever it is, even on Tuesday, people should come out and not even go back home. I think PK used to say that. So that way, we allow our constitution to work. Because right now, it's not working. And the only way it's going to work is if we, the people with the power, and say, this is what we want. This is where we want to go. Then it's going to work. So organize, Twitter, whatever it is, use those communication and just communicate a message, which is our way. No, No, Ruto is no, none of this finance thing, but it has to go more than that. We want something new. We don't want these people. Even if we vote, we don't vote for that finance bill. The same guys are still there. The same thieves are still there. What will stop them doing what they're doing? Nothing. So the idea is a strategy that clears the cloud. Everything has to go. We need a new beginning. And that should be the call for anyone who wants to save Kenya. Thank you.
Yeah, if I might respond, if you don't mind, you know that I think I heard that in August we have well, should I say, depending on how this vote goes, we may have a recourse, you know, a way that we can, you know, address this issue by sending MPs back home in August, you know, for not answering to the call of the people who they're supposed to be serving. Yeah. So what we need, I think, at this point is that we need advisors. We need legal advisors on our team. We really need to call them in to explain to us what do we have in terms of, you know, what is the call of recourse? What can we do about it? Because we cannot be totally helpless with the constitution that we have and wait until 2020, you know, 7. That's too far. I agree, Reverend Lola, that's way too far.
Yes, PK, take over.
Julia, na multitask. When I listen to all of us, I feel happy in a happy ile ya Hitler. You know, you feel happy that people are really people are duped properly. And that is why Ruto is dancing left, right, and center. Ruto is the happiest guy on earth, by the way. Being the president of Kenya, it's one of the best things. And I would want to follow after Ruto because it's the easiest country to govern. Easiest. You govern by lies, you know. Their fear, when you are oga, wanasema mkiandamana msitoe fujo, you know. It is the best, and that's why Ruto will reign and reign and reign for as long as he's alive. Now, let me ask, or let me remind people that kuna misemo, usiposiba ufa utajenga ukuta. A stitch in time saves 9. Okay, prevention is better than cure. That does not exist in Kenyan vocabulary. Wakenya wanasema wacha tu kidonda kiume kwanza alafu tutaanza kukitibu. That's what we are all saying, you know. Oh, wacha tungoje technology sijui tutumie. Which technology will remove Ruto? Guys, let's face reality. It is Ruto. Why are we saying hao vijana wachache waende bunge? But Lala, I think you are thinking with me. You are saying watu waamue everybody to go there. Why are we so selective? I think tumerogwa sisi wote. Why are we scared? You leave it to a few ati Omondi na watoto na watu wake 5 hapo wametoa tu vifua 10. Watatandikwa hapo. They will be beaten. Queen Mo, I take this to the bank. They will be tear gas, they will be beaten. Na watavunjwa nini na they will be shot. Some will be killed. Because they will be few in number. That is Kenya. I mean, some of us know what we have seen. There is no more maandamano like what we had and participated and organized. Dear Baba, that was the end of maandamano. Anything called maandamano coming now has to be a revolution. Baba failed because alikuwa anasema watu waende Monday na Tuesday warudi nyumbani, sijui Tuesday na Thursday ni kama watu wanaenda church kuomba. Sijawahi sikia nchi inafanya hivyo. Reverend Lala, I know you support Baba a lot. There is no that stupidity anywhere in the world. At you are going to resist, you draw a timetable. You'll be going on Monday, then you go back home. unaenda Thursday unarudi nyumbani. What are you talking about? What are we doing? You guys are quoting Arab Revolution. Please read na muangalie hizo clips muone what happened. Nimeona Julia ameishika. That kiwanja was never empty. Look at the kitambaa cheupe ya nani ya Khartoum. That lady alianza juu ya gari, then people joined, and that place, that area never dried of people. Wakenya mpaka ati tunaogopa njaa, ati mtu anaenda, ati unaenda maandamano, unaenda kukula lunch, unarudi home kukula lunch. Queen Mo, that's a joker. We are jokes. Ati umeenda maandamano, unarudi. Hata Wakikuyu mila yao, ukienda Rware ilikuwa unarudi usiku. Umeenda kutafuta na urudi kama hujapata. Ni wakumbushe wale ambao hawajui. Once you go to look, to search, you go to hunt. Lala, you are a Luo, you know, hunting is very endemic in Luo land, in most of Africa. Once you leave early morning, you are going and you will come back when you have an animal. If you don't have an animal, mutakuja kesho yake. That's why people used to carry some food, some very preserved food that can last you even for a week, because you cannot come back without what you have gone for. So what are these theories you guys are giving us here? Facebook, sijui nini. Mobilization is there. And now the last key we have, Lala and the rest, is this: if they agree, and this is what even this guy, the clips we have played, anasema wote turauke hapa. That's the message is home. Wote ni nani? Si vijana ati young people sijui nini. It is any Kenyan who is worth of salt. Mufike hapo watu 1,500. It's very easy. Hakuna hii sasa amutafungiwa kwa manyumba. You are going to town. Then they all decide to assemble hapo. Even 200,000 is good enough. Yes. Hao watu watatoka, nani atapiga 200,000 people hapo? Which you can assemble very easy in Nairobi. Guys, when we say West Africa is ahead of us like 1,000 years, na munasemanga ati wako nyuma, mutajua mjui. Them, they don't take nonsense. They know people can die. We come 100,000 of us. How many people will you shoot? Somebody will have to die. Mau people died. We are where we are because people sacrificed. Women lost kids. They lost husbands. So you cannot blow, naogopa, sijui unasema nini, you know, forget it. Tuache Ruto akuwe rais na aendelee. But mkianza sijui hiyo uoga ndio hiyo Ruto ana celebrate. Ruto drinks like SHIT. Celebrate wherever he is. Yani is the happiest guy in Kenya today. Look at him. Yes, because anajua hakuna kitu. No. Yeah, I mean, let me finish more. And I know people say, finish. Extreme and Nico extreme, but that's it. That's it. Okay, Nani Lala says we are moving. It can take 100 years. But 100 years, what will happen to these youth you guys are so fond of? Youth sahi ako 25. After 10 years, atakuwa 35. Jobless, no education, no nothing. What are we talking about? What is the sum total? That's what I want people to calculate. Sahi hao jamaa waendi uni juu wamenyimwa do zimeibiwa, mtu ako 18. After 10 years ako 28, my dear. Even if he's your son or daughter, amemiss. Hao hajaenda JSS, ako 12. 5 years, ako 17. What are we talking about? This thing is not even mambo ya kubembelezana nini. Hata kama anaweza pigwa bunde, it's allowed, it's okay. I'm telling you, if somebody can volunteer mpige bunde, wale amjui shengi ya bunde ni bunduki, it will be okay. Tuache kufichana. Hata kama ni ndege ile amepanda iangushwe, hata kaa ina Wakenya wengine 200, ni sacrifice. Hata kaa nitakuwa ndani. By the way, let me tell you more. Unajua wamama wana their soft hearts. Mahali Kenya imefika saa hii si mambo ya kuomba. By the way, hakuna maombi itasaidia Kenya saa hii. Take that to any bank. Ati mnaamka kanisani sana unaenda kuomba Mungu Baba tusaidie Ruto atoke. Na yeye anaomba shaitani yake, anasema wacha nikanyange hawa watu niwavalize. Mimi, that is where I want it. You take that stand, but unfortunately it's not possible. So then we just say, ati tunaongea juu ya 2027. What will you do in 2027? To Ruto? What formula? Ati MPs tuandikie MPs wasivote. Wameandikiwa juzi. What are they saying? They are insulting us. Mmoja alikuambia mimi nilichaguliwa na wananchi, lakini my lord is to Ruto. I will not look at that. Queen Mo. Huyo ndiye pia amekwambia hivyo. Yes, wananchi you voted me, but my lord is to who? Alafu utadu. Alafu lastly nimalize. Mnasema kurecall. In Kenya you cannot recall an MP. Whether you can never. That was put there flowery. It is wish wash. You cannot even recall an MCA. Iliwekwa tu kiujinga hapo hapo. If you read it properly, the steps are just difficult. It's impossible. Yeah. Some of this truth is what we need to tell people. So ati watu wanakaa hapo August sijui tutafanya. Hakuna. You cannot recall an MP. Even the president, hakuna vote of confidence you can do. As of now. Yes. Sasa mambo yote ikiwa ni tawe, then Traore ndio mwokovu. Kenyan Traore. Hiyo mnaogopa. Najua sasa hivi mkisikia ndege imeanguka na Ruto, wengine mtaanza kulia machozi ati lose president. You know, I'm so bitter because I have people who are supposed to enter secondary, but they cannot go. I have kids of my sister, you know, they have lost hope. Now, after 5 years, I will not be able even to do what I would have done for them. That's how you kill a country and generation. And people are laughing. Gachagua anakuja kuambia mambo ya upuzi hapa ati na watu wanaanza kumsikiza.
Stone. I was in Kenya. Nikaentoka hapa America, nikaenda kuzika wale watu waliwawa huko kwa maandamano.
Lala, one minute nisaidie nani unknown script. Unknown script, please exit and then re-enter again because your gadgets, they don't seem to be connected. I can't upgrade you into the studio. My device is not connected. Okay, Lala, endelea.
Yeah, wajua nilienda nyumbani kuzika au vijana wetu waliwawa huko kwa maandamano. Na unaona wazazi wao au ndio walikuwa wengine walikuwa natafuta kazi, wengine are the only breadwinners, and you saw those families and they can never get out of my brain. They're done. And because of a lie, mtu anaiba election and people are dead. When you go there, in fact, one of the young men, he didn't have a home. Somebody had to provide a home. We had to take that body there. And one week baby, you know, just got married. Both of them had no jobs. I mean, you look at the desperation, the situation. I mean, it can't get out of your brain. And because somebody stole an election, I'm doing this because of those souls, those families. They don't know what justice is. They only know pain and fear and anger and agony. So it is something that we got to do for the sake of those who have already suffered, like those families. Some you find two families, a mother, two families in Luanda in Western Kenya was there with those two families, you know. And these are people who are dragged. One of them was dragged out of their home. Were not even there because they went to Nyalenda there, you know, that part of Kisumu, and dragged them there. So it's a sad, sad, sad story because of Ruto. So he's condemned. He's a murderer. He is responsible for the death of these people, and because of greed and corruption and thirst for power. and to usurp all the power. So this is serious. Okay. Thank you. I want to just say that. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Reverend Lala. So I think we need to now lazima tusukume these vijana ni vijana, ile unasikia vijana fire, that fire has to be lit. The fire in vijana. The other day I was having a conversation with, yesterday or something, with Bernard, the way this force should be generated. The force comes from our munaita wazee, the one who know, the one who have it. Then that force, they skuma to the vijana who have the power now. Force and power are a bit different, because here wazee inaitwa nini, potential. Okay? The vijana, they have to kinetize it, if there is such a word. Vijana ndio watalipua, ndio kiberiti, and then wazee wako hapa wanasukuma. And then, because even and I like using Traore, because, and I want people, all of you who are up to revolution, although wengine muna revolution baridi. Revolution ni revolution, but hii ya Kenya sasa inataka ile moto. Traore is an intelligent man who even worked as under UN peacekeeping in Mali, I think, in that kind of a thing.
Yeah.
So he has that training. Yes, he has that training. And that's why you see he's not going wrong in terms of administration. Because what happens, like now in Ruto's government, it's not everyone that is rotten. You can get out of 100, kuna wawili. Lakini what is happening? They are being covered by the rot. It's like mayai moja ikiwa ni mayai tuseme mbili fresh na una 10 zimeoza, you will not notice the good one. Yote itanuka. So after he did what he did, remember there were 2 successive coups. Okay, his senior is the one who did the first coup. Then akaangalia kaona huyu jamaa si vile tuliongea. Like now when Jaramogi and Kenyatta disagreed, Jaramogi should have overthrown Kenyatta mzee straight, not kuanza kubembeleza at campaign sijui democracy nini na nini. When you go against what we have agreed, like what now Besigye and Museveni did, Museveni took over and then decided to go haywire. Besigye straight went into opposition, but again Ali Zuba, because what he should have done was to go back to the bush, like he was challenged by Museveni. Aliambua mimi nilikuwa bush, tulikuwa naye bush, ikiwa unataka kunitoa rudi bush. When somebody tells you that, do exactly that. Like Baba, that's what he should have done all along. As much as he wants to be a statesman, kungekuwa chini kwa chini, akina mwa Kenya nini na nini. And right now Baba, hii army ya Baba, innocent army that is inaenda kutolewa kwa nyumba ikishutiwa, if they were equipped properly for a rotten country, nobody would have touched them. But Baba again, he was gamed. Alifikiria Kenya sijui under constitution, and I don't see any constitution in Kenya. So sometimes mtaani tulikuwa tunasema ukija orthodox na mimi nakuja orthodox, ukicheza rough I play rough. And now unfortunately Kenya, you cannot play rough. That's where we are okay?
At the moment.
So vijana they need support. Support ni gani? Watokelezee hapo bunge na tutokelezee sisi wote, akina mama, watoto, tuone nani ataua watoto na mama. This girl who was in Khartoum, Lala, just a minute, I'll take 3 seconds. This lady, and I wish I can play that clip. Huyu mama was wa Khartoum na kakitambaa. She's a lady, by the way, she's a young lady. She look at what she did. People will say Khartoum is in disarray. That is what happens when you remove a rot. You don't expect the kidonda to heal quickly. Even Kenya sahi, even if Ruto dropped dead today, he drops dead today, it will take us another 2, 3, 4, 5 years for us to stabilize, because number one, the damage is intense. The loans are too much. The money that is stolen is too much. Okay? So fixing it will not take 10 days. or 2 days or 3 days. And that's why, like, I support, like, if I take over, I would do what? 100 days, suspend the constitution, because it's garbage when it is not. It has nobody to implement it. It becomes a trash. Lala, if we give you this constitution and you have no fidelity in it, it is trash. It's just papers like any other. Okay, so basically what I'm saying is hii wanasema tutokelezee, watu watoke. In fact, Tuesday is too far. We have enough time. If people really want to save this country, it is that day now. That day. Okay, I'll borrow your word, peaceful, but go all assemble there. Minimum 200,000 people. Vile tunajazanga pale nani inaitwaje? Uhuru Park. Which is very possible. And I'm disappointed with Azimio, because I expected Azimio at that conference to tell wananchi to go. They let me down the way to propose siku ya judgment ile ya nini yetu ya election. We had said people to keep wake, watu wakae pale. Then people said, oh, you know, that is intimidating judges. Then we got the SHIT and the hell. Okay, so like this one, Azimio should have told people to go there. Baba angetamuka hiyo, but he's what? Memezwa.
To me, where we are, I think that's probably would be more confrontational. I think where we are now is better, because we are going out of our own. Okay, I think this is where the young people are needed, but everybody. This is to Queen Mo and Julia. We need both young and old. I give you an example of mine, my own example. I'm a scuba diver. Okay, I trained in the Pacific. The one who trained me is military, is a master diver. Okay, we go to underneath the ocean, we go into the caves out there, and I trusted this man because he had experience. Okay, I would go down there with him. But when we are down there, I need those young Marines, not young men, Navy guys with me there to protect us, because I was a little older than most of those guys underneath the ocean. Okay, so there I needed a leader who has been there, who knows where those caves are, who's able to guide us under the ocean. Okay, but at the same time, I need those young men who are quick and fight if anything would happen down there, to be able to protect me. So this fight requires all of us. When somebody come and say we only need young people, they don't know what they're talking about. So somebody comes to we only need older people, you don't know what to talk about. It requires all of us. And we got what it takes to get this country on the straight path. We have it. It's in our hands if we really use what we have to do what we need to do. So on Tuesday, let people come. Let all of us come. Let us actually reveal what we are made of, what our will is. Let them not guess what we want. Let them see it by us being there. And that would shock them. Without hearing Baba said it or this one said it, it's just Kenyans organizing themselves. That's powerful. And so not few people, all of us should be there. Most of, whatever, let that experience have its own life, because that's where we feed, into the spirit of revolution when we do things like that. Back to you, Stone. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right. You're okay. Before I bring in more, Julia, either of you, we have few. Anyone can come in. Ask yourself. At the criteria ya Kenya, and I'm bringing this especially if you've never participated in election as a candidate, you would not know this. And of course, not all of us can participate as candidates. But once you participate as a candidate, then you get the truth about Kenyans. about our people. We are over 100 years behind in terms of understanding what elections are meant for. I can vouch, I can say it anywhere. I can stand in any platform and say Wakenya hatuelewi maana ya uchaguzi. Na hii ninaweza hapa hata na Biblia, hatuelewi. Wale ambao tunaelewa ni theluji ndogo, labda 10 or 15%. The bigger majority hatuelewi ni kwa nini kunatakikana watu wafanye uchaguzi. Kwa sababu huwezi kuniambia mtu anaelewa kama anasema Stone PK unajua ni mtoto wa single mother no mwakatomo dure. Sorry for those who don't understand that, Lala. You know, Stone PK is the son of a single mother. We must give it to him. Lala is a son like anybody else. We must give him a chance also to go and eat. Lala, I'm telling you this from experience. Those of you who have participated in this and you did proper campaign, you know, going down, talk to the people. Then the worst of it is you try. Lala, you are muted. You are muted, Lala. You're muted.
I know what you're talking about. I've done that. I've learned from
Lala. Yes, Lala unaambiwa, we mzai ni aje, umetuletea nini bana, unabonga. Si utuachie kile unatuachia, hiyo siku ikifika tutajua ni aje, tutajua mboka ni gani. You know? That is
hiyo tunajua, tueletie kitu. Tupatie.
Tuangushie kile ulikuwa umekuja kutuangushia mazi, si tuende tukiendaga.
Na kwetu kuna ile neno inaitwa gonya, you know.
Gonya ama gonya kimoro, you know.
That's right.
So and Queen Mo, I'm happy you are in research. I did that for quite some time, but you are in research. Please, just go, you know, just do what? Look for some time and go down. Sample 5,000, you know, and try to sample, you know, different in counties and all that. Uulize watu tu, usample na uende village. Then you utasikia what Stone PK is telling you. And that's why in all my submissions I say, how can we empower the grassroots? When I was in ODM, tukiwa katika Yotha is the youth for Raila na nini. I gave them a paper telling them strategy to win is, can we do grassroots things? Nikawaambia tufungue ofisi in every ward. Ofisi tulipe 2,000 kwa ako kanyumba, na tupake rangi na tuweke vijana 3 hapo. Yani wanaimba Azimio. Do you know what that means? It was rubbished. They regret to date. They regret to date. Because it means what? In that ward of 3,000 people, in their shopping center, there is an office painted there with the R, ama Azimio. And then they see 3 of their kids. They move around there with the t-shirts. They wanna believe jamaa wako job. Unaona? Na wako job, jioni wanapewa so 2, so 3 because of what they are doing. Unaona? And they are talking. Watu, unajua the way people go to hang around, they come and kuna benches hapo. When they hang around there, you tell them about masaibu yao and how Azimio is gonna solve. This guy is rubbished that. And they don't know where the technical part I had drawn that from. They don't know. Now is when they regret. They regret. You unakuja unafika, if you are going to Murang'a, uko Murang'a town, you do a rally in Murang'a town, you think umefikia watu. That's stupid. The people who matter ni hao mama wanabebangwa na mikokoteni kwenda kupiga kura. Na hujawahi hawakuelewi, ukiongea unaongeanga Kiingereza, they don't even hear who you are. Wanasikianga tu, wanauliza no le kule Stone PK na no sio drive leto mama mo no. So I mean we have a long journey to do. So like maandamano, the people now, of course, when they see things happening, alafu wanaambia hapana, Kenya mzima iko hivyo. Okay? Kenya mzima kila mtu ana shida. Then okay, wanapoa. Because Kenya mzima wameambua iko hivyo. But you are supposed to come and tell them hapana. I mean, not Kenya mzima, dunia mzima. Unaambia hapana, ni huku kwenyu ndio iko hivyo. Okay? Because is Tanzania crying the way we are crying?
No.
Vinimo na Julia. If you have friends in Tanzania, call them. They are cool. They are easy. I worked there for 6 years.
PK, that is why I like this thing that I like the approach Kioni and Remurudiri are taking of telling Kikuyus they are the ones suffering more. Na vile biashara zao zinafungwa, na vile wanahamishwa Mathare. I like that approach. Walifanya wao ndio they thought they were going to be exempted from root of suffering. So I like that approach because they are opening their eyes to know that you think you own this government, you think you are shareholders, you are the one who's going to pay for this, for all these mistakes that you made. So me, PK, that is I like that approach. And every day I see people whining in Mount Kenya region. I'm like, yeah, the chicken are coming back to roast so that we can now tujadiliane. Kwa nini mlifanya hivi? Why did you make that decision? So PK, time ya kuambia the whole world is suffering. I like what Mount Kenya right now. The conversations in Mount Kenya. Queen Mo, have you been following what Mount Kenya has been talking?
Have I been following what? Sorry, Julia?
What the discussions in Mount Kenya?
Yes. Limuru 3.
Na vile watu wameweka na hii serikali huko.
I've been following very well. Yes, I speak the language. Even if I speak with a British accent or whatever, America, wherever I am, I am very, very aware of what goes on at the grassroots because I've been working with NGOs, Yeah, so I've been doing work at the very, very grassroots, very, very bottom of the ward level, and even hiring people to do surveys and research. So it's not like I'm not aware of what goes on at the bottom and what's happening. And yes, I agree, that the Kikuyu nation, Mount Kenya nation, they need to be aware that they're the ones who are actually suffering the most. And although other Kenyans are suffering, you see, because Mount Kenya are the ones who beba a lot of the rest of the country because of the businesses. They're the ones who are employing. So if those businesses go down, if you remember during COVID, do you remember when people could not get vegetables from Mount Kenya? What happened? They were starving. People were starving. They needed our vegetables from our region.
Yeah. So
I think that also in Kenya that there's a great awareness about what each person from every region brings. So when it comes to, I'm not as ignorant as you might imagine. I'm not at all.
No. I was just trying to.
No, not you. I'm talking to Stone PK now. I'm not as ignorant to Stone PK as you might think. Not really. But Julia, to answer your question, yes, I'm aware about Limuru 3. I'm aware about, Mount Kenya and the business issues and the way that our businesses are being affected and how, in fact, it is true. They're not just businesses, homes, land, jobs, employment for the young people. So, and even the older people, but the young people especially. So, yes, I'm aware that it is mainly the not just the Kikuyu businesses, but also the Kikuyu homesteads. They're the ones who are being removed, evicted, these evictions. We know what's happening. But I also feel like that we should be very careful that we always have a balance. We ensure that we engage everybody as much. Yes, we can talk in our own regions, but we remember that even if we have a history of always coming together, many of the other communities don't have that. They don't have that history of coming together, so they rely on us. So we have to remember that we have, as leaders in our communities, we're also leaders in the country, and we should lead by example and also try as much as possible to incorporate everybody so that they don't feel like we're doing things on our own, because they're also supporting us. Many of them, in fact, they're wondering how did we get to where we are? We are where we are because we refused to listen to what Uhuru was warning us about. And they laugh at us. They can't believe that we did that. Yeah. So, and you continue, Julia. Sorry.
I was talking to some people earlier, and the response was like they don't believe that those votes that Ruto claims and Gachagua to have received from Mount Kenya region are what he received. They believe that he stole a lot of votes in Mount Kenya region, and they acted like watu wametupigia kura, and then Azimio let it be, like tukawachilia tu ikaenda tu hivyo. So I think there is according to IBC, Baba received roughly around 1 million from Central Province, but there are people thinking and suggesting that the voting could have been almost a ratio of 1-to-1 or half. Like Baba really received a lot of votes from Mount Kenya region. It's just that the votes were stolen. So maybe even the issue of votes, I think really we don't agree with Chebukati's results. So now I think now it's high time Mount Kenya redeemed itself by fighting for the whole nation, coming out to rescue the country. That is what I think. It is hebu fikiria Queen Mo, saizi watu wa Mlima Kenya wakiamua Nairobi imesimama, don't you think itasimama today? If they decide, listen, nothing is going to move in this city for the next until we say otherwise. PK, what do you think? If people from the mountain decide, kesho tutalala parliament, hata kama ni kutembea, waamue tu, waache tu hii ujinga ya kwenda rais mara. Unajua, I don't like this argument when people come here start saying that ati mara asijui Karua anajitetea, sijui nani anajitetea. They just stop discussing that rubbish, and one of these fine days they decide that leo tunalala parliament, and with Nairobi is not going to go on again, and we are bringing the capital to a standstill unless mwende mkatafute capital yenyu. Don't you think Mount Kenya just Mount Kenya alone can do that wakiamua?
Julia, your question, Julia, you've known me for some time now. I never bury facts. I live with yani facts ni ukweli, inaitangwa ukweli. Ile I will need science. It is true. By the way, it is true. Mount Kenya can bring Kenya, not Nairobi, Kenya to a standstill. This is a fact that whether people like it out of, or they dislike it out of hatred, nini, and I'll justify why. Mount Kenya has the economic power. As of now, before Ruto finishes them. Okay? The billionaires, the money, they have the resource. In fact, wakaamini kuchafua Kenya, they can, if they want. Because what chafuas the country is money. It's money. So, only that, they have their own, kuna ile sijui ni nini wanaonaga, count the top 10 billionaires in Kenya.
It is selfishness. Okay. Selfishness. Yes. Unaona mtu kama huyu nani wa Citizen anafikiria kwamba akinyamaza kwamba he will escape. You know?
Anyway, so wakati kitawaramba hata hao is when they will say hapana, enough is enough. Like what they had said for Baba. Baba won the election. This is for sure. But then they refused to say hatuwezi ibiwa what we have supported. You have spent your billions of shillings. Then you allow it to be stolen. I saw the cowardice of Mulima ile sijawahi ona. I never believed that we have cowards. All the people, you remember the breakfast, the dinners in Safari Park of the billionaires supporting Bab Azimio and the funding and all that. They would let their money go into waste. Cowards. Cowards.
Ukweli PK, niambie hawa kina Mwangi wa Equity, they are watching as they are going down. Unaona? Did you read the people's headline? Broad daylight robbery. That is what people named the financial bill 24. That was the heading. The likes of Mwangi wa Equity, the likes of this guy of Citizen, and all those, name them, they are being robbed in broad daylight, and they are watching. It is out of selfishness, thinking at Epuka. You know, by the way, Queen Mo, the other day I saw somebody, I think member of parliament, I don't know from which one, from Mount Kenya, saying that amekasirika sana juu hii tax ya magari. Nikasema, the rich also cry. So nikasema, when the price of bread was to be increased, they say that the bread inapatia watu diabetes. But now magari meguzwa, they were so aggravated, arguing why that should not happen. I said, this is, in one way, it is really nice, okay? So that even now the rich will be touched, and they'll begin to realize why sit and finance such a jambazi government and do nothing about it. Withdraw your finance, withdraw your support. Come on, even shut your business, and let's see who prospers. Si nimesikia watu wameanza their own insurance companies. They will insure who? Kenya is not a Western world country. People don't care about insurance. How many people have life insurance in Kenya? Who has the money to pay for life insurance? What about medical insurance? Nani ako na pesa ya medical insurance? You just keep praying that you don't usikatwe na panga ndio usiende hospitali. Na ukipata homa unakunywa ile sijui, my mother used to call it something else. There's some weed there. Because people don't have the money to seek medical attention.
Ni Julia, umesahau Davai na ulipewa Davai wewe.
I'm forgetting all those herbs. Unaona wa Kenya economy sasa penye imefika, hawana time na hizo vitu, serikali inatafutia. Sasa kama these insurance companies, first and foremost, they'll be shut. Now nimesikia ati jamaa wa Citizen anauza company yake, sijui anauzia nani. But you see, these guys are watching as they go down. When they can finance a whole revolution, they can. Mount Kenya can decide, listen, you will not do this again and to anyone ever again. This country is going to be a standstill until further notice. They can decide that. So if they are on Mekama, by the way, I have been very happy with the fights of Gachagua and Ruto, because Gachagua ametutukana sana. Now he has been insulting everybody in Azimio from left and right, and now it is time to be insulted, and he's busy walking around saying that yeye anajifanya tena tumia Kenya Airways. So what? So that we sympathize with. We can't. Some of us cannot afford Kenya Airways. You have to use a train to go to Mombasa. Na wengine hatujaifika Mombasa. Ama ni Wakenya wangapi wamefika Mombasa? Asitulete. That people are going to sympathize with him because he used Kenya Airways. How many Kenyans can afford even to ride on a bus to go to Mombasa, leave alone use Kenya Airways? So he wanted us to cry and kill ourselves because he used Kenya Airways. So what I'm trying to say, it is payback time for him. And may they fight and kill each other in State House. I hope one of these fine days watachapana mangumi. Mangumi ya real na iende kwa TV. So that now, even we can see the rich also cry. Even those who are working in the banking sector. Now, Safaricom has been thinking they are doing good, but I can tell Safaricom people will stop even keeping their money in M-Pesa and start keeping in the mattress.
True.
Mattress, pesa ya mattress itarudi. Kabisa itarudi kabisa, pesa ya mattress itarudi. Let's see how far Safaricom can go. If Safaricom CEO thinks they can get far, they should think very hard as they keep quiet. Kuna history ya Bible, Bernard always quote for me in a correct way about Esther and Mordecai. There was this guy called Haman who planned to destroy, to eliminate, to kill the Jews. And Mordecai knew the plan. And Mordecai told Esther that even if you are brought there a time like this to save us, and even if you do not save us, you'll go down with us. And Esther had to do something about it. Okay, so these barons, these kings, these rich people in Mount Kenya region, the wealthy, the business enterprises, those who own those huge businesses, who are thinking that they are safe for a while. They should know. I hope they can see. I hope they have common sense to see that they are not safe. And as Kenyans decide to go on the streets, Kenyans cry on social media, those young people going to stage protests in parliament, they should not look and do something. They have the finances. They can afford to shut down the economy. They should just act and shut down Kenya so that the whole world can know that things are not okay in this country. So mimi nagojea kuona vile watafanya, ama hawatafunga hizo mabank Equity na wherever. I hope they'll be shut soon so that they also feel the pinch. If they think they are safe, they should read the story of Mordecai and Esther. Asante PK. PK umeenda kulala?
Mimi niko bado, usijali. PK kidogo tu allow me to say something.
Queen Mo, take it.
Can I say something? Okay, just to respond to Julia. Yeah, Julia has used everything, even the Bible and Mordecai and Queen Esther. Oh my God. All I can say, Julia,
when you finish, you to let a grace soita.
Okay. I'm so happy to see so many ladies. Oh, praise the Lord. I am so happy to see so many ladies. You know why? Because if you look at most of the shows, they're usually bringing men, especially on panels on like Citizen TV. It's the panels, there'll be just one token woman. We must talk. We women, we must speak. The youth are looking up to us mothers to give them also guidance, and also we older ladies, we need to be there talking, at least for me, myself. So anyway, I'm happy to see the ladies here. That's why I like this forum so much. Now, Julia and Stone PK, I want to assure you, this finance bill, I have usually I have a very good sense of situations, situationships. I was born with that. That's my gift. I can tell you, this is the tipping point. There used to be a program on TV called Tipping Point. This is the tipping point. Actually, if you can touch the pulse of the nation, if you just touch it a bit, the pulse of the nation is not where you think it is. Now, Stone PK was talking about, his experience, doing campaigning and, the kinds of people that are at the grassroots. I tell you right now, there's no separation. Yeah, Kenyans are all together. Most of us are together. Of course, there's still those mega rich. The guys who are doing okay, those ones who are super rich up there, they, of course, are in their own world. But they're the minority in Kenya, as we know. They're the vast minority. So me, I can just tell you, with the pulse of the nation right now, it is a pressure cooker waiting to explode or implode, whichever we want to look at it. This finance bill is the beginning or the end of Kenya, the way I look at it. It's either the beginning of a new good relationship or the end of a bad relationship. This is the one that's going to sign the divorce papers between the Kenyan people and their leadership. Yeah, or it's the one that's going to cement the marriage. It's either of the two. Because right now, by the way, people have been pushed to the end. They have been pushed to the end. If you see that I have spent the whole night here and I haven't slept. Yesterday, again, I didn't sleep. I'm going to sleep during the day. I've become a watchman, night watchman. Okay? Yeah. So currently in my country, Kenya, I can just tell you the feeling, the pulse of the nation right now is not a joke. It's not a joke. So the way you're thinking, I think you'll be surprised. You'll be pleasantly surprised to see that majority of Kenyans tuko pamoja. If there's a time now to say tuko pamoja, it's us against them. It's now us against them. And it's very clear because I've actually talked to people in marketplaces. I've talked to people at the middle income business women. I've talked to them and they're all speaking with the same thing. And the people who voted in this government also, many of them are really regretting it, Even if they don't say it, they're regretting it. Every day they're being proven wrong. So I think that we have hope. We have hope with Kenya. So let us not be negative at all. In fact, right now, our job is actually to help the momentum. help the momentum, help people to stay positive, not even to put a drop or an iota of doubt on anyone. Because you see, fear, when you have any sort of fear, they've been ruling this country with fear. So the idea is to go with confidence that yes, we can make a change. Yes, we can. That Obama confidence, yes, we can. Yes, we can influence the finance bill. No matter what these guys are saying, yes, we can. We can make them not pass the finance bill. We can. The government is saying that they must have the finance bill because that's what they only, I mean, there's no way that they're not going to pass the finance bill because that's where they're going to get money from taxes. They need to fund the government. But does it have to be in a punitive manner? Yeah. Does it have to be immediate? Yeah. That's the thing. They need to review that finance bill. They have to make sure that they incorporate the views of Kenyans, that the participation of Kenyans cannot go to waste because Kenyans are not going to tolerate it. So the way I look at it, hapana, mutajionea tu, mutajionea. Things are not where you think they are.
Yes, things are not there where we seem they are, and we expect. I am just hoping, things have to go down all the way to the drain, so that everybody we are at par. Hata mabwenyenye wakue kama wanaumia kama sisi, and I am hoping that soon there will be no one to tax, so that the government start taxing the members of parliament, mshahara yao ichukuliwe, so that they realize what Kenyans are going through. Yes, PK, kuna huyu Grace, pengine umkaribishe. You are mute PK.
Thank you, Julia. Grace, tafadhali tuonyeshe sura alafu uingie. Sijui ni nani, ni Grace mgani? Huyu Saita. Saita, are you there, Grace?
Yes, I am.
Before you come in, give me 1 second to say one thing. Okay. Anyway, when I'm getting ingia kwanza.
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning, all of you. I've been following you guys on YouTube, and I sometimes I feel like I want to burst. The two ladies have really impressed me so much, and PK, I want to say thank you so much for being for saying what you for saying it the way it is. My name is Grace Saita. I'm from Kajiado, and really this thing of Kenya, Kenyans being exposed to all this really makes me so mad, until I sometimes ask, kwani to be a president in a country, you can just turn around people the way you want, you can do what you want. There is nothing the people always are told the power is in the people. Watu ndio wanakura, yet we can't do anything. I am in the reserve. I'm in Namanga, and I see the way people. I'm a retired nurse, and I see the people, the way the women come to me to beg for food, to ask me to pay school fees for their children, and me myself, I'm struggling. I feel like I just want to kill someone, because when I see the problems that people are going through, I wonder whether we are in Kenya 60 years after independence, or we are still under the rule of the what do you call? And I see these photos of the way they used to bundle the Kikuyus inside their huts and hit them with the bunduki. Then I'm wondering, are we still in that age, 60 years after independence, and we can't speak and we can't do anything? Really, when I see all these things, I get mad. But even if I get mad, what do I do? So what I have been doing around here, I remember there are so many people here who are running skelter hell, saying UDA, UDA. And now when they come to me to ask for something. I'm a farmer. I also farm, so I do a lot of horticulture and mboga. I try to teach the Maasais how to eat mbogas because many of them like meat and maziwa, na hakuna maziwa hiyo. Kiangazi ndio hiyo sasa inaingia, alafu they can't buy food. And seriously, the face of the community back home is even worse. And I'm just looking at when I see these two ladies, you encourage me. PK, you encourage me. You talk you I don't know whether the words are getting to so many people because you guys have encouraged me, and that's why I'm waking up at this time. Actually, you can't see my face because I've just woken up, and when I wake up, I look for you people to listen. Thank you so much. But last but not least, God is going to deliver this nation from the hands of these hyenas. I like the way Ngunjiri now talks when he shouts and he says that they have pocketed money, they have bought watches. Shame on them. Seriously, buying Murkomen and buying a watch of 4 million, showing us what now it's their payback. And I just want Kenyans to be mad, full stop, just to be mad and rise up and really deliver our nation. We still have people who are thinking this country can be changed by these people. But to be very sincere, there is nothing they are doing. And I think I will stop there because I don't want to get madder than what I am right now. But I just want to congratulate the three of you. I have been, even Bernard, and then there is somebody else. I've not mastered the names, but I listen to you. I listen. I participate in the survey, and I put my points through. So let's not keep quiet. Even those of us who are not in in towns, I make sure that everybody who comes to my home here, I tell them, surely let us wake up and deliver our nation, because our nation in the hands of thieves, in the hands of hyenas, and they were told and they never listened. But God is going to deliver us. Thank you so much.
Wow, let me say, Saita, thank you so much, madam. And I'm happy you've been following us. Yes, we will always say it as it is. And again, we always say it is good. Maybe Wakenya lazima tuerevuke, lazima tuumie. Unajua kuna watu lazima waumie ndio waerevuke. So mimi I'm happy kusikia kuna mtu kama wewe uko mashinani, and we would want you to be one of our focal point. Yeah, when we start using manake tunajaribu kuunda mbinu za kuwafikia watu mashinani.
Yes.
Then usipotee sana,
Sipotei
sana.
Sipotei hata kidogo. Niko.
Yeah, ukikutana na watu hapo, watu wawili, watatu, watu 10, you make sure umewapatia unawaerevusha kwa muda hata kama
kanisani,
20 minutes.
because I go to church.
That's wonderful. I totally and appreciate that. And for me, I'm just for that. Rapid. Manake hii haingoji. Hii kidonda iwezi ngoja. Ukingoja utakatwa mguu. I know watu wanasema PK. Hii ukingoja haina ameshika mbuzi, alafu unaanza kusema urudi nyumbani kusijui kuenda kutafuta rungu. Badala ufukuzane na ameshika mbuzi mguu. Sasa mbuzi atatokomea. Nianze kutupa mawe, tupa kila kitu ambayo utapata. Kwa hivyo tunasema hii Tuesday hii iwe ndio siku. Vile nani mama Queen Mo amesema, either ijenge ama iharibu. Because si hata Central ndio wanasemanga kiolile ni kiolile. Kwani hiyo lugha inamaanisha nini? Kama ni ya kukua ikue. Kama ni ya kukua ikue. Mtu azae tujue amezaa mtoto gani, si kutupatia una mimba hapa hata hatujui inakaa aje, ama ni mende imebebwa ama ni panya. Izaliwe tujue kama ni panya tujue mapema. Kama ni mbaya ili tujue ni mbaya, and then tufikirie namna ingine. So yeah, thank you very much Mama Soita and Saita. Yeah, keep here. We will be together.
Yeah,
Also,
I
before
will.
I bring in either Julia ama nani Mama Mo, nataka kuthank our 105 viewers. Asanteni sana for keeping here, and Sound Candid mkona mmoja, Sound Candid Talk 70, Sound Candid Talk Live 33. That is good, but tuendelee kusambaza na kuambia wale wengine, because this is the only way. I know our videos are long, 5 hours and all that, but it's good. You can watch a bit by bit. Sooner we will be trying to, kind of fragment them into small bits for people to really get what we are talking about. But this, for me, it should be a revolution. Anything short of that ni story tu. Itakuwa ni stories za jaba, stories za watu wakikula mgoka pale chini ya mti ingawa imefungwa, ama tukikunywa buzaa chini ya mti, tukikunywa mnazi ile unasikia mazee, unajua mimi nilikuwaga mnoma. Ukiambia mtu unoma yake hakuna. Hatutaki nilikuwaga mnoma, tunataka hiyo unoma
sahi.
Yes, sahi. Huu mtu hata by the way, this is the right time asirudi. Umfanya kama vile Haiti ilifanya. Haiti, kuna wanaume dunia hii. Haiti ilisema wewe uko Kenya umenini, waambie wewe uko na uishi huko. And the guy never came back.
Yes. Correct.
Yes. By the way, nothing will happen. Hii uoga tuko nao, damu itamwagika, ni hakuna.
Ishamwagika.
Yes. Mwagika ya kutosha. So we have to know what to do. Julia more.
By the way, Pika, you are right. Nothing that has not happened will happen. So I agree with you. Lazima people should be mobilized. Watokeleze Tuesday. Pika, did you see that? I put that clip in the admins group. That young man was so courageous. He was saying, Kenyans, musiogope, mkuja hapa Tuesday, we shut this parliament. That is what they should do. They should shut down the parliament.
Correct.
We don't need that parliament.
We don't.
We don't need our members of parliament. We don't need them.
Remember, that's what I was saying from Kitambo. Nilisema Wakenya to disown these guys. When the day they refused to resign walipokuwa short changed. Nikasema hata waazimio tuwasahau tu. But people here kept on telling me, constitution. By the way, if there is anything I hate to hear, a Kenyan telling me, yani nasikianga hiyo naenda kupi, ni kuniambia maneno ya constitution.
The animal.
Unaniambia juu ya constitution na shetani yule yuko hafuati hiyo constitution. How do you even begin to tell me? The constitution is clear. Nasikianga lugha zingine hapa hivi. Hakuna constitution ikuangi clear, and if it's clear, why is he not following it?
Imagine.
Unaona na Grace na Queen Muriona huyu jamaa mwenye, did you see a man who shot a judge? And I just said, this guy is so full of himself. Amesikia ati bibi yake amenyimwa bail, ameamua kuwa judge. Can you believe that is hapo ndio hao watu wamefika? Ulisikia huyo mtu polisi? Ulisikia?
Sini ukale, mbona unaficha? Sini mkale. Sini mwanaume kuliko wengine.
He was so full of himself, and unajua, let me say this. When he shot that Makadara judge, his idea was, PK, he'll be arrested and you'll get away with it. So,
exactly.
The guy mwenye alimunyeshea risasi kwa kichwa. Yani, it is said that bullets rained on his head.
Yeah.
So,
to
take him to court. He's dead.
He stabbed him right.
Yes. He was shooting that judge because he was like Mtadu.
Exactly.
Mtadu. Sinika ule alipiga nini, ule alipiga direct gari ya baba siku ya maandamano. Alikuwa anataka kuua baba direct.
Yes.
Alafu
alikuwa mkale pia.
Of course.
He was shooting that judge Mkadu. I shot the judge Mkadu.
Ay, sasa ako kaburi.
Nakwambia, I love that police mwenye alimnyeshea risasi.
You know, by the way, as a woman, for me, I took that as a direct attack against women. That was actually,
correct.
you know, femicide. Femicide. Yes, that was going to be femicide. You know, because I asked myself, if the judge was a man, would he have done that? Never. Never. He would not have shot his fellow man judge. No. Because sababu hapo kuna mwanamke amekalia kiti na ako in a higher position than himself. He could not deal with it. She's ruling in a way, giving a ruling that he doesn't agree with, and he's angry with her because she's also a woman. How dare you? Which kind of woman is this?
Correct.
So this was going to be an issue of femicide. Na ndio nasema, it's time for the media to start, women to start going to the media houses. We bulldoze media because it's not fair. Now there's a new word, there's a new term. It's called, you know, the way we have panels. We have panels and we also have manels. In Kenya, we don't have panels, we have manels, which means, and by the way, Stone PK, your music is too loud. Yeah. So I'm saying, you know, Stone PK is a big supporter of ladies. Anyone with background music, please reduce it. Yeah. Or just mute your microphone. Ni Soita.
No, hapana.
Ni wewe. Please, kindly. Just mute kidogo for us, kindly. Yeah, thank you. So I don't have to shout. Already I have a very loud voice. So yeah, what I was saying is that we nowadays in Kenya, if you look at the media, ukiangalia media, wote wale watu ambao wanaletanga wanaume peke yao, alafu wanaleta labda mwanamke kamoja tu. Now just imagine the difficulty of being a woman amongst all those men. It's difficult for women. It's difficult. Hata kama you know your stuff, you know, you're already intimidated because you're alone. And the way women communicate, we know that we use many words compared to men, isn't it? So generally, most of the people who are heading the panels are men. Then they bring one woman and 4 men. No, we have to say no to that. We have to say no to that. Because of our daughters, for the sake of our daughters, our voices, like what I heard from Soita was so important, because Soita, what you said something which is so important, which is about the budget of the household. The household budget is being managed by we women, isn't it?
Yes.
The women are the ones who are feeling it. The women are the ones who are worried about their husbands not having enough food, their children not having food, the children of the neighbors not having food, the animals not having food, yeah? The rent not being paid. Women are the ones who are carrying the burden of the household. And without the household, we don't have a nation. So there's no way we are going to agree to be ignored anymore. I am done. I don't care about all these women representatives. They have decided, they have really disappointed women in Kenya. Because what they do, yeah, they have, at least, you know, Esther Passaris, when at the beginning, at least she brought Adopt the Light. At least at the beginning, she was effective. Now she has given up. It's like she has given up now. I don't know what's happening now. Hana msimamo. So what happens is that we need women of integrity. Women
Alisema anaonanga Zakayo anakuwa turned on. Sorry to use
now
that.
Just imagine. Wanakulanga nini? Wanakunywanga nini? What are they smoking? Yeah, so we need, but you see, the thing is, those are the kinds of women who actually get those kinds of positions. So we have to fight. We have to agitate. Like now, that is a fellow woman magistrate. Even if whatever we think about the judiciary, she's a woman, and we women should all rally and say, never again. That should never, ever happen again.
It's so
and
sad.
we take her and we say she's our woman, and we do not tolerate that. And you know, as women, we have a lot of power because we are the ones who are the mothers of our sons and daughters. So we can rally our sons and we can tell our sons to say no to that kind of violence against women. Because this man shot that magistrate because she's a woman first. Second, she's a magistrate. Third, he had the power over her. And fourth, like you said, mutadu. So power of impunity, because he knows that the big bosses don't respect women. Women have been hurt, women have been violated at all levels of the society, right from the top woman in the country. Okay, we have seen the suffering and we are quiet. No, we have to say no, 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 because we are the ones who are standing in the gap in our families. So we need to wake up like our great grandmothers did. We wake up and we feed the fighters in the bush. We are we're the ones who are feeding the fighters in the bush. When the fighters are in the bush and there's nothing in the house, what does that mean? It means that even when they go to the bush, how they cannot come to get a meal from our home,
They
because
will
we don't
die
have
there.
they will die in the bush. Exactly. So that's the reason why I'm saying no, 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 no. A platform like this one, let us take advantage of this platform. Let us, show the people who we are. Because who knows, in the next government, 1 or 2 or 3 of us, they might pick one of us. And if not, someone somewhere will watch and see, who is standing for their country. We should be erring on the side of the truth. We should be on the right side of, the right side of life, not on the wrong side. Yeah. So anyway, that's just my strong opinion. I'm a strong opinionated woman here. But I also want to say thank you so much, because the front runners are not myself. We have Mandamano, who has been here for a long time. We have Teacher Julia, who has been here. We have another lady also who has been very active. But I also want to thank the men on this panel, because as leading with Bernard, they have always been very accommodative of women. And I feel like an equal partner when I participate on this platform. So I really thank Mama Soita for coming, and I want to encourage you to come and share this video with other people, other women and other men.
I do.
Share as much as possible. Even we share with men. Yeah, because they don't really know about this platform.
Do, even to the I just hope they listen to the leadership.
They will.
The chiefs. I sent it to the chief. I sent it to my pastor. I sent it round. You can't imagine. I'm so mad when I think of the problems people are going through. Remember the time they did the demolition in Madare, in wherever. How many women were really were affected? I can't fathom the evils and the ills that these people. There is a guy called the Bold who normally does. He goes and does some charity work in those areas. He's the one who has been rescuing women in Mama Lucy Hospital. The one buying mattresses and food. For how long? In a nation that has been free for the last 60 years, we still have people who can't. And by the way, even the Kenyans are within that group. And I'm like, so what are we doing? Why can't we just, you see, I don't know. You can imagine why can't we start that revolution? Why are we saying we can't? Why? I'm one of those people who would say I'll be in the forefront to wake up and go for that revolution. We are tired. And people are eating until they vomit on our whatever.
In our shoes.
Really, people here in the village, some of them, when they come to you for unga ambaye mtu anaenda kupika tu uji na hakuna kitu ingine ya kupatia watoto. I feel like I don't know. God, where did we go wrong? And may God forgive us. Wherever we have gone wrong, I'm asking God to intervene and forgive this nation. But we must arise and speak, and we must arise and remove these people from this I don't know what they are eating daily and vomiting on us.
Yeah, Mama Soita, Grace, just yesterday I had visited a lady who runs a children's rescue center. Just yesterday, last night, I was there, and she had a very sick child there as one of the children who had been brought. Every time she goes, nowadays they don't no longer children homes. They're not supposed to be keeping children more than 3 to 6 months anymore. That's the law. in the next 7 years. They're going to be affecting it. So slowly, the children homes are allowing mothers to stay with their children and maybe bring them back. You know, unaenda nyumbani alafu narudi. Sasa this lady aliniambia kwamba huyu mtoto akienda nyumbani to stay with the mother, every time the child anakuja akiwa akona infections ya tummy. Yesterday the baby was hot. She's like a 3-year-old. She's so hot. She's dealing with illness. She's struggling with money, how to, you know, look after this child. She's worrying how can she go to the law and get the child into the home away from the mother, because the mother doesn't want to take care of the child anyway. It's like she's forcing the situation. So when I look at the way my friend is struggling with her children's rescue center, and I know that has been replicated over and over again all over the whole country. The people who are losing the most are children. And if I want to ask, as a woman, as a female, even when you look in the animal kingdom, the last thing you want to deal with is a female mother, a female lion. You touch her cubs, you'll be in trouble. Whether you're an elephant, whether you're a lion. So we as humans, when you touch our kids, you touch my kid, or you touch my friend's kid, or you touch a child, immediately the first thing that comes to me is defend. Yeah, it's natural, very natural. That's the reason you hear Stone PK me saying, no, do not shoot our kids. Even if I understand that, of course, there's nothing like a completely non-violent protest. I understand. But I'm actually just bringing this point home that this is my expectation as a woman, and all of us women share that, and I'm sure all men do. But you see, also women, we have some powers. We have some powers about when we speak, people listen. Some people will listen. Somebody somewhere, one policeman, even if it's just one policeman or woman, will listen to what we have to say and stop it if she sees it happening with her own person. So maybe we might save one life or whatever it is. So we women, our women are a constituency already. Women are already a constituency, but we have not maximized the power of the female, the woman constituency in Kenya, because we can actually change everything. Forget about saying a Kikuyus. No, women from all tribes. The one thing we have in common is that thing of defending children and the young people. So, you know, you know what I know. So let me be quiet, let you guys have some space.
Okay, Nani, Queen Mo, how far would you want to go looking for that one female that now time has come? It will never be like it is now. And that's why, remember, since you joined this channel, you've always heard me, sijawahi kukosa kuuliza, where is Martha? I mean, I'm not in love with her. I mean, I'm in love with her politically.
Stone PK, Tuko.
Let me finish.
Sisi Tuko, by the way.
No, Muko, lakini you people, you will be after, as we said, it has to be after somebody drills that hole. It is tough. As of today in Kenya, hakuna mama ambaye anaweza handle Ruto. None. Never. Hakuna.
Kuna Gathoni wa Moshomba.
Hakuna wezi. Huyo ni green. She's too green. She needs to go for another. She's too green. She can't manage at all. Let's call experience, and I mean, this is sincerely me, but she'll be a major, major, major in somebody like Martha's whatever. And let her not aim so high thinking that, oh, she can. It's like telling me Babu Wino will be a leader of opposition and all that. Okay? Shouting this, shouting that. Okay? But they have to follow a trajectory. They have to form that. You remember
Correct.
Michuki?
Correct.
You remember Michuki?
Yes.
Michuki alikuwa ameiva. After how long? After how long? Michuki is the only minister who did things, who said things and they happened. Followed by Matiangi. Hakuna mwingine.
Okay, Stone PK, let me challenge you. Let me finish. Tuko na Samia of Tanzania.
No, that's Tanzania.
No,
they are mature than us.
Kenyans psyche.
They are ahead of us.
There are a lot of Kenyans who are ready for a female. They are a lot.
Let me tell you more. Tuache nini theory. Tanzania, they are so much ahead of us politically. And I know Kenyans are in denial about this. Politically, these guys are ahead. Remember, hakuna ukabila Tanzania, which you cannot achieve even after 200 years in Kenya. It's impossible. I know people tell me, oh, the youth of today are scattered all over. Wengine wanajiita Norwegian, US, nini. Do you call that a civilization? Ati now, because you are a US citizen, you think ati wewe uko mbele sana. And then you think unategemea huyo kijana ameishi US, ameishi Canada, ameishi huko, kila kitu ni huko. Alafu unaanza kumwambia ati atakuja kudevelop nini? Nothing. It is those now who are being denied education today. Those guys that are being denied JSS. That's the wastage we are having. Don't tegemea ati wewe umeishi US, watoto wako wako US, you think they will save Kenya. Forget it. Forget it.
No, can't.
Nobody who has stayed or born in America will go to Kenya ati kung'ang'ana kupigana. Nani? Wapi? Ulisikia wapi? Hakuna. Hakuna. It is grassroots. Please, let's call us spade. Yes.
Lakini tuko na wanawake wa grassroots, strong ones.
Yeah, those strong ones ndio nawaambia as of now, today, you have to support Martha Karua. Today. Then
yeah, we do.
Set the pace.
Of course we do.
Yeah, we do support her. Look for her. Let her not keep quiet. And let her not to be cowed by those men. She's the deputy. She was the second. She was the running mate for Raila Odinga. They won elections.
PK,
but maybe I don't know why actually. Maybe Julia can explain what's going on.
Let me explain what happened to Mother. And this is very controversial. And it's okay if people don't like what I'm about to say. Baba poured cold water on Mother's effort. The moment alianza ati mara Ruto sijui anamsupport kwenda AU, mara ndiye anamtetea, mara sijui ameenda wapi wanapigwa picha na Ruto, mara sijui NADCO. They poured cold water on what Mother was doing. Mother doesn't take that compromise. You remember Mother walked away from Kibaki's government. She resigned, and people are mad with her. And she resigned. She resigned because she couldn't take the likes of this nearly corrupt man, these people who are in golden bag and all that. Mother couldn't take that, and therefore she resigned. She's that kind of a person. Let me ask you, put yourself in Mother's shoes. Mnatembea na mtu, wewe ndiye deputy wake, okay? And before long, you hear their talks going on with your enemy. Yeah? Unasikia ati mara kuna watu wa kampu yako wanaanza kusema ati wanaenda bipartisan. I want to call bipartisan talks Kalongolongo talks. Bipartisan Kalongolongo talks. Then before long, you hear that at now they have NADCO and Kalonzo is cheering. That is when they poured cold water on Mother's effort. And since then, she's just struggling to be polite and to be seen with them. But I can tell you, she's almost turning them off. She's almost doing that. And even in case she's quiet, she's just quiet for the sake of the unity of Kenya. So whether Baba was tired and it was his time to retire, that is his choice. I cannot really keep insisting on Baba to come back. But whatever moves he made, and the NADCO thing, they poured cold water on Mother's effort. That is why, PK, you don't see Mother coming out right now. So I think it is high time she also came up with her own self and her own movement. And she shouldn't allow Rigathi Gachagua to be riding on Limuru 3's resolutions, because that is what Gachagua is trying to do, to ride on Limuru 3 resolutions. So she shouldn't allow that. She should just come out and fight it. Hata kama atachukiwa na watu. Ni sawa tu, after all, she has nothing to lose. She's not even in the government. She's not even the governor for Kirinyaga. And she shouldn't care. She has lived without being the government for several years now. So she should just come out and fight for Kenya
and she say she doesn't care whether you like it or not, I'm gonna say the truth. She should come out and say, hata hii ushirikiano mnafanya hapa sitaki, I'm not part and parcel of it. So PK, you asked me, your mother is, they poured cold water on her efforts. That is where she's not where she is. PK, I hope I've answered you. I don't know what the others feel.
Correct, but that, as you have rightly said it, why can't she come out? It's getting too much. There's so much going on. Let her speak. She will have more followers still.
Yeah,
why keep quiet?
Yeah, you are right, Grace. She should come out. Unaona, let me say this. It is not always good to go with the crowd. Now, all of us here, I think, are old enough to remember what happened in the late 80s.
Yes.
And you remember in the late 80s when Moi alifika mahali akaanza kusema watu wachaguane mlolongo. Me, I think I was not voting. I was not old enough to vote. I was a child, but I think I was informed enough. Akili yangu ilikuwa mzuri. Okay? Now, and then there were wars of Matiba and somebody called Kiano in Muranga and Kamodo, Dr. Gikonyo Kiano and Kamodo. At one point, Moi had to create another constituency for Kiano because Kiano would never beat Matiba. Now, then Matiba was a member, was a cabinet minister, I think, for culture and social services. And then one time, the things that were going in the government were too bad. Matiba decided to resign. Na wakamwambia kwamba ati if you resign, you should be kicked out of KANU. They met one day and decided to kick Matiba out of KANU. Matiba decided to resign and leave that KANU, and he didn't care. And this is what Matiba said. Matiba alisema kwamba ati nimefukuzwa KANU. Where do people who are chased out of KANU go? If they are chased out of KANU, wanaendanga wapi? Akasema, from today, I, Kenneth Stanley Matiba Jindo, I declare Kenya to be a multi-party state.
Correct.
The fight for multi-party zimilianza. Saizo, Rubia kamfuata. Kibaki, Kibaki mwenye kuwa president, alibaki kwa serikali. Nyinyi mnakumbuka, Kikuyus for a long time called Kibaki General Kigwea. Yeah? For a long time.
Yes.
We call him that because we feel he let us down. He sold us. He disappointed us. So I think mother should take a Matiba style of politics and stand firm. We Kenyans will appreciate him. We appreciate her later. So Pika is asking where mother is. They poured cold water on her effort. That is what they did. So because she knows that what we are saying is true, she should come out and say, I'm not part. She should just leave Baba alone and his AU fight. Let Baba endelee kupigania AU. That is his choice. She should not even indulge in that, but she should come out now and tell Kenyans, this is the direction we are taking. Na turudi nyuma. Kama saa hizi mother angekuwa anaongoza, unaona kuna watu hata kama watu wanashikwa, it is hard to arrest them at this point. She should come out and mobilize akina Ken kwenda parliament on Tuesday. We want to see them now going to parliament on Tuesday. We don't want to see our youngsters are the ones who are leading. Now wanaita press conference after press conference after press. Now what were they telling us? So I saw a press conference and Kalonzo is reading for us the financial bill will do. We all know what it will do. So we want to know, what are you doing about it? So
yes, we need Martha. We definitely need
Mother. Atokeleze. Let us, if these men cannot act, let her act. And ignore we don't have, and imagine that we don't have men in Kenya. I'm sorry, PK and Jiru. Jiru?
But she should come out. Let her not be true.
Wewe. Haya, Jiru endelea, nitakuja.
Haya, ni sawa. Habari yenu wote?
Unaona nimetoa wanaume kwa shimo.
Sorry, Njiru acha, ni KM kwanza alafu Njiru.
Njiru amekuja mbele ya KM. PK. Okay.
Katoka.
Wacha KM aongee kama
habari nyote.
Nyoka wapi? I don't know what
Pangoni.
Pangoni. Tumechoa nyoka Pangoni.
Habari zenu nyote.
Karibuni.
Salama.
Tuko salama. Karibu.
Stone PK, my big brother, Queen Mo, Ace, Mentor, Julia, DJT, the power name na Grace. Thank you for having me. Asanteni sana. I've just come back from a serious meeting, political meeting, where we are trying to create a new political party, different political party. So that's where I come from. Hapa tuko Kenya ni saa 11:08.
Hello?
We don't have
Kenyan,
any.
you're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Yeah, someone just said that there are no strong women in this country. I think there are still some strong women. I think Mother Karua still remains. She believes in her. She has been vindicated. You know, even when she pulled out of everything that Mount Kenya wanted in 2022, and people thought that she was, of course, she has made mistakes when she refused to run for governor for Kirinyaga she refused to be the first governor of Kirinyaga County. And you remember also Peter Kenneth made the same mistake, refusing to be the first governor of Muranga and went to run for president. But you see, people like Peter Kenneth have been drowned along the way, but Mother Karua has still remained steadfast in what she believes in, and right now she has been vindicated. And I think we saying that there are no strong women, Stone PK, in this country. I think we have one strong woman in this country. Lugha ya mtaa tunasema let's give her flowers, tumpe maua yake when she's still alive. And Mother Karua is not that old. She will be here for a long time, but let us just appreciate her effort, because she has been, you guys, I have this last born, my fourth born. She waits for me to come home, then she wakes up. Anyway, sorry, you guys. But anyway,
It's okay. That's okay, KM. It's fine.
There's nothing I can do about it. But look.
No, we're doing this for the children. It's no problem.
Yeah. Mother Karua has been vindicated. I think as a man, and as a man who wants to do something for this country, I think let us not take anything away from this strong woman. Mother Karua is an icon. We will not take anything away from that woman. That woman is stronger than 10 men. She's brave. She's akosawa. So let no one ever say that Kenya has never produced a strong woman. Even that I have heard people saying Samia Zulu, they cannot compare. Mother Karua is the president we never had, or maybe she can become. So moving on to the issue of the day. The question was about. Actually, I'm trying to get the question, but I'm just happy to be here. I just came from a meeting where we are trying to register a new political party in terms of ideology, and we are looking for members. And thank you for having me. Asanteni sana.
KM, thank you. KM, umepoteza. You missed my point. I said the only woman as of now. Sijui ulisikia aje? As of now ni huyo unafikiria si support. By the way, as of now, the one who can lead today, and you can take that to any bank, kama kumebaki bank yoyote, is Mother Karua. That's why I keep on, every day I ask, where is she? All right? The rest, they have to, lazima kila mahali kuwe na prefect. Huyu ndio prefect wa wanawake saa hii Kenya. Alafu uzuri amepata meja mwingine anaitwa wa Mchomba, who needs to be nurtured. Wa Mchomba alitoka kutangaza juzi. Okay? So she still has a lot to really nini. Lazima atashikwa afinywe vile atavumilia ndio tuta nini, but she's on a very good course. Yeah? But as of now, if Kenyans want to have a sulubu, take this to the bank. Some of you are too young, you don't know Mother well. Sulubu wa Kenya ni Mother Karua. Thank you very much. Mr. Nani karibu, Mr.
Stone PK, before uendelee,
wacha tusi exchange hapo tusi exchange, tusi debate ndio tupatie huyu mtu kazi. Time inaenda bro.
Okay.
Ni nani anapewa, ni mimi ama?
Ni wewe Njiro.
Okay, sawa. I don't want to speak anything about Kenya. I want to share some experiences because I think saa zingine Mungu akikupea nafasi, you go in some places, at least you can be able to draw parallels. For your information, I'm in a very damaged country. In terms of policies, I could not believe. Hii mambo nilikuanga naisikia. Right now I'm in Toronto, in Canada, and there are so many things you can say, like the glory of this country is done, and that is where we are. So I was in a conference in the University of Toronto, which I think it has become one of the workest universities of our century. I think with some other universities in some places where, and this is my personal opinion from analysis, like ukiangalia like inside the university zile vitu zinafanywa huko they have even built like a Palestine camp ndani huko. I don't know for what. Anyway, that is their politics. Label the LGBTQ ziko kila pahali even with their colors, and when you look even in some places in Toronto, I think even their LGBTQ has mutated. Imewekwa hata kitu ingine inaitwa 2SL. Yeah, actually I'm in my hotel here in Toronto. So anyway, but what I wanted to say is that when you look at the destruction of this country, Canada, because I've talked to so many people. Najua mimi nikienda pahali saa zingine, I like learning what people things are happening there, because some of these cities are, I've even been in the workest cities in the US, but I can tell you, even cities like Chicago and other cities in America, they are not at this level. The town is extremely very expensive. Yeah, it's a model of those cities whereby, all of those countries whereby people, you will own nothing and you will be happy. I hope you understand the principles which are being sold by these people who are destroying countries everywhere. Like, people have nothing, but they will be happy. The same model which Mr. Ruto is also implementing in Kenya, whereby he won't even us to stop farming. He doesn't want us to have anything, and we will be happy. That's what they are saying. It's a weird model.
It's a World Economic Forum model, Jiro.
Yeah, but I understand. But what is happening in Canada, they are far on that. So if you want to know the results of those things, just monitor Canada. I've visited several cities in Canada, and ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you that agenda is working. It's working, and you can see the destruction of cities. Forget about cities being big, although you see them, but when it reaches to a level whereby cities become unmanageable, there is people are just people are even putting tents in their town, very big cities, near very prestigious universities, homelessness, vitu zingine which are not making sense. People cannot afford rent. Like, for example, cost of living is extreme. I hope you Google about Toronto, you will understand what I'm explaining here. This town or this city is not on this planet. I don't think somebody can afford anything here. I don't think even somebody can even afford an apartment here. I don't know, but it's extreme. It's extreme. I'm telling you, like even the US is not this level. So sometimes even when you hear like people in the US trying to fight, they don't reach this level. I think, like the destruction of Canada, and maybe if there is somebody from Canada here, maybe can come and confirm this. The destruction of Canada started in 80s during the time of Trudeau. It is not the destruction has not started with the modern day Trudeau. His father was also a prime minister who was I think who was within that cabal of the people who are destroying a country. So if you people you think countries cannot be destroyed, we already have case study of countries which have already been destroyed. So, and we don't need to wait for our country to reach this level. Very soon we will be unable to afford anything. I was even in Kenya. Sasa nikiingia story ya Kenya, I was speaking with a teacher who is a very good example of mine, a friend of mine. I even have relatives who are teachers. And I also have some relatives. Some of them died, others are living. People used to be teachers. Mwalimu wa 80s angeweza kujenga na kukua na maisha mzuri, mwalimu wa 80s. So that relative of mine was telling me that hakuna watu wako na shida kama wale walimu wanapata kazi sahi. Ati mwalimu wanapata kazi ya TSC sahi, they cannot afford life. Like inflation is killing them, they cannot afford anything. You are just working for tumbo. You are just working for tumbo. So when saa zingine nasikia watu hapa they are even saying like we follow some minions who are not even understanding what is happening in the world. And that is why I even said it here even the other day when I was talking here. If my leader is not understanding how the global politics is working, I will not support him, because we will be supporting somebody who able to repel these powers, and they're the ones which will come.
What happened?
Umeenda wapi Njiru?
What happened to Njiru? Njiru,
Atarudi, somebody else aingie tu. Ni network,
were
ni
you,
net
were
yake.
you swallowed by
Labda
something?
no, amekwambia Toronto iko shida, kwa hivyo network imemezwa. Somebody else?
Can I say something?
Yes.
In response
go
to
ahead.
what he's saying, please?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Julia. I won't be long. What Jiro is experiencing is exactly what's going on in the Netherlands, is exactly what's going on in the UK. You saw that the UK farmers brought their tractors into London. You saw in the Netherlands that the farmers drove their tractors. And you know, those tractors are very, very expensive to fuel. They're very expensive and they go very slowly on those roads. Because what they're trying to do, they're trying to kill the agricultural industry.
Yes.
They want to start growing meat in labs. You know, let me put on my webcam for more impact. So what is happening, like what Jiro was saying, is that, and I agree with him, any government that doesn't understand what the World Economic Forum and Klaus Schwab are promoting, and the Bill Gates of this world, what they're promoting is actually depopulation. It is depopulation. And all the problems we are facing right now is all part of that. So what Jiro has done, he has been shocked. Sasa vile tunaambia watoto wetu waende nje, we are actually putting them in problems. It's not like the way I went to school in the US in the day when the US was the US. Saa hii kuna wengine wanatuambia tuende green card sijui nini. It is a trap. Because wakienda huko hawataweza kurudi. There's no way that they can save the monies that we were able to save in the day and come back home. So the only place that we can actually thrive is our country and our continent, where we have freedom, because what they're doing is limiting our freedoms. And if you don't understand it, you don't understand it. This is the reason why we have this. That's the reason why our president is not working. Because there are other people. You see, it's like they want to have one world government. It's one president from some country who's going to be talking about Kenya. Kenya is not being led by our own. Yeah. So he's just a puppet. Yeah. He's just a muppet. He's there just to parrot whatever somebody else says. That's why he doesn't have to work. He doesn't have to work. So what Jiro has done, it has shocked him, but the LGBTQ movement is in Kenya. We have seen it here. Yeah. We have allowed association of the LGBTQ community. So if we allow groups, associations, then what do we expect? Of course, we expect relationships to happen. We even expect marriages to happen. We expect children to be brought up in those homes. We are also, right now, Kenya itself is in reverse fertility. We are in reverse population growth in Kenya compared to other countries in the world. So, and in Kenya, you have heard stories, I don't know if they've heard them in Swahili and Kikuyu, where we find girls in the slums are being recruited by some of these fertility clinics in Kenya to go and have children, to go and be surrogate mothers, and they are being paid only 5,000 shillings to, 15,000 shillings for a 9-month pregnancy. There are girls who are only in their 30s or 20s who have had 5-6 children. When they have those children, they have the babies at 7 months old. Mtoto natolewa akiwa wa 7 months, mtoto hata hajakuwa na natolewa. There was a story I followed and I was shocked and I wanted to follow it up. We need to understand that alafu kuna wengine ambao they are being recruited by the same fertility clinics waende wakalale na wale wako LGBTQ because it's illegal. Na wale wako LGBTQ ni foreigners. So these people are being recruited and paid waende wanapelekwa kwa LGBTQ. Wanataka ku what? To spoil our young generation. We no longer populate. We no longer have kids. Yeah. And it's also, a problem with our food system. So we have to understand we are actually at war.
PK,
there's another war that is going on. So let me be quiet and allow you to speak from here.
Sorry, PK, add Njiru. Sorry, Queen Mo, you can still go on. PK, add Njiru, amesema add. I don't know whether PK amenisikia. PK, Njiru amesema add.
Nimekusikia Julia.
Okay, Queen Mo, go ahead. Sorry for disrupting you.
No, all I am saying is that what has happened is Jiro has been shocked, but we are living in these countries and we have to remember that as much as we are sending young people out of the country, there are very many people who have lived in these countries and want to come back home. Kuna wengine wanataka kurudi nyumbani. Okay? Very many people, maybe even some on our platform here, but they can't come back home for whatever reason. So we need to consider their needs as well and ensure that they can come back home. Because it's not just a matter of sending people out to go out there and become orphaned and not be able to come back to their own country if they choose to. So what Jiro has done, he's experienced trauma. So apologies, Mr. Jiro, but this is the trauma that is out there. Our children, you send your children, you say you're going to go with your children to Canada. Your children are going to be indoctrinated into LGBTQ. Okay, and that is, you can never get it out of their system once it's in their system when they're very young. You can't. There's just no way to get it out of them. In terms of not necessarily that they become LGBTQ, but they become accepting of the lifestyle, and also they can also tend to think that they can choose their gender, and that becomes a very dangerous thing in Africa. So anyway, I don't want to hog the internet. Let me let people speak. I've been here for long. Yeah.
Okay, wacha niongeze kitu kadogo hapo, Queen Mo. By the way, I have traversed like the US and I have been hearing of these issues. But let me tell you, even the US, even if there are these issues with LGBTQ, bana, wako down. Let me tell you,
no, but Europe is up. Europe is up.
I agree, lakini kama kuna wase wako advanced level, ni Canada, because unaona like in Canada hata kwa mahall hizo symbols ziko kwa mahalls where like people are talking sijui nini nini in government offices, fire extinguisher, unaona kama hizi machine fire extinguisher, those symbols are there. Kama sasa hapa Canada sasa hata imegongwa jina inaitwa iko mbele ya LGBTQ imekuwa 2SL, sijui 2 iko na 2 sasa, sijui hata hiyo 2 ni nini. Mko kwa ma conference hapo wanataka kuwekea maibu hapo, lazima mzushe. Anyway, so what I'm trying to explain is that we are beckoning to a danger, and we are even for Kenya to reach that level, we only need a puppet, and we have it. So in theory hata sisi Kenya tuko hapo. In theory tuko hapo sababu we are already allowing infiltration of these issues. So fighting it is another thing. You see like here in Canada, sababu nimekuwa nikiongea na wasee, the problem which is there is that watu wali relax hapa. People did not fight these things as they are coming, because like in Canada I'm hearing that these things are like 30 years old. So wasee tu wali assume tu akasema anyway hiyo ni life ya msee. Until now these things were everywhere and you cannot fight them. Canada is extremely woke. There is no way in which like you can fight left wing here. Every time they will do elections here, left wing have to win, because left wing imeoverrun kila msee. I hope you understand that. That is now the issue. Saa zingine hata ukisikia vile Mswahili anasema ni vizuri kujenga ufa kuliko kujenga ukuta. I can tell you Canada cannot be saved. It cannot be saved because everything has been overrun. I don't think there is capacity for them to give birth to people who can now be able to understand themselves, and they come and fight all these policies. Ni norma. Nikikwambia ni norma, like I don't know, like hawa tu ni kuwaombea na tu like unless they get a miraculous baby who can come with an iron fist to fight the thing. But
na hapa Kenya tuko na yule left wing wetu wa Democrat anajiita Democrat. I am a Democrat.
No, let me tell you, Queen Mo, let me tell you, this thing, it's better to fight them when they are entering. Lakini hizi vitu zikiingia kwa inchi na zisambaye, you can't do it. Ni kuziangalia tu hivi, amuna threshold, amuna maso ya kupigana na hizi vitu. That is the challenge which is there. Nimeangalia like wase wa Canada, they are arrested, they cannot do anything. Even if you're in the church or in any movement, hakuna kitu unaweza fanya. And then like, and nasi ati nawaibisha by the way, hata town ni dirty sana, frankly speaking. Unaona tu like people are not organized. Kuna issues hapa, kuna issues man, like, and then like kuna yu fala like kama ya kwetu home sisemi is a very good, like wasi wana cross barabara from anywhere. I was not expecting that in a post-modern country. Traffic light inasoma green hapo na wasi wanapita. Those are small things, like, you know, when you want to understand the behavior of a country, just go in the traffic. As an engineer, you know, I do traffic modeling, I do those things. If you want to understand how a country is, like for example, if you want to know that Kenya is a shithole country, sorry to say that, to use a strong one, where to end up kwa barabara uone video watu wana drive, the behavior of people in the highway will model for you the behavior everywhere. If people cannot obey traffic signs, if people cannot obey simple traffic rules, forget about anything which is happening anywhere else. Hata usiende hata kufanya interview wase hapo wakoaji, just go in a busiest roundabout, see the behavior of people there. Once you look at the behavior of people there, be assured now you can truncate what is happening in that country. And I can tell you, some of these countries cannot be rescued. I hope United States of America is taking note. Their neighbors have been overrun by left-wing policies. They are bad. Hiyo ni kitu nataka kuconfirm hapa. By the way, if there is a way in which left-wing policies can be done with. Anyway, I don't know. Somebody has to tell me what is good for left-wing. I don't know what is left for, like, I don't know. But if that is what they can give some of the countries which used to be model countries, I think we need a change. And I hope even Europeans have to start thinking, because frankly, these countries are being disseminated. Like, for example, things are not working. Like, I don't want to become too hyper-political here, but you see, when you look, like, and these are things which I'm trying to explain here. You know, long time ago, we used to have, like, you know, there is a hierarchy of the people. Like, you see black male, white male, black woman, Asian, like all those combinations. Now, what is happening is that now you can, in some countries, you can now see a direct fight of some groups. I don't want to explain them here because of political reasons. I do research in those areas, but there is a problem. And I wish Kenya can take note. I wish there is a way in which we can rescue ourselves. I hear some people here saying that here we at the politically we have to be very liberal, but in the way of life we have to be very conservative. To me, I don't understand that. I wish there's a way in which we can be able to govern our principles in human way of life. But this idea whereby we are entertaining some bullshit in the name of there are some favors. Let me tell you, government will never give you favors, and that is the problem which the black man is having, or the black race is having, whereby the black, because they can get some favors from those shit government. I think black people have to rise up and we start supporting common sense. We start supporting things which are working for our children, for our generation. But we cannot support people because they are giving us a small favor in the name of voting bad government, supporting bad government, governments which are even supporting our dissemination. People are dying, by the way. And some of these governments, they are ready for people to die in masses. They are talking of depopulation. They are talking of things which don't make sense. I get involved in high-level research conferences, and I can tell you, ladies and brothers, things are bad. If you look at some of the researches which people are pushing, you don't even want to hear. Things which do not make sense. But what you do, and those things are being financed by big multinational companies. Some of us, we even reject this very serious projects because we feel like these things, they do not add value into our current generation. But how many people have that willpower to reject some of these things? Simply because a place has money, people are ready even to, you know, like a long time ago, and I want to explain here, even how people were colonized. David Dewin was colonized, was funded by very serious universities to give a research that black men or black people, they have a small brain. It was a funded research by powerful universities in the world. And through those, that is why some universities, sometimes they are always wrong. That's why some of us who use common sense, not all funded projects, we just go and we say that we need to, we have to work in this project. Because we know Charles Darwin in 50s, 1840 something, he was misled by some universities because they wanted to show that hierarchy of people, like black people have small brain, and using Charles Darwin principle, that was the platform of colonization. Because now already Charles Darwin had proved that black people have a small brain, they cannot think properly, white people are superior. Because he validated that information, now the black people have a and then he put hierarchies on people. And that is why we cannot be supporting people ignorantly in the name of these people, like they are giving us small services or what. We have only to support what is sensible and what will propagate human propagation, but not this bullshit which is being propagated everywhere in the world. We have to think. Moving forward, personally, I will only support somebody who understands global politics, because global politics seems to be controlling us more than local politics. But incidentally, here in Kenya, people think like our local politics is bread and butter, which is not true. Let's understand global politics, and even these people we are calling about, like in Amazakarua, even people like Raila Odinga, if they properly understand global politics, we could not be in this problem. Sometimes we naive ourselves. These people are busy running in Chatham House, where they are being destroyed. They are busy running in some conferences and some places, kuenda kufurahisha mzungu. But the truth of the matter is that this person, huyu mtu anaingizwa box, and some of these people you are listening to, they are also destroying your own favors of being elected by people. This is the time. If there is a time when people need to become nationalists, ni sahi, bwana Stone PK. We don't need. I think globalization needs to be limited. These problems of globalization, ndizo sasa mtu ako na mashida zake ni kama kwashiako. Mtu ako na mashida yake anakuletea. So we will only interact in things which make sense. This idea whereby we are saying that we need to intershare. we have to limit that. If people are working on bullshit, they work on bullshit alone. But we cannot continue saying we have to work. So we have to become more nationalist. People to work on their country, and you only involve yourself with only the countries which are making it. Why is it that Japan is not getting destroyed? I have looked at Japan. Japan is having good policies. They work with these countries, but they are preserving their culture. But some of these countries are overrun. Thank you.
You see, Jiro, one of the policies, for example, is this one that has come in where we're going to be vaccinating every single cow. What are we vaccinating our livestock with? Zitapigwa sindano za nini? You have heard about that?
Yes.
Every single cow.
Yes, we've heard
Every
about it.
single cow in Kenya must be vaccinated. The president himself said it.
And the government is going to sponsor that.
They're going to enforce it. You guys who have cattle, you need
Yes.
we must interrogate this.
Queen Mo, and how comes even there is no any Kenyan politician who can speak against this and help people to understand? People with voice, how come they don't know how this global bullshit is working? Like ni kama watu wanajifanya, they only talking of asijui nini ati huyu watashikana na. You see, Queen Mo, the problem which we are having in Kenya, when ukisikia ati huyu ati siasa ya kushikana, Waembu watashikana na Wameru, hiyo ni siasa ingine so weak. That is so weak politics. I don't want to hear somebody talking about that. There is serious danger in the world, and then unasikia sijui ati Wakikuyu washikane na Wajaluo, sijui Wajaluo washikane na Wakale. Very small politics. I wish people can see the dinosaur which is beckoning at us. Tutaachana na hizo vitu, we start concentrating with the real enemy. And that is the challenge we're having. And I don't hear any politician talking about that. All what they are talking about is small politics, which to me, Kenyan politics is too small. I don't understand it.
Tribal politics is going to be our downfall. That tribal, I keep telling Kenyans, stop thinking in tribal cocoons. We have to stop it. We have to stop. Like you said, the enemy is right there at our doorstep, and they're taking advantage of the fact that we are distracted by, I don't know, Luo, sijui Kalenjin, sijui what, sijui Kikuyu, sijui Meru, sijui what, sijui women, sijui men. No, actually, you know what? Meanwhile, they are planning for us. They plan for us every single day. Something
Guys,
evil. Okay. Now you've opened up a new part.
Yeah, the Pandora's box is open. DJT, Njiro, the whole world right now is having a push towards nationalism. The whole of Europe is anti-immigrant. Sorry. She just likes to
say hi to the baby.
Yeah, say hi.
You see, good. There is something which people don't understand when we talk of nationalism. You
Okay,
see,
wait a minute.
1 minute.
Jiru, a minute. KM, we are not allowed to have babies on the screen.
I know, and I'm sorry.
Oh, I see. Okay, okay.
I know. I totally know. It's just like
Okay. 1 minute. Let's pass that. You see,
wait a minute. Jiru, wait a minute. KM, if you bring her on the screen, this whole show we have presented today, Bernard has to delete it.
Oh, sorry. I know. I'm
Yes.
sorry, and
It is that serious. Like
I don't know.
he's not about to remove the part of the baby. He has to delete the whole show. I can even see we are about 6 minutes, 6 hours. Son,
Okay.
I don't know how you are seeing.
Wacha nielezee hii kidogo.
Wacha kidogo, Jiru, you are coming. Let me finish the thing. What you're supposed to do here. So PK, I don't know. You can see we are 6 hours. So I don't know how you want us to do it.
We are closing now. Mtu atoe ni dakika 30 seconds.
Okay, let me explain something about immigration briefly. Let me tell you, unajua, no one is fighting conventional immigration. Even any country, as long as you are following the rule of immigration, you will go there. Like I'm in Canada, I applied for a visa, nilikuja hapa. And I applied it while I was in the US. So I followed the rule, na niko hapa. very soon I will be going to South Korea. I'm going for a conference there. So this bullshit where people are saying that the people are anti-immigrant, it is a lie. What there is that people want people to go into their country professionally. Use the channel, but this rhetoric of these people don't want others is being used so that some other people can say that these people they want to look bad. People want to guard their countries. It's just like whatever is happening in some countries. Even as Kenyans, we cannot allow Somalis just to enter into our country anyhow. We control our borders. Kama unataka kuingia kwa boda yetu pale Kenya, uoneshane makaratasi uingie. That is what these Europeans want. Some of these Europeans who are being called nationalists and wanaambiwa they are not anti-immigrant. It is called controlled immigration, whereby you only want people who are following the rules, not like what is happening in the US. Another bullshit. Munaenda mnafungua border pale, watu wanaingia, and somebody with a rational brain is busy supporting that at the border ifunguliwe watu waingie. That is irrational. And any person with a functional brain cannot support that. Even failed countries like Syria, hawajafungua border zao. So when we are talking about immigration, it is immigration ile ya visa, passport ikuwe stamp, unaingia na airport ama unaingia na meli in ports of entry. And anybody, we do that. We want that. So, Bwana KM, even as we are talking of anti-migration, it is anti-migration of criminals or people who are coming illegally. And I support that. Even me, I don't want Kenya. In Kenya, people
wanapeleka hao criminals wanawapeleka Rwanda.
Tom, Dick, and
No, Jiro, sorry guys for the interruption, and I've sorted it out. Sorry, this is the second time it has happened, and I'm sorry. But the issue of nationalism and immigration is a very emotive issue. Very many arguments and counter-arguments can be made concerning the immigration issue. There are those people who argue that we are coming to Europe because you came to Africa and you took everything from us, so we are coming back for the resources. There are those other people who will argue that when Europeans came to Africa, they came for free, so Africans can also come for free. There are also those people who would argue that they have been born recently and they had no part in the plunder for Africa. Their families did not. They have nothing to do with the struggle, the immigration issue, and they need their country back. So when you look at this whole story of immigration, there is no one way to look at it. I've said there are those very many ways to look at it. However, in terms of nationalism and globalization and looking at education, we as Africans, we cannot blame anyone for our backwardness. The bare minimum, we cannot blame anyone for remaining behind, because we are not, some might be, but we are not that proactive in moving forward. I don't know if you will call it colonization, but I don't believe in that notion that some people made us to hate each other. I think if we decide to make a deliberate decision to move forward, we can do that. And I think the generation that is currently in this country is moving there. We are going to get there.
Thank you, KLM. Thank you. Wacha tuachie hapo for another day. We'll open that debate
Sawa.
for another day. Ladies and gentlemen, wacha tushukuru. Njiru, thank you very much. Sister Mo, thank you very much. Julia, asante sana. Unless Julia uko na kitu ya kusema, sekondi mbili tafadhali, alafu tutinge.
Thank you so much, Peter, and thank you for being our moderator this evening. Me, I want to tell Njiru this. I'm sorry, Njiru. What I am thinking about is what is going on in Kenya, about what America is doing with itself, and Canada. I really don't care, because, like you have asked yourself here, you have asked, Japan rates well with these countries. How come Japan is not influenced? How come Japan is not influenced? It is because Japan, they have decided on some level of discipline. Speaker, your radio is very loud. It is because Japan has decided on some level of discipline and how they are going to run our affairs. We are in this SHIT, as you are calling it, because our government has decided to be in it. Now, if we had the right leadership, people who uphold the rule of law, people who don't believe in corruption, people who don't believe in being bribed to do something, people who think that we should go back and work harder and be productive, they will not be dancing to their tune. We don't need their favors. Like some of the African countries are going, like Rwanda and others are deciding they don't need the Western world favors. We too, Kenyans, we don't need their favors. We can do things right and they'll begin to respect us. Just do simple things right. I mean, end the corruption, zero tolerance to corruption. Arrest everybody, send them to jail and hang them. If possible, pass the laws that hang corrupt people. Immediately, hang them. Fight impunity. Zero rate impunity in the government. And you will see that they'll not come around telling us, oh, we can do for you this, or we can build for you Dio Carriage Road to Mombasa, or kuja ututembele mara kama 10. Ruto amekuja Amerika mara ngapi na nimesikia anarudi hapa from Italy. We will not have them calling us to come here. So what I'm saying is that we don't need that kind of relationship if we are doing things right, and they'll begin to respect us. So why they insult us? Why even jamaa beste wa Njiru who anatusi Africa? Ni kwa sababu Africa imejiweka to that position. Otherwise, if we stand on our toes, do things right, fight zero rate corruption, zero rate impunity, they wataanza kutuheshimu. They won't be talking nonsense when they are thinking about Africa. So Njiru, sijui kama umetolewa, but for me, I really don't care what they are doing with themselves. Let them legalize everything, each and everything in their countries. What I'm thinking about now, what can we do to get rid of serikali ya majambazi? Asanteni.
Leo umemaliza?
Yes.
Mwana nataka kusema 30 seconds.
Thank you, Julia, KM, and Stone PK. Good night, and everybody else on the timeline.
Sound Candy Talk sasa imeboreshwa zaidi. Kila siku ya wiki asubuhi tunapambazuka na maabudu na sifa kwenye kipindi cha Daybreak Worship. Baadaye tunakuletea mahojiano ya moja kwa moja kwenye one-on-one show. Alafu tunakuletea taarifa zinazochipuka siku hiyo zikiwa ange kwenye In the News Headlines. Kisha tunaingia bungeni. Viongozi tuliowachagua tuangalie wanafanya nini bungeni.
On a daily basis, whenever the house is sitting, the order paper is here.
I take any work that I'm given very seriously.
Not have favors.
it's not a point because you come from Nyeri.
Kisha baadaye usiku tunakutana kwenye Open Forum Political Show, kipindi kinachotadavua na kufafanua makala na taarifa zinazokuhusu zaidi.
Sasa hii ndiye time ya kuweka kila mtu question mark one by one. Ruto tumeshaweka question mark ya kutosha.
Umeenda mpaka umevuka border, umeanza kudanganya watu wenye wako US na nchi zingine.
Kazi ya kiongozi ni kuhakikisha ya kwamba vijana wako kazi.
Tazama Sound Candid Talk uelemike. Tukutane Sound Candid Talk.